What's up, nerds? How's everybody doing today? I hope you're doing well. Let's let everybody know we're live. Douche. Kabronk. How's everybody feeling? We're doing something a little different tonight. We'll see how it goes. Trying a new vibe. I think I'm gonna like it. I hope you like it too. We'll see. Chat, where are you? I can't see you. There you are. I love saying that because you guys are like, wait a minute, why? What'd you do? Why can't... Because you don't see my screen. You don't know what's going on. Anyway, what's up, lovely people? How's everybody doing tonight? Welcome to the show. It's good to have all of you here. I hope everybody's having a decent evening, decent Tuesday. Who's here? Say hi. What's up, Cross Toxin? What's up, The Pasta? What's up, Artists? You're sick? I'm sorry. Hey, S. Obelisk. How's it going? Neapolitan. How's it going? Oh, Napoleon. Not Neapolitan. Excuse me. How's everybody feeling tonight? I hope you're all doing well. Artists! Holy shit, coming in with the 50 biddies to start us off. Gina, what's up, buddy? Gina, I've changed the format of my show pretty dramatically. Tonight is the first time we're doing it in a different way. And I don't know if it's going to go great or terrible, but hopefully it goes pretty good. You were going to go to Twitch, but Insta got hit by an ad, so you'll stay on YouTube? All right, word. I'm doing pretty good, Shades. Support Chad, you're at work? Oh, buddy, I hope that I can make work go by a little bit less worky for you. If I can do, if the only thing that happens tonight, genuinely, Who said that? Support Chad? Support Chad. Genuinely, the only thing that happens tonight is that your workday is a little bit more survivable. I think we call that a win. I mean, I like talking about homebrew. Don't get me wrong. Ideally, somebody learns something a little bit tonight, you know. Ideal situation, but that's not really as important as the guy who has to be at work right now, getting through work a little bit more easily. So, hopefully it's entertaining. Okay, so I guess we should talk about this. We can talk about this right now because immediately people are asking questions, which is fine. So here, we're going to stop. We're going to turn the music off for a second. We're going to have a conversation. Just us. You know what we could do? Maybe we could play, here. We could do like, let's do like, give me 1 second. One second. Oh, Lorgu coming in very cool. Lovely to have you. Thank you. Perfect. So we are changing the way we are running our homebrew reviews. And that's for a number of reasons. I talked about them a little bit in my Discord, but I will reiterate them here for you guys now, because I don't want to keep anybody in the dirt, in the dust. So for a long time, I would do these homebrew review wheels. We'd spin this big wheel. It'd be totally random what piece we'd look at, and I would just review the homebrew as it went. And I think that that worked okay as a gimmick, but both in terms of my ability to maintain energy and not get frustrated, and I think avoiding the show getting kind of repetitive, it wasn't helpful there. There were a lot of times where it'd be like, all right, we're just going to have to give the same feedback 30 times in a row. So we are changing the way we're running our homebrew review streams. And the main thing that we're changing is that we are no longer doing a homebrew wheel. We are going to keep the homebrew wheel for our Thursday nights, which are our subscriber member nights. But for the big casual homebrew review streams, we're changing it a bit. Instead of it being random, what homebrew we look at, I am going to pick. And where I'm going to pick from is the community homebrew review channel in my Discord. So, if you would like to have your homebrew spotlighted on the show and reviewed, you should be posting it to the community peer review channel. That being said, it does not guarantee your piece will get reviewed by me. It might help your piece get reviewed by other people. But a big part of this change is coming from me trying to adjust to the vibe of the show and the headspace. I don't want the show to be, I hope Cinder edits my homebrew. I want the show to be, let's look at some cool homebrew together and become better writers. So, starting today and moving on into the future, the way that it's going to work is basically that. I am going to, before every homebrew stream, I'm going to go into the Discord, and I am going to select a handful of pieces of homebrew to look at on stream. And I'm going to pick from a variety of types of homebrew, both in terms of what they're covering, but also what I would interpret as the experience level of the writer. So that way we can kind of guarantee that we, as a group, are going to get to look at a wide variety of stuff every time. And I can kind of cater the pieces to be picking ones that, say, are better to talk about an idea or a concept in homebrew and game design that I think all of us could benefit from. I'm going to be looking for ones that have more teachable moments. So, I'm not picking the best homebrew. I'm not picking the most popular homebrew. I'm just genuinely picking the homebrew that folks put up there that I think is going to be good for us to grow together. It is a design change that is shifting from... It's shifting to be a little bit more community-oriented.
No more wheel? How will Wheel support his family now?
Well, we are still going to do a wheel. We are still going to do a wheel. It's just going to be on, whatchamahoosit? What's the word I'm looking for? How do I ban this guy? Ban that guy. It's gonna be on the member nights, and also on the event nights. Whenever we do like a challenge or anything like that, like, hey, can you design a fighter to be like a Pokemon? If we do those sorts of nights, it will also be a random wheel. But on the nights like tonight, where we're gonna be focusing on general homebrew conversation and homebrew design, I am going to be catering the night a little bit more. But beyond that, we are also going to sort of expand it. Because I don't feel any incentive to speed through homebrew when we're not spinning a wheel. Because everybody that's going to get their piece looked at, they already know that they're going to get their piece looked at. And if you want to be here, you're going to be here. And if you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here. But because we are not sort of rushing, oh, I hope I can get through all these pieces, I'm intentionally making a lot more space for conversation. And for example, while we're looking at these pieces, or maybe interspersed with some of them, if you guys have homebrew that you're working on, or ideas for a homebrew, or game design things that you want to talk about, I am going to be open to like looking at half-finished pieces sort of casually as we're going through this, or taking people on the phone, like if folks want to call in and talk through their brew. So think about the new homebrew stream format as it's going to be part of it is going to be spotlighting homebrew in the community that I think is either interesting or worth discussing from like let's talk about how we can talk game design a little bit more, and then also sort of like a D&D call-in show with focus on homebrew. And that's what we're doing. That's the vibe shift. Now, it is your responsibility to clarify that to every single new person that doesn't know what's going on. Does that sound good? We can get some complimentary boogada boogadas. Yeah, I mean, they'll still happen. We'll still get the boogada boogadas. The boogada boogadas are just going to be on, you know, the member nights. We're not losing the wheel forever. We're just cutting down its hours. It's becoming a part-time employee. It's lost its benefits. Does that sound good? Yeah, literally rigged. Yeah, for sure. But I'm the one rigging it, so I'm fine with it. So the way that I'm structuring it, in terms of making sure that everything is covered appropriately, there is a new tag in the peer review section of my Discord that is Cinder Review. So if you don't want me to pick your piece for a homebrew, do not click that tag. I am only picking from pieces that have that tag, because I don't want anybody to want some help with their homebrew but not want that attention. So you have to click that tag, and then every single person whose homebrew I'm looking at, I put a comment in their post the day of the stream and say, I'm looking at your piece today online. So I think today, I can count right now. Today I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Today I'm going to look at 14 pieces. All 14 of those people I've commented on their post in the Discord already. So nobody is going to get picked that doesn't want to get picked, and everybody is going to get notified in the Discord if their piece is getting picked. So I think that will be good. If it don't work, it won't work, and that's fine, but we'll see how it goes. I'm sure I have not thought about everything big past, and I am super open to feedback. Also, Skim Milk, thank you for the 5. I mostly just laughed at the comment and started talking about it, but I should acknowledge that you gave me some money, and I do appreciate that. I will pick a couple. Yeah, sure, I can pick a couple ones with restricted links for old time's sake. Sure. The other side of this, the other reason why this is quite helpful, and it's less fun, but it's true, is that on a couple occasions, and this also happened last week, people will essentially try to troll the stream, and they will end up submitting stuff or calling in with something that is like very offensive and like goes against TOS. And this just completely eliminates me needing to worry about that at all, which is nice. That's not the important reason, but that is a reason. That's a part of it. So we're not going to pretend that the world is all honky-dory when sometimes it's full of gobbledygook. Speaking of gobbledygook, do you guys want to look at some homebrew? Do you guys want to see what we're looking at tonight? Now, let me show you what we're working with tonight. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah, it happens, Lorgu. It happens. It's just a part. It's just unfortunately, it's just a part of the game of being a person online. So today we are looking at 14 pieces. I have them split up into a couple different categories. We are going to be looking at a packed boon, which is something that we almost never see, a homebrew packed boon. We are going to be looking at some magic items. We are going to be looking at some spells. We are going to be looking at some races. And then we are going to be looking at some subclasses to round it out. And we're going to be looking at only one packed boon, but then we're going to be looking at about 2 to 3 of each of the other ones, maybe 4 in some circumstances. And in a couple of the pieces we're going to be looking at today, Sponge, you silly goose. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you being so good to me, Sponge? Well, regardless, we are going to be looking at a handful of different things in different directions, but some of the pieces I've sort of put together because I think they illustrate ideas that are worth discussing in general with your homebrew design and the way we're going to be dancing through it. So, for example, 2 of the subclasses we're going to be looking at, I basically have the same feedback for in different ways, and I kind of want to use both of them as examples because I actually think it's probably the most important feedback I could possibly give for writing a subclass, and it's worth underlying because it's something that I think everybody needs to work on, and if they can work on, it will so dramatically improve their writing and also open their minds up a little bit more to the potential in their creations. You've been a member for 9 months. That's crazy, dude. Justice for the wheel. Sponge, we just had a baby. That's pretty crazy. Jose C says, an open question for you in chat. How much of your session is prepped and how much do you wing it? So for me, it really depends on how often my group is playing. If my group is playing like every other week, like twice a month, I end up having to do much less prep. But if my group is playing much less frequently, I do a lot more prep. And I think part of that is because I get into the headspace of the game, and a lot of the prep my brain just starts doing. But also part of that is if I'm playing super regularly, I'm okay with the game having sort of a casual or more uncomfortable or wonky pace because I know we're playing with regularity. If we're not playing with regularity, planning a lot ahead of time is going to help me like guarantee that my players are going to have a really good time with the limited time that we have. So for example, I'm going to be playing a D&D session next week with a group that we haven't played in like 2 months because of just scheduling stuff. So I'm going to do a lot of planning for that session. But that group, when we were playing regularly, I didn't plan for literally at all anymore. It was almost entirely improv. But that's my answer to that question. Good question. I really think it just also depends on what your players want and what you like. I can DM you the list, Matt. Can I DM it to you afterwards? Because I'm not going to do it right now, but I'll DM it to you afterwards. Lots of prep up, then loose after. Yes, Bilbo, yeah, for sure. That's also true. I always do a lot of planning before the game starts or in anticipation of like big new places or big new changes. And that's mostly because I like improv, and I know that if I plan a lot beforehand, I'm going to remember the parts that matter and probably forget the parts that don't. I don't know. That's just how my head works anyway. Had a question on the new format of the show. How far back will you be looking in the Discord? I am going to be it doesn't matter. If your piece has the tag Cinder Review, I will look at it. So one of the pieces that I'm looking at today, somebody posted it 2 hours before stream. One of the pieces I'm looking at today, somebody posted like 2 months ago. So I'm not paying attention to when it was posted or how many comments it got or how popular it is or how good it is. I'm just looking for stuff that I think is going to be valuable for us to talk about and that I have something to say about that I think everybody could participate in. And because that's the other thing is, like, if I don't give you feedback, you still get it from the community. Like, essentially, I'm changing the format, so instead of you deciding to participate in me giving you feedback, you are deciding to participate in the community if you want me to give you feedback. You can also just watch the show. Or you can do things like our dear friends are doing in the comments, where you're just chatting and asking questions here. What are your thoughts on a female goblin berserker barbarian? I think that's awesome. I feel like any sort of goblin berserker barbarian is going to be great. Berserker barbarians are not the best subclass, but if you don't mind the exhaustion thing, they're a lot of fun. The exhaustion thing is brutal. I'm not going to lie. That's pretty brutal. I've never played Warframe. Yeah, you have to put a tag on it. I posted an announcement like as big as I possibly could, but inevitably people are going to forget. But that's okay. That's why new things are new things. But speaking of new things are new things, let's start this stream by looking at something that we almost never see on this channel. A style of homebrew. One second. A style of homebrew that I think I would love to see more of, and we really almost never ever see. And that is a homebrew pact boon. So normally for pact boons, you get the Pact of the Chain, you get Pact of the Tome, or you get the Blade, right? And it's a weird thing to do for homebrew because it's just for warlocks, so it's sort of almost hard to figure out how do you power balance something like that. It sits in a weird spot. There's the Talisman also, which most people hate. So let's look at a new one. This is the Pact of the Eye. The Pact of the Eye. Let's take a look at the Pact of the Eye. Pact boons are really hard to make. Well, I want to look at it, and then we can talk a little bit about why pact boons are hard to make. But let's glance at it first. Your patron has given you a magical eye. It grants you access to certain visual powers. As a bonus action, you can activate your eye. It remains active for 1 minute. While active, you can peer into a creature you see within 30 feet of you as a bonus action and do one of the following. You can learn if it has any saving throw proficiencies, and if they do, what ability one of them is. You can learn if it can cast spells and the highest level it can cast them at. And you can learn one of the creature's resistances, immunities, or vulnerabilities. Once you've activated the eye, you cannot activate it again until you finish a short or long rest. And if you know any illusions, you can cast them without components. If you have the Eye of the Runekeeper invocation, it allows you to use scrolls from any spell list if they were warlock spells. So, immediately, I think this thing is doing some very good things that I think are worth talking about. Because I think when we are talking about pact boons, we are talking about shapes of play to a certain extent. Pact of the Blade is the warrior warlock. It is the fighting warlock. Pact of the Tome is the, like, thinking, the ritual, the more sort of, like, witchy, almost like the Arcanist warlock. Pact of the Chain is the familiar warlock, right? It's like the guy with the little rat friend. Pact of the Eye doesn't feel like any of those. It feels different. And I think that's pretty good. And what does it do? This is essentially like Pact of the Knowledge Seeker. If you want to think of the Pact of the Tome as like the somebody that is seeking ancient knowledge, this is like Pact of this person that is like seeking present knowledge, or like sight beyond sight, which I think is a very Eldritch concept, and I think it fits here very well. And I also think that bleeds nicely into what we're getting with the features here. Being able to see a creature's proficiency, saving throw, being able to tell if they can cast spells, learning if they have damage, immunity, resistance, vulnerability. I think all of these are pretty cool features. They're all pretty cool. And I actually think most of them work here really well. I think the problem for me comes into play where we just kind of keep going. I think this is a really good example of a piece that doesn't know exactly when to stop, which makes sense for a power balance perspective. For a minute, you can use any of these features every round, and you can do that every short rest. That's a lot. There are other powers in D&D that replicate aspects of these, but almost all of them are much more limited than that. And none of them do all three of these. Now, it's okay that this is a little bit more powerful than those because it's a pact boon. But if I were you, I think you got to majorly mellow this down. Majorly mellow this down because I think it's maybe overpowered before we even get to these other things down here. And if you want these other things down here to play a part of it, this needs to be much simpler. And I almost don't think this should be much simpler. You know what these sound like to me? So let's talk about this feature first. I think that the way that I would balance this out is it would not be a feature that was on for a minute. It would be a bonus action to do a thing one time. As a bonus action, you can target a creature within 30 feet of you and learn one of the following things. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short rest. To me, that would feel balanced for this. Maybe, if you disagree with that, give them a couple more uses. But if it had multiple uses, I would make it multiple uses per long rest. One use, short rest, multiple long rest. Because keep in mind, we're getting a bunch of different things here. Okay? Each one of these is pretty valuable. So that's the first thing. The second thing is what our dear Fluffcopter has already said. Neither of these feels like they are necessary to sell the fiction of this. Both of these feel much more like invocations that you would get for this pact than like an actual pact itself. So if I were you, I would copy that advice, man. I would pull these out, and I would make them invocations. And if you feel like this needs more here, I would push back on that a little bit. I think there's an argument you could make for like, yeah, but it's so limited in use, but it's very good. It's very strong. Like, I would argue that this alone in isolation is probably the strongest pact boon. Maybe there's an argument for Pact of the Chain, but this is very powerful. I don't think that means it's bad, but I just think it means we need to limit it. That all being said, I think this is a really, really good example of the types of direction you should go in if you are making a pact boon. It's covering a completely different element of play. You don't think it would be powerful? Here's my argument against that. The middle feature here is a little bit of a ribbon feature, but it's also literally the only feature that does this in D&D at all. So that's not worth thinking about. Both of these are features. Actually, it's only this one. This is a feature that you find in other things on occasion. But again, very, very limited in use. And limited in use to the point where something like the Monster Slayer Ranger, this is essentially their main class feature. Like the most powerful part of the Monster Slayer Ranger is that they get a version of this. This is just one of 3 options here. Also, keep in mind, this is not telling you... This is not you saying, what is its strength saving throw? This is telling you all of the monster's saving throw proficiencies. Every single one. So if I cast this... So we talk a lot about how to make a well-designed high CR monster. Like if you want to make a CR 20 monster, how do you make that and make it actually good and fun? And one of the main things you have to do is you have to sort of plan weaknesses. You don't need to be super obvious with where those weaknesses are, but you need to plan them. So and a common weakness is, a monster has saving throws in everything but dexterity, or saving throws in everything but charisma. And normally, as a player in a game, you can sometimes figure that out, but a lot of the time you got to sort of figure it out like just through playing. This immediately tells you it. So this feature is essentially, through a combination of this and this, it is essentially, you can always find the monster's weakness. Always. And to me, that's pretty strong. It's not going to do anything immediately, but it does immediately make the rest of the fight much easier, or at least much more manageable. The way it's worded, you only learn one. You learn if it has any saving throw proficiencies. Any. You only learn one of the damages because it says one here. What if we add a fourth thing and rolling a d4, it's random, which you find out? I think that would make it much weaker. I wouldn't do that. I also think that would probably pull away from the goal here, which is like, this is not a chaos patron. This is not a chaos pact boon. This is a very thoughtful pact boon. Like, this is a pact boon you pick if you want to be a strategic player. Might be good to just learn the best or worst saves. I think that's probably true. I would actually tone that one back a little bit. I think that would, I think I agree with that. You only learn if it has. You learn if it has any saving throw proficiencies, and if they do, what ability one of them is. Oh, I misread it. Okay. I still, man, I still think it's strong. I still think it's strong. I misread it, but yeah, I still think it's strong. I like it. I think it's strong, but again, I want to point, I think the main thing to talk about here, aside from just, you can disagree with it being strong, but you're wrong, but I love you, but you're definitely wrong. The main thing that I want to point out here is that I think it does a really good job of covering a different style of play. And also, this doesn't feel like it belongs to a specific warlock. That was the other big thing I wanted to point out here. One of the hardest parts about making a pact boon is making one that feels like it could apply for the Fiend Warlock just as easily as the Celestial Warlock, just as easily as the Gobblegook Warlock. And this really does. This really does. You like the option of being able to use it more than once in a fight? Maybe if per long rest. But the thing is, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that. It could definitely go that way. I think if you made it once a day, you can activate it, and for a minute you could do these each round. Maybe that would be okay. I still think these should be invocations regardless. But that's power balancing you can sort of finagle with. What's up, Valentine? A proficiency bonus per long rest would definitely work if you didn't make it on for a minute. If it was just an instant thing. Like, you do this. I use this feature, I learn one of their proficiency things. I do this, I learn one of their these things. That could definitely work. What's up, Saucer Bomb? How's it going, buddy? The invocations look too powerful. We didn't really look at the invocations. I'll skim them. Augury at will doesn't make any sense. This is not a good idea. Have you read the spell Augury? Augury is a spell that's intended to not be cast a lot. Like, it's baked into the spell that it's not supposed to be cast a lot. So casting it at will kind of doesn't work. Crown of Madness also feels a little strong to be able to cast it at will. All of the at-will spells we get as warlocks are pretty much non-damaging ones. There's a lot of intention behind that, and some spells, like this, is just going to be too much. Like, you don't want to turn damage spells into cantrips, so I would probably say that's too strong also. Otherworldly Guise without expending a spell slot once is probably fine. Choose a wizard or sorcerer spell from 3rd level or lower. This also feels like it doesn't fit the vibe at all. This would be much better on the Pact of the Tome warlock. The whole compliment that I was giving earlier about how this feels unique, that does not apply to this. This does not fit the vibe. This should also probably be different. So yeah, the invocations feel a bit off. Here's two really good examples of lovely invocations that would feel perfect. So it's perfect. See, invisibility would be good. Clairvoyance would also be good. I don't know if I would give true seeing at will, but true seeing would also be really good. What does augury do? Augury lets you see the future a little bit, but not super clearly. And the more you cast it, the higher likely chances the Dungeon Master is not going to be honest with you. And that is written into the spell. Saucer Bomb. Be a member for 10 months. You crazy. 10 months ain't bad. No, it's not. Long live you too, buddy. But yeah, pretty cool piece, man. All right, who sent us that piece? Let's make sure I give them credit. Who was that? This is what I should have taken. This is what I should have paid attention to beforehand. This was the Pact of the Eye, which was brought to us by the lovely. Can't find you. The lovely person. Where is it? Did you move it? Did I move it? One second. This is from Sponge. This is a Sponge piece. This is from Sponge. I'm done. This is from Sponge. Anyway, thank you very much, Sponge, for sharing your brew. Much appreciate. Much appreciate. Let's give Sponge a little round of applause. Where's the music? Thank you for sharing. Very nice, very nice. Link? Sure, here you go. All right, next we're going to look at some magic items. Now, we have 2 magic items we're going to be looking at today. The first magic item we are going to be looking at is called the Blade of Dreams. The Blade of Dreams. Now, I want you guys to think about, as we're reading this magic item together, I want you guys to think about the name of this magic item. And I want you to think about, does the name match the item? That's the question we're asking as we're reading this. Or rather, does it feel like the item sells its own fiction? Is another way to think about that. Sick drawing. I think they drew this themselves. Or maybe it's a Hollow Knight image, because somebody said it's from Hollow Knight, so maybe it's from Hollow Knight. I don't know. I've never played Hollow Knight. Okay, this is the Blade of Dreams. The item appears to be a small rod. While holding the rod, you can use a bonus action to cause a blade and crossguard to spring into existence, or make them disappear. The exact shape and weapon type depend on the creature using this weapon, with it changing into one of the most suited for the creature, regardless of the shape. Regardless of the shape, the weapon is always finesse. One thing that I don't know if you're doing intentionally here, but by making the weapon always finesse, it is inherently better for dexterity-based characters than it is strength-based characters. I'm not sure if you care or if that is intentional, but that is just worth thinking about. All right, let's take a look. It is a +3 weapon. It deals radiant damage instead of its normal damage, so it's very similar to like the Sunblade right now. It's basically just a +3 version of the Sunblade. And then it gets this feature once per turn. When you deal damage to this weapon, you can choose to reduce your current maximum hit points by 1d12. In exchange, you can add twice the amount you rolled to the damage roll. The maximum hit point return to the original value once you finished a long rest. You can use this once you use this feature, your body is subjected to excruciating pain, giving you disadvantage on concentration checks for the next minute. During this duration, you are immune to the charmed and unconscious condition, provided you have at least 1 hit point. If a creature dies while being attuned to this weapon, their dreams and ideals are engraved into the weapon. Henceforth, the creature can only attune themselves to this weapon if their dreams and ideals are similar to at least half of the past wielders. The attunement breaks if the condition is not fulfilled anymore. So, I'm going to ask a question here. Why is this a dream? Why is this a Blade of Dreams? If I change the name of this to the Blade of Agony, I think that name would fit better. If I change this to the Blade of Damage, or the Blade of Injury, or the Blade of almost any word related to pain or violence, I feel like that would fit better. We get a tiny bit of lore at the end. First of all, if you're going to have a thing require attunement requirements, the attunement requirements need to be up top. We need to know them immediately. But the bigger issue for me here is that literally nothing in this item feels like it should be tied to dreams at all. Matt Thorne says the charm and unconscious conditions fit the theme, but I would say barely. I would say they do a tiny bit. I would also argue that the disadvantage on concentration checks feels really out of place. Because you are essentially, this is not a, like, it feels really out of place. To me, I feel like this is an item that is doing some things, and I don't feel like they build together into something that feels like one thing. I don't know why we're having maximum hit point reduction. I'm not really sure why we're getting disadvantage on stuff, or really any of these features. Like, I don't understand the fiction of it. I think that it's a cool name for a weapon. It's a cool visual for a weapon. But to me, I think this is a really good example of it feels like the fiction does not match the mechanics. So the question becomes, what is more important here? The fiction or the mechanics? And there's not a right answer to that question. But as the designer of this item, that is the question to think about. And this is something you got to think about when you're writing your own homebrew. A lot of the time, you start your idea as one thing, and then it develops into something else. This is a perfect example. I don't know if it started as a Blade of Dreams or not, but it feels like it developed into something else. And there's a little bit of shadow of the dream stuff left in here with, like, the charmed unconscious thing. But personally, to me, I think we're too far gone. I think we're too far gone. So if I were you and I was in this position, the question that I would ask, that scared the shit out of me. Oh my goodness, gifting 5 subs. Thank you, Owerzino. That's very, very kind of you. But if I was here, the question I would ask is, what do I care more about? The fiction of the Dream Sword or this gameplay loop that I've created? And if what I cared more about was this gameplay loop, I would bite the bullet and I would be like, fuck, I really want this to be the dream weapon, but I don't know if it is. It's changed. It's something different now. And sometimes you gotta face the fact that your homebrew grows beyond your initial idea. And you let it be something new. Or you have to acknowledge that the mechanics being implemented don't really feel like they necessarily tie to the vibe enough yet. And ask yourself specifically, what can you do to make them better? Not better mechanics, but better fit the vibe, fit the goal. Somebody in the chat pointed out that legendary items do not usually come with downsides, and I think that that is a point worth making. But I also think it's okay to give legendary weapons downsides. It is far, far more common for artifacts to have downsides. You could... Well, the music just took a dramatic shift. Did anybody else feel that? You could change this to be an artifact. That might actually be the move. Because if you change this to be an artifact, you could just add stuff. to help fill out that dream vibe. You could get the spell dream. You could get a thing where when it deals damage to creatures, they get levels of exhaustion, or they lose the ability to long rest, or maybe you gain the ability to recuperate. Maybe you can roll hit die as if you are taking a rest when you hit somebody with it, because it's the Dream Blade, and it's like you can enter the REM sleep for half a second by using it. But that's the kind of stuff that you should be thinking about here. You think they mean dream as in goals and ideals? Then why are they messing with the unconscious condition? You don't mean that. If they mean dreams like dreams and goals and ideals, then I think that you need to push harder too in that regard. Like a lot harder. Because again, the fiction here, like I said, the fiction here doesn't feel like it's tied to dreams in the brain or dreams and ideals. It feels like it's tied to agony and pain. So if the goal here was more ambition, then ask yourself all those questions, except from the perspective of ambition. Does this mechanic represent ambition? I guess not being charmed does, because it's like you can't be forced to act against your will. But frightened is just as powerful for making you lose ambition as charmed. And unconscious really doesn't make sense here if you are just doing ambition, because, again, unconscious barely comes up. So if the goal is ambition, I'd probably make it charmed and frightened, not charmed and unconscious. But even then, I still really don't understand why we're getting disadvantage on concentration checks. Like, there's a lot here that really doesn't make sense, regardless of what the goal is, if the goal isn't, like, the pain blade. I think I'd add that it makes you strive for your ambitions further. You could do that in, like, flavor text, but I don't know if I'd make that a mechanic. But you could include mechanics that do that. Maybe you have resistance to escape grapples and restrain. Maybe you have more movement speed so long as you use all that movement to move towards an enemy. Maybe you can get up from prone more quickly. You know, there's a lot of different ways you could represent physically on the battlefield you not being held back. And I think that that would be the direction to go in if the goal here is dreams like ambitions. But again, right now, I think that it feels a little too much like the pain train and not enough like the ambition or the dream train. It's an interesting idea, but there's definitely some stuff to think about from the perspective of like where are the mechanics versus where are the goals. Well, that's what I said, S. Obelisk. There's not a right or wrong answer here. You don't need to make this that different if you want to use it. I think you just need to change the vision of it to make it fit better. And this flavor really feels like it doesn't make sense on top of this mechanic. All right, that was the Blade of Dreams, brought to us by Ytterbium. I think it's a cool idea for an item so far. I think it's mostly going to be about figuring out what direction you want to go in. And that's everybody in Homebrew, man. It's all about figuring out what direction you want to go in and making sure you are accomplishing that goal. In fact, you might notice that's the theme throughout the entirety of tonight a little bit. Anyway, let's give Ytterbium a round of applause. Thank you very much for sharing. Clapping equestrianly. Ooh, like a horsey? Are you a horsey man now? All right, we're going to look at another weapon now. Another homebrew magic item. Oh, yeah, I'm just saying you can keep both the name and the mechanics, just separating them into two different items. Yeah, S. Obelisk. I agree 100%. I don't think you need to do that, but I think that would be an option. Why is the piano still playing? Do you not like the piano music? Is that hurting is it making you upset? Trev Dog, what's up? Welcome. Welcome to the other side. The side that I'm allowed to show the chat on the video. All right, next one we're going to look at is the Grave Maker. This is another magic item that is a magic item that grows over time. Now, people love magic items that grow over time. They can't get enough of them. They are popular. Now, the thing that I think that you need to do when you're making a magic item that grows over time is you kind of want to do two things at the same time. Here it is here. You want the magic item to feel like it could be a main object, a main item for somebody that's using it. That's a pretty important thing to think about when you're doing an expanding item. Unless you have players that are collecting way too many magic items, because a magic item that grows over time inevitably is going to do a lot of things. And you don't want your players to be so overloaded with mechanics that they forget to use their features. So whenever somebody starts throwing in a magic item... Oh, music's doing a weird turn again. Let's see what this does. Whenever you take it, whenever you do a magic item that's going to do a lot of things, there's a chance that this might be like their main thing. So you really want it to work as the main item they're going to be rocking. What's up, Rock? How's it going, buddy? So one of the things that this item does, I'm just going to point out right now, is it's a +1 item, then a +2 item, then a +3 item. You don't need your growing magic items to do that. But man, oh man, does it help. Because that almost on its own is enough to validate somebody feeling good using that weapon throughout a campaign. So you don't need to do that, especially if it's not a weapon. You don't need to do that, especially. But like, it's a good thing to think about. Let's take a look at what this thing is. This is the Grave Maker. The great axe. This great axe has a handle carved from rough gray stone. The axe is unusually heavy, and it smells freshly turned soil. Every time the axe's blade is used to kill a creature, the name of the victim engraves itself into the stone of the handle. So not a crazy amount of flavor text, just enough to know it's basically like a gravestone-themed magic item, basically. One other thing to point out very quickly here is that if you want to be doing these expanding items, and you are going to be giving them these +1 bonuses to +2 bonuses to +3 bonuses, and you're giving them other features, you sort of have to decide to make those other features not as exciting, or allow this to be an artifact. Most magic items that grow over time, that are +1, +2, and +3, they are artifacts. All of the weapons, for example, that are officially published that do that are artifacts. They are not legendary items. All of the legendary items that grow over time, none of them are actually weapons. Actually, that's not true. Maybe one or two of them are, but the cool ones are all artifacts. So that's just a thing to think about. Janice said this item should be a shovel. God damn it, I think you're right. Yeah, that's just good feedback. Yeah, it should be a shovel. Yeah, for sure. For sure it should. Okay, let's take a look at what this thing does. So it's a +1 weapon. The DC for its features is a 13. This little thing here where you're saying that it has a saving throw, normally what you would do here, you don't have to do this, but normally what you do here is you wouldn't mention the DC here. You would mention the DC as it associates to the feature. And then once the DC has been introduced, then you have the DC raise as a feature later on. That's more of like a formatting thing. But let's take a look at what this thing does. So it becomes a +1 weapon. And then at first level, as a bonus action, you can force a creature within 30 feet of you to make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, they are pulled up to 30 feet towards you, and you can make a single attack against them with the Gravemaker. Once you use this feature twice, you can't use it again until the next day at dusk. So twice a day, you can pull a creature towards you and whack them with the Gravemaker. Pretty good. Fun feature. It's going to feel really nice, especially on like a barbarian or somebody that's mostly melee focused. I'll tell you, in a campaign that I'm playing, I play a barbarian, and I have an axe that allows me to pull people towards them, and it is the most useful item to have in the game. I think it's solid. I think making it twice a day makes sense. I also think that there is an element here that fits the vibe. I don't know what it is exactly, but the pulling a creature in to me feels, see, shades of the Mothman. I completely disagree. I don't know why, but I think the pulling creature towards you completely feels like the Gravemaker flavor, because it's like, if it's a creature on the ground, it doesn't matter where they are. I'm like pulling you in. I'm like, we're gonna bury you, is the vibe. Like, if the idea of this is like, I am going to bury you into the ground, this is I'm pulling you towards you. Like, I am getting ready to, like, you are about to go into the dirt, is the vibe here. So I feel like it fits. I feel like it fits for me. I think that if you were concerned about it not fitting, you could change the language so this could only affect creatures that are on the ground. And it might feel more like they are being dragged through the earth in the way that like a graveyard or a gravedigger might drag someone. But I think it's fine. Let's look at the higher levels. That's all we get at the first level, by the way. And I think that's pretty good. I think that if we wanted to, we could maybe put in a tiny ribbon feature. But but by not giving it too much at this level, it essentially creates the opportunity. It essentially creates the opportunity for you to give this magic item to players at pretty low level, which is nice. Because if it does too much too early, you almost have to wait to give it to them too much, and that can make it so it's less of a, this is my item the whole campaign vibe. Let's take a look at the Awakened feature. Numbers go up. The +1 becomes a +2, and the saving throw bonus... Look at this. I just pay attention to the details here. This becomes a +1 and +2. The saving throw DC goes from 13 to 15. So this is something that is also worth paying attention to whenever you are making any magic items that grow. Any number bonus to attack rolls or AC, if they go up by 1. Any bonus to saving throw, not your spell saving throws, but the saving throws of the items, they go up by 2 when you level up. Just good to just use that as a rule of thumb. Let's see what else we get here. Then it gets Cold Steel. After you damage a creature with Gravemaker, they can't regain hit points until the end of their next turn. This is another feature that I think really feels like it fits the vibe. It's like, I am committing you to the ground. There is nothing, the healing is done. We're burying you in the earth. So I feel like it both fits the vibe mechanically, but also flavor-wise. Like, it almost feels like this leads into this. Not mechanically, but from a flavor perspective. And I think that's a very nice way to build out a magic item when the mechanics you're getting that grow over time, they might not immediately link up. They might link up, but they might not immediately link up. But from a flavor perspective, they do immediately link up. That usually means you're in a very good spot. And then we get this thing called Rot's Master. When you take necrotic damage, you can use your reaction to gain resistance to necrotic damage for that instance. The next time you deal damage with Gravemaker, within the next minute, you deal an extra 1d10 necrotic damage. So what is going on here? Well, we're dealing with necrotic damage, which is very undead-ish, and we're getting to do a little bit of extra damage. I would make an argument that there is almost no value in this feature, either from a flavor perspective or a mechanical perspective. I think it fits the vibe only from the perspective of the undead are associated with necrotic damage, and that in theory you want to do more damage. Those are the only two things that it does. I don't think that is good enough for this to be the cool new feature we're getting here. And I think that if I were you, I would go in one of two ways. I would just give them some sort of limited use mini evil smite, mini necrotic damage smite, or I would come up with a completely different feature that has nothing to do with damage mitigation or dealing damage. Because we are already dealing a bit more damage. I don't know if we need that to stack more. If you want it to stack more, lean in harder, but drop this part entirely. I just don't think it makes any sense. But I also think that you don't necessarily need to be dealing more damage here. Tridosia, what's up, buddy? Cold Steel feels less niche than Rot Master. I feel like I'm going to be attacking monsters where making them not be able to heal is more valuable a lot more of the time than I'm going to be fighting monsters that are doing necrotic damage. Shades of the Mothman says that it's like absorb elements, and it definitely is. And I think if that's the goal here, I think you push harder in that direction. And I think you make it whenever you take necrotic damage or psychic damage or radiant damage, you can use this feature. And it's essentially like absorb elements versus ghosts and otherworldly things. But also, I say again, does that fit the vibe? Does that actually fit the vibe? I don't know. I would argue that everything about this so far feels like it is there to sell the fiction of you fight living things and make them dead. That's what I would argue. Viper Stars, thank you very much for the raid. Ooh, you got a little twerky Cthulhu. You're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome. You're welcome. I would argue that everything about this so far is about fighting something to make dead, both from a flavor perspective and a mechanics perspective. So I push back against giving us a feature against fighting the undead. That's what I would say. I think if you want to give us a feature that gives us that, make it more like absorb elements, make it work for necrotic, radiant, and psychic, and just do this for all three of them. But the other option would be to lean more into the living. Do you know what you could... I mean, I'll tell you a couple other... just off the top of my head. What if you got the ability to, like... So Black Razor is a legendary item that gives you the ability to, like, sense living creatures or sense blood or something like that. You could do something like that. Where, like, you gain the ability to track... Or, like, almost like a Revenant vibe. Where it's like you can... maybe, like, almost like a Hunter's Mark, maybe? Where it's like you can track a living creature. Or you can, like, condemn a living creature to death, and for the next hour, you can always know where they are, and they take more damage or something, or they have disadvantage on death saving throws. Or, I don't know. There's a lot of different things you can do there. But that's... I would think about it from that perspective. Again, what's the goal? Speak back to what... Like, sort of back to what we said with the Blade of Dreams. You can... Like, Rotmaster could totally work here. Totally work here. If you expand it a bit. And I don't think anyone would second guess it either. I think you are at a crossroads here where the question is, does this for you do what it does to sell the fiction? Or do you think that it could sell the fiction better by being something that focuses more towards the ending of life? And I don't know. See you, Viper. Have a good one, buddy. You got D&D in an hour? Hell yeah. Let's take a look at the Ascendant form. Numbers go up again. All of this is fine. Then we get a feature called Tombstone. When you hit a creature that's standing on the ground with a melee attack, you can force them to make a strength saving throw. On a failure, is the first feature a strength save too? I also might not make both of these strength saving throws. When you have two different features on a monster, like, if you make one of these strength and one of these dex, like this one could be dex probably. But when you make one of these a different feat, it just makes it better. It just gives the player options, which is nice. Like, if I'm fighting a monster that has super strong strength, it's nice to be able to be like, oh, maybe I could use this dex-based ability on them. Okay, strength saving throw. On a failure, the creature is pushed 6 feet underground. I appreciate the joke here, but you can't make it 6 feet, and you know that. Why can't you make it 6 feet? Nothing is measured nothing is measured in single feet in D&D. This means nothing. So this is just 10 feet. Mechanically, this is 10 feet or it's 5 feet, and this just makes people be like, I don't know what to put. Vax. Well, that's a cool name. Vaxcamati4. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. And buried underneath a dark grave soil topped with a heavy slab stone. You can't use this feature against a creature standing on a material that is as strong as solid stone or stronger. There probably is another way to word this. I might look to spells like Mold Earth or things that allow you to, like, mess with certain types of terrain, or Pass Wall, maybe. But that's probably fine language. A buried creature can use its action to attempt to dig themselves free. Making an athletics check. On a success, they emerge and appear in the space unoccupied, blah, blah, blah. And you can use this feature once per day. So once per day, you can essentially bury a creature in the ground where they are essentially out of combat, and they can make a athletics check to get out. I think it's a pretty cool, fun capstone feature. Fluffcopter, you should never assume they are not breathing. The only time that a feature makes a creature not be able to breathe is if it says they cannot breathe. Every single mechanic in D&D that has to do with enrapturing or entombing or restraining a creature, it only prevents breathing if it says specifically they cannot breathe. So if you are like, well, they were underground, so they couldn't be able to breathe. No, that's you implying mechanics that are not there. So you get this feature once a day. This feature you get, I guess, infinite. So here's another. So let's talk about something else. Let's talk about something else. Personally, I think this could probably go here. Probably. Also, there's another thing that you are not growing. There's another way that this item is not growing, and I think maybe it should. And I'm curious if anyone spots it. Somebody said it in the chat. Oh, no, they didn't. But also, how are they breathing down there? Because it's not airtight. You don't suffocate if you're in a coffin for 10 minutes. If you're buried in the ground underneath a big slab of stone. Like, S-Obelisk, here's the thing. That's an argument that's being willfully ignorant. And I don't know if you acknowledge that or not. But if, for example, one of my players made that argument, I would say, look at the item. Does it say you aren't breathing? And say it doesn't say anything about it. Like, okay, cool. Then you're breathing. That's how D&D mechanics work. That's how we all know D&D mechanics work. If you decide to go against those assumptions of how D&D mechanics work, where you are allowed to use flavor text to imply mechanics, then it's not even worth talking about how to balance your homebrew, because you are essentially deciding, I am not writing homebrew. I am just letting people do whatever they want based on my descriptions, which is fine. But that's not homebrew. That's just sharing ideas. If you're trying to write D&D homebrew, you are deciding to write in a way that acknowledges that there are ways mechanics are expressed within the game, and you are either engaging with them or you're not. And if you're not engaging with them, rules don't matter. There is a mechanic that should be in here, and there's a way that this thing should grow. So, what definitely should be happening if the creature is buried under a giant stone slab? You could argue that not breathing is a thing, but what's definitely happening? What happens when a creature is swallowed? I disagree. I don't think we need to do blinded or restrained. Blinded, maybe. What happens when a creature is swallowed? What do they get? They get blinded? I don't remember if they get restrained or not, but both of those could definitely be there. But there's another really big deal. Really big deal. Really big deal. Total cover. Yeah. So the creature that's under here, I actually agree with Fluffcopter. I apologize for pushing back initially. I think that this probably needs to be blinded, restrained, and have total cover while they are within this area. Does restrained give you disadvantage on strength checks? I don't think it does. I think it's just dex stuff, so that's fine. And those are my thoughts. I think that it's some interesting things. Oh, the other thing that I think should grow is I like that we can do summoning blade twice per day here, but I feel like we should be able to do more by up here. Like, I feel like this could go from a twice a day thing to a 4 times a day thing. Like, that would be totally reasonable. But yeah, those are my main thoughts, man. I think that there's some really good stuff in here. I think it actually does almost everything does a really good job of building towards that fiction of you, like, summoning, of you, like, doing graveyard shenanigans. I think Rotmaster is the only one that really stands out to me as feeling like it doesn't totally fit. And I think that if you're going to give us a pretty cool feature here and make it limited, and then you're not giving us that many other activated features, this should become more useful. Or more usable, rather. Those are my thoughts, though. I think overall, the main reason why I wanted to point this out, though, guys, was, to me, this is a really good example of an expanding magic item that is trying to basically do one thing. It's not trying to do too many things. It's trying to do one thing. It's making you better at fighting and making you a graveyard monster man. Graveyard fighting man. We're not getting weird abilities to talk to the dead. We're not getting a lot of extra otherworldly shit. We are just hitting harder and getting cool combat stuff. You don't need your magic items to do every single thing for them to be very efficient magic items. Like, this item is good forever. And it will be fun forever. It's not doing everything. It's basically doing 4 things. And honestly, some of those things could be tweaked and mushed around a little bit. But still, I think that overall, I think this is a really good example of a straightforward, expanding item that is going to feel satisfying for a player, especially a player that has a very gothic, graveyardy vibe, without overcomplicating their character, without making any of their normal class features feel redundant, and without breaking the game. All right, let us give a round of applause. I think this one was, maybe was Baba? Was this you, Baba? Round of applause for... I think it was Baba. I'm just going to assume it was. If it wasn't, I apologize. For Baba! Ganoush. Thank you for sharing. Been playing Vampire Rising recently. Wanted to try and create Homebrew monster based off of the corpse pile. A huge burrowing skeleton spawn. Mouth with an oversized grappling arm. Any suggestions? I don't know how big it is. But, like, the purple worm is not a bad place to start if you're looking for, like, a giant burrowing monster. Purple worms are really intense. They're challenge rating 15. So you might not want to do that exactly. But they're a pretty fun monster to check out for that kind of vibe. I didn't play the game, but here's what I would say. If it's a pile of corpses that's doing corpsey things, realistically, what I would probably do is give it some sort of stink or like viscera aura, like creatures that were too close to it would be like freaked out or sickened. I probably would give it like a mouth like made of skeleton hands. And then I would probably let it like drain creatures' lives, and maybe when it swallowed creatures, they would like become a part of it, and if they died inside of it, it would like get stronger. Maybe something like that. What's up, Tuna Melt? We're reviewing Homebrew. I mean, I use purple worms all the time. Purple worm is a monster that showed up in most of my campaigns. I love purple worms. You can have a purple worm show up and not have it be a fight to the death. That's how you do it. You have the players fight it for a round. Or you have them fight it by distracting it or running from it or, you know, having some sort of barrier between them and it. Like it's destroying a town and they're trying to save people. Trev Dog, the way that these Homebrew reviews work is I select Homebrew from the peer review section of my Discord. So if you are a part of my Discord, you can join, you can post Homebrew to the peer review section where people will give you feedback. And if you want me to potentially pick one of your pieces to look at on stream, you use the tag CinderReviews. If you want more specific like that, if you want me to spin your name on a big wheel, you can do the member streams, which are on Thursdays. My buddy was riddled with purple worms for a while. Dang. It's a good place to start. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome, man. I love big. Listen, giant. One of my favorite things in one of my favorite types of monsters, not in D&D in general, is like giant monster made of little things. So just think about it like that. Like, what would a giant serpent or a worm made of skeletons be like? Like, how would it move differently? How would it fight differently? Maybe whenever a creature attacked it, it could try to grapple them because wherever they attack, it has hands sticking out, so it could, like, grab onto their blades. Maybe it could, like, even, like, change its form. Like, maybe it could burrow, but then it could, like, become smaller and grow wings and fly by, like, re-amalgamizing its shape. I don't know. That's getting weird. That's going in a very hectic direction, but that's where I'm thinking about them. Like, what if they're like little Lego men? We're gonna turn into this now. That's a little less scary. Does subbing on Twitch? Yep. It does. Just make sure your Twitch account or your YouTube account or your Patreon account or whatever you sub to me on is connected to the Discord, is linked to your Discord account. And then you will be groovy. That's some Bloodborne boss stuff? Yeah. Yeah, no problem, dude. Yeah, the reason why I'm not just doing a form directly for Homebrew anymore is because I would rather the Homebrew that I look at be from people that are wanting to participate in a Homebrew community and wanting to grow holistically as writers, as opposed to somebody that just wants me to look at a monster they made one time. And I also think that will lead to more interesting reviews in general and better show in general. That's the nutshell version of it. I gave a longer explanation in my Discord when I made this announcement, and at this point, I think enough people I've just spoken to about this that the headspace around this shift can kind of be communicated through the community, hopefully. I'm sure I'll have to mention it a couple more times. No, you don't want a Bloodborne vibe for every campaign. That's true. That's true. I have a really weird situation right now where I have 2 players that absolutely love the real body horror, Viscera, Bloodborne, Dark Souls vibe. I have 1 player who really does not like that, but really does like anime hyper-violent action movie vibe. They just don't like the horror element. And then I have 1 player who just wants to talk to all the animals and is basically only in it for the roleplay. It's a weird combination, but they're like really good friends. We play together really well, but it's weird to figure out what monsters, and I like it. It's a fun group, but finding the right way to run a game for them that hits all of their needs is an interesting challenge. It's an interesting challenge. So that was the Gravemaker. All right, now we are going to shift gears a little bit, friends. You will need to start separating your Homebrew into different documents if you participate in this format. You will. You will. Well, not for the member reviews, Tradosio. The member reviews are staying the same. So we just looked at some magic items. We're going to shift gears a little bit now. Now we're going to look at some spells. We have 2 spells we're going to look at today. We have a sort of out-of-combat... They're both actually sort of out-of-combat spells in ways that I think are interesting and worth talking about. This one is brought to us by our dear Dice Admiral, who is well known for finding the perfect emoji for any spell, which is kind of crazy. Here it is in the chat if you want to take a look at it. Much contemplating must happen. I've given you much to think of. Joshua, I am a happy man. If I have given you much to think about in a way that feels good, great. McNally's instant cartography. Actual casting time may vary. Okay, funny man. I do not believe this is one of the useless spells. I think it's actually just a spell. I think it's a useful spell. No. So shit, no. This is just I think this is just a spell. At least when I looked at it initially, because I've also read I'm reading all the pieces before we talk about them online, because I'm trying to, we're just making it a little bit more applicable to the world of all of us. This is this spell should already exist spell. Yeah, that's what I read it as. So this is a 4th level divination spell. Casting time 10 minutes. Is it a ritual? I don't believe so. Let's see what it does. Oh, you also need to have a parchment or a piece of paper and 25 gold, which it consumes. So this is one of those spells that cost money. You touch the parchment component and funnel a graphical data and funnel oh my god, my sentence, that was me. Let me feel that. You touch the parchment component and funnel geographical data from the weave onto it. I don't like this phrase, you touch the parchment component. I think you just list what it is. You touch a parchment or sheet of paper, and then you could just parentheses, right, as listed in the components, or you could just not. But don't mention it that way. That feels weird. The parchment is marked with an accurate map of the area surrounding you out to a range of 50 miles. The map shows geographical features such as forests, rivers, mountains, and cities. It does not show features smaller than 500 feet across or temporary structures such as a war camp. So far, I think it's pretty good. I think what we're about to dive into is where we're going to talk about some stuff, which is these extra details. When you cast this spell, choose one of the following options. Demographic. Cities and towns are named and their population noted on the map. Topographical. Elevation changes are marked on the map. Tactical. Positions of organized military forces of 100 members or larger are marked on the map. Local. The most common name for prominent features is marked on the map. Travel. All major and minor roads and trails, as well as commonly used campsites, are marked on the map. Genuine question. What is the point of this? Okay. Not genuine question. We're just going to break through them. I think being names and populations is fine and interesting. I think topography, I'm going to be honest, is completely redundant. If we can see the geographical features and shapes, we're basically guessing the topography. I think this is redundant. I think this is a nothing burger. This one will never be useful. I know there's a mountain, or I don't know there's a mountain. I think that I would remove this. Doesn't make any sense. It makes sense if this was the real world. I don't think it makes sense from a D&D perspective if we are getting this much information. I think it's creating a situation where now it is unclear how we are giving this information. I don't like that. I feel like this tactical thing also kind of completely overshadows the war camp thing. Like, this just makes it where we do know about temporary structures and that sort of thing. So, again, I feel like I'm not sure why we're getting this if this is supposed to be a thing it doesn't do. That confuses me, and I feel like there's some redundancy here. Or not redundancy, but, like, conflicting with itself here. Common name for prominent features. What does that mean? No idea what that means. Do you mean, like, you know that the forest is called, like, the Forest of Quills? I don't know. It's confusing. And then major, minor roads and trails. Like, I guess here's my problem. I guess my problem is that after reading these, it feels like this spell doesn't actually do what it says it does. It feels like you cast the spell, and it's implied that you don't get a map. You get, like, half of a map. And then you can pick one other part of the map to be filled out. Like, I feel like roads should logically be on a map. I feel like names could logically be on a map. I feel like some of these things feel like it's confusing that they're not there. And some of these things feel like they don't do anything. And some of these things feel like they mess with the things that are already here. Does that make sense? Like, when you're trying to figure out how to make a spell, like, if you want this spell to make a map, I think you have to ask yourself, like, tangibly, what is this going to be like to use? Who's going to use it and when? And how much are these features logically interacting and not? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Shades. A lot of this just feels like information that just should be on a map. Which makes it... Which I think what turns into me is me second-guessing this explanation. I would also argue Dylan... So Dylan says that this feels underpowered for a 4th level spell. I disagree. I think it entirely depends on the way you interpret these features and the way these change. Because I think that this could be a really powerful map. I think the problem is that it's a little unclear how all of these mush together right now. And I don't know, I just genuinely don't know what this means. Knowing all major and minor roads and trails, I mean, that could tell you a lot of stuff. That could tell you that where all the secret hideouts are. Like, there's an insane amount of information you could get there. Knowing the tactical position is an insane amount of information. So, I think that this spell, part of it feels, I agree. I think the concept is cool. I like the idea. What's up, Patrick? Welcome. I love the idea of a spell that makes a map. I think it's cool. I think it's simple. I think it's fun as a concept. But I want to push back hard on the way you've broken down these features, because I think that they really make unclear the basic of the spell. And a lot of these feel pretty unclear in their explanation. I think this should also be able to ping a dragon's horde. I think that would be too strong. I wouldn't do that. So am I the only one who wants the map to look like the Marauders map from Harry Potter? I mean, it kind of feels like it would, right? Like, if it knows the positions of military forces, that would move, surely. Like, is it telling you where those forces are wherever they are? Or is it where they are when you cast the spell? I don't know. There's a lot unclear here. I think that's the main takeaway for Dice Admiral, is that if you want this spell to work as a map, I think you have to have an honest conversation with yourself about what would be satisfying as a basic version of that map, and how much of these basic things should be included in that. And if you are going to include special things in that, what are the implications of those special things based on what the map already does? And how are they supposed to work if they are like, if this map lasts forever? I think that if it's, you know, their forces and it's moving around, that might be way too strong. I also think part of the issue here is the size. Is that it's 50 miles. That's huge. That's a really big area to be able to, for 25 gold, make a shockingly specific map of. So I want to push back against the size of it. I want to push back against the order of operations here. And the only other thing that I would say that I think is really worth thinking about for anybody, if you're ever going to make an item like this, a magic spell like this, you want to build in safety blocks for the Dungeon Master so that this doesn't get spammed, and that the Dungeon Master doesn't have to write a super detailed map every time you cast this spell. Because technically, if I cast this spell 10 miles to the left, I would have a totally different map. You know? And if I cast this spell multiple times in the same day, I could just know all of these things and have a map that does all of these things. So, how do you balance that? There's a spell in D&D called Legend Lore that I want us to look at for a second. This is a 5th level spell. It allows you to name a person, place, or object, and you learn lore about that object. It's very open-ended in a way that's, like, annoying for a Dungeon Master to deal with. But there are some safety blocks built in here. Let's look at what they are. The lore might consist of current tales, forgotten stories, or even secret lore that's never been widely known. So what does that mean? That means the Dungeon Master can make the lore literally whatever they want in that moment. It is total expression of improv moment if they need it. If the thing you name of isn't of legendary importance, you gain no information. That's also a really important part. That means you can't spam this spell, and you basically can only cast this spell on things that matter. So the Dungeon Master doesn't have to come up with a big story for every single thing. They can just be like, that's not a thing of note. Let's keep going. Let's move a little bit further. Here's a whole paragraph about how the information should be accurate, but it can be fucking weird how you say it. You're not just going to tell them the secret plot point. You're going to give them a clue to the secret plot point in some descriptive language. This is a lot of space for the Dungeon Master to not give you an answer, but to still give you something satisfying out of the spell. And we don't see any of those sort of safety nets here. So I think that if I were you, that's going to be an important thing here, is that if you want to be able to cast something like this regularly, there needs to be safety nets. Now, Legend lore uses safety nets of being able to improvise on the fly and vagueness and being able to just say no. I don't know how much you can use those support beams here because of the nature of a map. And it's a map by nature is about specificity. So you have to be very, I don't know what the solution is going to be here, but because built-in vagary is important for legend lore, but that works for legend lore because it's about legends and lore. With the map, it might be a little bit trickier, but that I think is what you need to think about almost more than, obviously, you want to, all the stuff about figuring out which of these should be in the core features, which ones should be special, and how to tweak them is important. But I think more important is what you need to do is you need to think about this. I'm a dungeon master who doesn't like making maps. My player takes this spell. What do I do? You have to be able to answer that question. Because a dungeon master that doesn't like coming up with lore can still totally interact with the spell legend lore. Perfectly fine. So, that's what I think you got to think about here. One of the reasons why I wanted to point this spell out specifically was because I think what it's doing is really cool. I think the idea makes a lot of sense. Dice Admiral said a while ago that he is trying to build spells where it feels like, why doesn't this exist in the game? And I think that you have accomplished that in the concept, but you are bumping into perhaps part of the answer to why that doesn't exist in the game, which is there's a lot of work to making a map, and there is a lot of story elements and game elements that are kind of baked into either players not having a map or not having location information and needing to find it, or deciphering a map. Like, there's a lot of map and exploration is kind of baked into an aspect of the gameplay where you have to face that when you're building a spell like this. You got to come up with figuring out how to do that. So that's where I think you got it. That's the problem to solve moving forward. I don't know exactly what the answer is, but it's like, this is a really good example of this spell would be perfect in a video game. If a machine would do all the work, this would be super chill. Cool idea though. You definitely still have a little bit of hard part left in you, but that's okay. I like it. Keep working on it. That was Dice Admiral's, what is it called? McNally's Instant Map. Let's give Dice a little round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Oh, guys, by the way, if at the end of stream you have feelings about this structure, if you liked it, if you didn't like it, please feel free to leave feedback in the Discord, in the suggestion box channel. But also, if you're just going to complain and say, I don't like it, do the wheel again, that is not constructive feedback, and I will just ignore it. All right, let's take a look at another spell now. This is called Soul Link. The spell is called Soul Link, a little bit of a shorter spell. We have Soul Link. This spell is brought to us by Gord the Frog. Headphones dying. Uh-oh. Good luck out there, buddy. Oh, dude, I'll be your lullaby. I have pretty chill music playing in the background. You guys probably can't even hear it. It's very quiet. We're doing chill music tonight because that's what I want to do. And if you don't like it, I apologize. You can go suck an egg. Excuse me. I enjoy the name of the spell a lot, to be honest. Sounds like scroll of it would be on sale for some tourist shops. Yeah, for sure. Oh, for sure. That spell, the map spell, yeah, 100%. 100%. Oh, you're hell diving? Nice. I haven't played Helldivers in a while. I've been very Elden Ring-y focused. Guys, I also played some Elden Ring offline, and I got to a part that I was like, oh, I should play this online. So I stopped myself. But I'll say this. Do you remember? So we're in a part of the map right now where I had to find a bunch of like fire totems, and I didn't know what they would activate. Well, I found all the fire totems, and I figured out what they activated. And when we return to Elden Ring tomorrow, I am going to fight, I think, a giant deer. That's what I think. I haven't actually touched it yet. But there's this place where there's a giant deer, and it's like on the ground. And it looks like I can, like, it's glowing. And I didn't even approach it because I didn't want to trigger the fight scene. But, so I basically, like, saw it at a distance, and I was like, if I walk too close to this thing, it's going to stand up and come to life, and it's going to fight me. So I'm going to wait and do that on stream. So we'll do that tomorrow. That'll be tomorrow. That's how we're starting stream tomorrow. All right, let's look at Soul Link. I'm excited. I like it. Oh, it's got good music. Okay. So far, all the bosses have had kind of the same music. All right. Well, I'm curious. Okay, let's take a look at Soul Link. Soul Link. Focus. Soul Link is a level 1 divination spell. It is also a ritual, which means we can cast it essentially infinitely, so long as we have 10 minutes. It has a range of self, duration 1 hour. Choose up to 4 willing creatures to take part in a ritual to cast this spell. The ritual subjects souls. What a horrible phrasing that is there. First of all, Gord, I appreciate you, but we're gonna rewrite this sentence. The target's souls. Here's what you're gonna say. Here's how we're gonna write this again from scratch. Choose up to 4 willing creatures within very short range, 10 feet of you. They must remain within that range of you for the duration of the casting of the spell. Period. At the end of the spell, the 5 of your souls are linked. Period. Something like that. For the duration of the spell, you are aware of the approximate direction and distance each subject is from you. Additionally, you are aware of any status effects affecting the subject of this spell. So, a couple pretty important things here. I don't think this should be a ritual spell. You can make the spell require 10 minutes. I don't think we should be able to cast this spell infinitely. I disagree with that. I would just cut that out entirely. The other thing is status effects is not really a term in D&D. It is a term in gaming, but in D&D you would use the term conditions. And conditions are like frightened, charmed, blinded, unconscious conditions. So change that. This is one of those habits that you just gotta form, where when you're trying to write for D&D, if you don't use the right mechanical language here, some people are definitely going to figure out what you're trying to say. They're going to be able to be like, oh, I know what he means. But not everybody is. And you want people to be able to look something up. And if you look up status effects, there's nothing to look up. If you look up conditions, suddenly people know exactly what that is. And then separate from that, and this is not super important, but it is depending on what your goals are as a larger creator, it makes it look like you don't know what you're doing as a writer. And I don't mean that it makes the whole person be like, this person doesn't know what they're doing. But when I see somebody use mechanical language that I know is not a part of the game, it speaks to me that they didn't take the time to write the thing properly. And you don't want to give that impression with your writing. Bilbo says this feels like it should be 8 hours. I actually agree. So there's another big change that I would make here. It does not consume, so you just need this 100 gold once. You don't need it every time. Yeah, so the way that components work in D&D is if the components have no gold cost, you don't need them. You just need an arcane focus or a whatever. If the components have gold cost, you need that component one time. If the components have gold cost and it says that it is consumed, then you need that component every time you cast it. I agree. I think the 100 gold cost is a little pricey here, especially for a first level spell. I'd probably make it like 15 or 20 gold, maybe 10 even. I don't even think it needs to be that much. A 10 gold compass would be a really nice compass. Oh, we're in Christmas music now. How do we get there? All right, let's get out of Christmas music. The other thing that I think is important here is I agree. I would make the duration 8 hours. I think 8 hours is much more logical for what this spell does. The other thing is I disagree with the amount of creatures. Kind of a lot. If I were you, I would make it work on one creature, and I would allow you to upcast it, and for each upcasting, you could target an additional creature. Because I think it's pretty powerful situationally. So if I were you, I would make this, you target one creature. And it has to be a willing creature also. And then, if you cast this spell at higher levels, for each casting at a higher level, you can target an additional creature. That's what I would do there. I think it's a fun spell, though. It's one of the things that it's doing that part of why I wanted to talk about it was sort of like the map spell. It makes sense. Like, it feels like a spell that should exist, that could exist, you know? Friend tracking kind of makes sense to me. I also think it's a spell that would be a really good spell as a Dungeon Master tool. Either as, like, I could give a player a magic item that would let them cast this spell, or have an NPC cast this spell with the players, and then, you know, the players notice something with the NPC later. Like, there's a lot of ways you could use this type of a spell in-game that I think would be pretty cool. I just think it's a matter of toning the power balance a little bit by making it both last longer, so it'll actually do what it's intended to do far better, which I think is going to be good, but also make it target one creature and then grow over time by picking more. It doesn't say how far the creatures need to be. We talked about that. I basically think you need to completely rewrite the entirety of the opening. And part of that needs to be, you need to say how far away the creature is when you cast the spell. And that's most of my feedback, man. I think it's a pretty good start for a spell. And I think the idea inside of it is solid. Is really solid. Fluff says, either make it an action or drop the ritual. Difference between 10 minutes and 20 minutes is nothing in D&D. Yeah, I agree. I think you just drop the ritual. I would just drop the ritual tag entirely. I don't think it makes sense on a spell like this. Does it push too hard for the target to get the same info from the caster? I guess you could add that element. I don't think you need to, but you could. Oh, the music's doing weird stuff. Smucker is asking, where do we submit these again? So, Smucker, I have changed the way that I'm doing my homebrew review streams. The way that these are going to work moving forward is I am going to be picking pieces from the peer review section of my Discord. So if you would like to review your homebrew on stream, you can submit homebrew to the peer review section on the Discord for anybody to review it. And there's a tag that you can put, which is Cinder Review. And if you do that tag, that means I might pick it for one of these reviews. But I am not picking every single piece. I am not picking the best pieces or the worst pieces. I am picking pieces that I think have something that is worth talking about and that it could be applicable for other people that are watching. So don't be upset if you don't get picked. And I would say your goal, realistically, you should change your headspace to I want feedback about my homebrew, then I want Cinder to give me feedback about my homebrew. Because it is essentially now far more likely that you will get feedback from the community than from me specifically. But I think that is better overall for both my own sanity, the quality of the show, and the quality of the community. Yeah, we can repurpose the wheel to explain that. That's a good idea. I don't want to change that at this exact moment because it'll take a couple minutes. But basically, the nutshell is that we're changing the way we do it. Fluffcopter, I'll change that command at some point soon. All right. But overall, dude, I think it's a cool idea for a spell, man. I think it's a cool idea for a spell. I could see a lot of people really liking it, really wanting it. The track your friend spell, I think, makes a lot of sense. I think it makes a lot of sense. If you do make it last 8 hours, I do think there should be a range limit on it. And I think that range limit could be very far, but I think it needs a range limit. I think the range limit could be like 50 miles, 10 miles. But I also think that the spell should end early if the creature is not on the same plane of existence as you. With the new format, how are the themed nights going to work? So themed nights and member reviews are still going to use the wheel. Whenever we're doing something that's like a special challenge, where it's less about let's give a lot of information and try to get better at writing homebrew, and it's more just like, let's look at cool, crazy shit people made, it is still going to be random madness. So we are still doing the wheel for those sorts of shows. You notice there's a lot less shouting in this stream? Yeah, well, there's less shouting for two reasons. One, I've looked at all of these pieces beforehand, so I kind of knew what I was getting into. But also, two, I don't have to give the same feedback 30 times in a row, which is genuinely the thing that frustrates me the most. Or, the other thing that frustrates me a lot is when it's very clear to me that it feels like somebody didn't really put that much effort in, or like wrote a piece of homebrew 10 years ago and kind of just wants to see me talk about it and isn't really trying to write. It's like, it makes me feel like I'm wasting my time. And now I don't feel like I'm wasting my time. Isn't different plane of existence automatically assumes it's out of range? Not necessarily. There's a lot of spells or features that are changed if you try to use them across planes of existence, but they can still work. So right now, this can track across planes, and I would say it probably shouldn't. That's much too powerful, I think. You can look at some spells like it's either scrying or sending or something where there's a chance it can work across to other planes of existence. But this should just end if they go to other planes of existence. I don't think range should scale up. I think you just make the range flat. I don't think you want your whenever you have spells that grow at different levels, you don't really want it to grow in like 2 or 3 different ways. It can get messy. Just make it grow in one way. You don't want to overcomplicate it. You really one of the main things you want to be doing with all of the homebrew that you write in D&D is not overcomplicate it. It is very easy to decide to put 10 features into something because that is everything that it needs to accomplish the feeling you want it to have. But that is not going to make good homebrew. It is much harder to figure out what very specific things you're going to put in there to make it accomplish the feeling you want it to have. That is good homebrew. In fact, when we get to looking at subclasses, which we're going to be doing a little bit later in the stream, that's going to be one of the main things we're going to talk about, which is how do you figure out what your subclass needs to tell the story it needs to tell without bloating it or being redundant or overpowering it? Because that is basically the main issue with all 3 of the pieces we're going to look at, and they all dance with that issue in slightly different ways. We'll see I'll show you when we get there. They're interesting pieces, though, too. Anyway, thank you, Gord, for sharing your piece. Let's give him a round of applause. Interesting spell. To me, I don't know why, but to me, I saw the Soul Link spell and I saw Dice's map spell, and I was like, these are sister spells. Like these spells feel like they were created by like the same person. I don't know. Not the same, not the same homebrew writer, the same like in-universe. Like if it was like Melf's Soul Link and Melf's Map Maker, they felt like the same wizard in universe might make both of these spells. I also, Soul Link is an okay name. I might change it a little bit. I might change it to make it more of like a tracking type name, or like a watchful ally type name. I don't know. There's something about Soul Link to me that feels like it should be linking us mechanically a little bit more than me just knowing about you. But that's just me. All right. That's what I think there. They are not, they might not be the same person. We'll see. Soul Watcher, Soul Observer, View Soul. Yeah, you could maybe play around with the wording there a little bit. All right, now we are going to move on, and we're going to look at two monsters. The first monster we're going to look at is a very interesting idea, and it is a monster that is all about being a non-combat encounter-focused monster. You've got a question? Sure. Ask your question, and then we'll look at something after that. What's your question? I got you, buddy. Shoot. Ask it. Quick. Ask it. Quick. Ask it. Quick. Shoot. Ask it. What's your question? 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 What is it? What do you want to know? Ask it. Ask your question. Ask your question. What's your question? Ask it. Ask it. Ask it. Ask it. Ask it. Ask it. I hate when people just say I have a question and they don't ask their question. You know, if you don't ask your question, I can't answer it. You know what I mean? Sorry, I forgive you. Can a peach preach with a speech? You know it, baby boy. You know it. Don't be sorry, Hez. You're fine. I was just being stupid. If you tell you what, ask your question and I'll answer it if I see it. Where is this thing? Here it goes. Chill. All right, sorry. Was I being too pushy? Oh, that's right. That's right. No. Fair. Blunt Heart is right. He said he had a question. He didn't say he wanted to ask it. Reasonable. I apologize for misunderstanding. Okay, so here we have a cute little eye stalk monster. I'm assuming that you drew that. I'm assuming that you made the art here. I do like it. First piece of feedback: if you make the art, credit yourself, man. Say art by me. Give credit where credit's due, even if you are the one that deserves the credit. So this is a little eye stalk monster. Eye stalks are often used by mages and generals to glean information on their enemies. They look like large eyeballs with optical nerves perpetually hanging off of them. They are used to gather information, and wizards use them as conduits, using drops of their blood to see through their eyes. So we're not going to read all this flavor text, but I do want to point something out here that I think is pretty important. Who sent me this piece? This piece was brought to us by Vac. Vac Scamati. All right, Vac. So Vac, first thing. This sentence tells us that the eye stalks are used to find information and to see stuff. This talks about how they are big old eyeballs. And this talks about how they are used as information to see stuff. And then this is talked about how they are used for information to see stuff. You essentially repeat the same piece of information 4 times in this sentence, in this paragraph. You don't need to do that. That is way too many repetitions of the same thought. So whenever you're writing flavor text, you want every single sentence to do something, and they don't need to do the same thing. The goal should be the same. I mean, the goal should be branching. If this is accomplishing the goal of they see through things, we don't need this sentence, and then we don't need this sentence again. We're going to completely not read the rest of the flavor text. If people in the chat want to, that you're more than welcome to. But main feedback, you are repetitive with your flavor text. You need to stop having flavor. You need to stop being repetitive with your flavor text. And the way you do that is you ask yourself if you already shared an idea. If I know that the wizards, mages, and generals use these to glean information on their enemies, I do not need to know they are used to gather information. We already know they gather information. Let's look at what this thing does. So it's a CR1/2. It's a cute little guy. It's got some hit points. You have done none of your math right, and you need to do your math right. What does that mean? Why does this have a -2 to its constitution when its constitution is 16? Also, if this constitution was done right, this would be a +3. And you have to do your hit points correct, too. So what would that mean? Well, if this thing has a constitution of +3, and it has 2d6 hit die, that means this is a +6. So I'm not going to deep dive how to do numbers here, but the most important thing is the way you do numbers for monsters is the same you do it for characters. So do all your hit point numbers right. Let's look at some of the features this thing has. It has a feature called Coward. Upon entering combat, the eye stalk uses its first turn to run away from its foes, using all of its movement to get as far away as possible. On this turn, the eye stalk does not trigger opportunity attacks. You have quite a few spelling mistakes throughout the piece that you are going to need to fix. Otherwise, it is going to be impossible for anybody to look past them. Beyond that, so just put these in Google Docs or something. But does this feature need to be a feature? Fluffcopter says half of this is flavor text. I agree. You are not the dungeon master for this monster. You are creating this monster for somebody else to use. Who are you to say what this monster does the first turn of combat? You know what I mean? Maybe they run away, but maybe there's a reason to do something else. If you also, upon entering combat is not a mechanical clarification. Yeah, this is a behavior. You do not need to put a behavior here. You could put it as a suggestion, but you do not need to put a behavior here. What you could say, if you want this to be a feature, is that on its first turn in combat, the eye stalk does not trigger opportunity attacks. Period. That's the only thing this feature needs to be. Yeah, Fluffcopter, exactly. So remember, when you're building a monster, you don't want to put too much of the flavor text in the mechanics. This should mostly just be mechanics. It also has a feature called Senseless. Again, man, there's so many spelling mistakes in here. The eye stalk has no senses other than vision, causing it to fail any ability check related to those senses. So, how would we write this? How would we rewrite this in a way that was grammatically nice? I would probably say something like, the eye stalk automatically fails any ability check related to senses other than sight. Period. And I think it would just be that. It's another one where it's like, I don't think you need to do this here. You can do this here. Also, you could put the senses up here. Dark vision 60 feet. Deaf. I don't know. You don't need to do that, but you could. So can it not feel? Does it not feel? Connor, I disagree with you, man. If you give a monster a feature called Coward, and the feature very specifically gives you a boost to things that have to do with running away, I think it's pretty easy to put 2 and 2 together, that the feature is implied to help you run away. I think if the feature didn't do anything, then you might not know what it's trying to guide you towards. But if it's affecting opportunity attacks, that's running away. That's the only time opportunity attacks happen. It has a feature called Telepathic. Okay. It doesn't already have Telepath? All right, whatever. As long as the creature speaks or understands one language, it understands the eye stalk and say, this feature doesn't need to exist. You can just cut this whole thing out because it has telepathy 60 feet. That's this. You don't need this. And then it has, as an action, the eye stalk creates an anti-magic field around itself in a 20-foot sphere centered on itself. You don't need to say around it. You can just say centered on itself. The eye stalk can still use its telepathy. Okay, so, and its last 10 minutes. Okay. So, there's a couple pretty important parts that are missing here. And then there's a couple pretty important parts that feel kind of random here. So, we've described this monster as it like is something that is used to hunt and like not hunt, but like spy on things for people, right? Cool. It has no real long distance communication between itself and its masters. So like if it's out scouting, it has to escape before it can share any information, which to me feels like, why would a bad guy use this if they could just cast scrying? I guess maybe as like a scout to like search for things. But if that's the case, then this thing should have some like... Also, how the fuck is its passive perception 17? Yeah, all of your numbers are really fucked, man. Really fucked. Like, give it a perception skill, right? Give it an investigation skill. Make it good at doing the things that it's supposed to do. And for the love of God, get your numbers right. I'm sorry, I'm going to stop repeating myself there, but I am just going to say one last time. If you don't get the numbers right, this will never work as a monster. But beyond that, you're missing quite a lot that I think is important for this thing to do what you want it to do. But beyond that, why is it getting an anti-magic aura for 10 minutes? Why? Now, I want to say two things here. First of all, it's definitely not an anti-magic blast if it lasts 10 minutes. It would be a blast if it did it for a round. But anti-magic is really powerful in D&D. Like very high level magic. Like, you are not able to cast anti-magic out, like third level spell at the minimum, but real anti-magic doesn't come until much higher levels. So it feels a little weird to give this creature an anti-magic field. If I were you, I think a much more reasonable thing to give this monster would to essentially be either counterspell or dispel magic. And if you really like the idea of it getting like a little bubble of anti-magic, make it last a single round, or give this, just make it, just make it last a round. So overall, you got to remember like what the goal of this monster is. So aside from the basics of like, there's a lot of information in here that we just really don't need. There's a lot of information that could be here that is going to help sell the fiction of this monster much better. Also, Sponge just brings up a great idea. You could use the silence spell, which is not exactly anti-magic, but it's a modicum power version of it that would be reasonable for a CR 1/2 monster to have access to. You could also do something like the Shell of the Flail Snail, where it has a chance to do anti-magic that bounces back. It's true. And then a couple people, Fluffcopter and Dylan both mentioned this. Even if this monster is not intended for combat, you need to give it a way to attack. Every single monster in D&D gets an attack. Even the rat, even the spider. It might be a +0 that does 1 damage, but they get that. Why do they get that? Because it is a thing that can happen in the game. And we want to give the mechanic for that in case it ends up happening. Because what you don't want to do is create a situation where a monster logically, even if it wouldn't make sense 99% of the time, it logically, in this circumstance, would act to defend itself or to fight back, and the Dungeon Master now has to make up what would happen there. You don't want to create that. The way you join the Discord is there's a link in the video description if you're watching on YouTube, and you could do command Discord in Twitch. Or I think there's a link in my Twitch info also. We are not, there's a mechanic in this last paragraph. Eye stalks once hired or enslaved serve as a conduit for their masters. They seek and follow the targets. I mean, this is just saying what it says in the first paragraph. They seek and then follow their targets. This is done by putting, don't ever start a sentence with "this is done by." This is very passive voice. Just say "they put." They put a drop of their blood into a cauldron with a potion of clairvoyance, where after it acts as a scrying pool. Oh yeah, this is really important. Why is one of the most important pieces of information about your monster hidden in the last sentence of the flavor text? So, we're going to wrap up talking about this piece, but we are going to talk about the flavor text a little bit. Your flavor text needs a lot of work, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but you just need to know that. And the two biggest issues with your flavor text is you are repeating yourself a lot, and you are using roundabout sort of passive voice ways of saying sentences. Things like, this is done by. What does that do when you do that? What does that do when you write repetitive sentences or you write sentences that are kind of long-winded or roundabout? It makes the person who's reading your homebrew stop reading it. I think very few people are going to read this paragraph and then read more of the flavor text. Why? Well, because this sentence and this sentence say the same thing. And if I'm seeing you repeat yourself in the first paragraph, it just makes me think you're probably going to be repeating yourself the whole time. The likelihood of someone reading this last paragraph is very low. The only person that's probably going to read all the way down here and then be like, oh, I should use this, is either going to be your friend or your loved one who is reading this as a benefit to you, or occasionally people that are like neurotically going to read everything. But I would say 50 to 80% of people are going to miss this piece of information. So I think there's a couple things that you got to do here, but if any important information that you are putting in your flavor text needs to, let me rephrase that. If you are going to be putting any important information in your flavor text, you are essentially deciding that your flavor text needs to be shockingly good quality so that people will get to it. Another easy little trick you can do, which is what happens in a lot of the books. Here, let me show you. I'll give you an example. Let's find a monster. Any monster, Aarakocra. They have a little bit of flavor text that describes the monster, and then they have these little bits that are important. So you see how it has like a bold phrase and then information that relates to that bold phrase? This is almost like a mini chapter, like a title heading. So you could be doing that too. A bold phrase and then information about that phrase. A bold phrase and then information about that phrase. That will also help you with not being super repetitive. Another thing that the Aarakocra does is this. Look at that. Interesting. Look at that. Here's a mechanic that is not in their stat block. How is it written on the page? It gets its whole other little pop-out block. So it's very easy to spot. It stands out. It's like a note to the dungeon master. The other thing that's important here is that there is, to a certain extent, an assumption that this is not necessary, or this is not necessary for the monster to work well. This is like extra if the DM wants it. So even in that circumstance, I don't know if I would lock one of these, this important of a aspect of this monster behind that. But those are some examples of ways you can mess with this flavor text, and that'll, I think, pretty dramatically help you improve. Because if you are relying on flavor text to give information, which is not a bad thing to do, you just need to acknowledge the reality of where your flavor text is and try to get it to a place that people are going to be a little bit more interested in reading it. Alrighty. Pretty cool little stock monster, Vac. Let's give Vac a round of applause. When I started, Fluffcopter says I never read flavor text. I also never really read flavor text, unless it's really cool. I usually read the first sentence, and if I like the way the first sentence is reading, I'll keep going. When I used to write monsters very regularly, so the very first thing I did when I wanted to start writing Homebrew was I challenged myself to draw and design a new monster stat block every day. And I did that for like 4 or 5 months. And one of the things that I started to do was I realized that if the art was good and the mechanics were simple and straightforward, I could get away with a sentence of flavor text, and I didn't really need that much more. So if you ever like go through my old Homebrew on Reddit or whatever, you'll see a lot of the flavor text is going to be like a sentence or two of flavor text and a quote, and that's it. But anyway, very cool piece. We are now going to shift gears entirely to the opposite end of the spectrum. We just went from a monster that's entirely designed around not fighting to a big old crab that's just here to wreck house. This is going to be the king crab. Look at it. Look at its beefy kingliness. So glorious. So powerful. This art was done by Fluffcopter. Fluffcopter, I am not joking when I say that I do feel like legitimately you are improving as an artist. And it's cool to see as the art continues. Also, not joking either, Dice Admiral, who does those stupid fucking pencil sketches, also improving as an art. Like, he sent a... Dice Admiral shared a picture, I think it was in the member chat section, of like a milk dragon. I don't remember where he shared it, but it had like udders for a head, and it was like, this is just a horror movie monster, and it looked good. Anyway, I really like when you guys share art that you make. I would encourage you to do it more, but also no pressure if you don't want to. So here it is. I got the link for you, buddy. I got you, gamer. So this is the big old king crab. His royal crab octopus amalgamation rules over the crabs of its domain. Its long tentacles and giant claw make it extremely efficient at grabbing potential threats and squeezing them into mulch, which it will gladly feast on. While the king crab is a skilled hunter in both water and land, it will often sit in one spot and let its subjects deliver food to it directly. I think that this sentence could be just the end of it. I don't think you need to talk about it being a skilled hunter. I think the more important part of this sentence is that it just hangs out and waits for food. And I think this is such a short opening. We don't need this. And it's just, this feels like you're repeating something that we already figured out from here. I don't think we need this here. Could get rid of that. Okay, so here's a big old monster. It's a CR7 monster. It's a little bit of a chonky boy. Okay. Can we do another art stream where we make monsters based on people's art? Probably, yeah. I'd be down to. So it's a CR7 monster, chonky boy. I think all of your math is right, so I'm just going to assume it is. Chat, you can check it. We're going to talk about what this monster does. But I want all of you to keep something in mind here while we're reviewing this monster, okay? Which is, I want you to ask yourself, what sort of unique things is it doing? And how are its features interconnected in such a way that builds a good gameplay loop? That's the question you want to ask yourself. So, it is amphibious. It can breathe in air and underwater. It has ink escape. Before a creature makes an attack of opportunity against King Crab, they must make a con saving throw. On a failed save, the creature is blinded until the end of its next turn. It has multi-attack, where it gets 3 attacks. It gets a basic little claw. It gets a big claw that grapples a target and has a 10-foot reach. It has a tentacle that grapples creatures and has a 15-foot reach. It has a feature called Crush, where it squeezes all creatures grappled by it, dealing a bunch of damage. It has Ink Cloud, where it creates a 20-foot radius of ink all around it that heavily obscures the area for a minute. And water can disperse it. So it's like a fog cloud, basically. It has legendary actions to do a little crab attack or a big move where it hits a prone creature and deals a bunch of damage to them. And then it has some layer actions. It can deal a little bit of damage to creatures. Really little bit of damage to creatures. This hits all creatures within 120 feet of it. This hits all creatures within 120 feet of it. Knocking creatures down. All right, so let's talk about this monster. I want to point a couple things out immediately. 1. The radius and amount of creatures involved in these layer actions is way too much. You should just know that. Also, dealing 1d4 damage is literally nothing, so this feels like a non-feature. I feel like there's no reason to ever use it. So I would just drop it or change it. This feature, all creatures have to move 5 feet in this guy's direction. 5 feet in this guy's... You spelled choice wrong. Why? What's more important here? Moving a creature 5 feet or knocking them prone? Moving a creature 5 feet is literally nothing. Knocking them prone is a lot. So we don't need to or want to overcomplicate our layer actions with a redundant multiple step feature like this. Like, if this is knocking creatures prone, let it just knock creatures prone and really just literally remove everything else. We do not need to waste space or brain energy taking a side step that is completely pointless. Pulling creatures toward you is interesting, but if anything, I would just make that this feature. I'd maybe give you a layer action where you can pull creatures towards you, and a layer action where you can knock creatures prone. And I would keep it as simple as that. Another thing that I want to point out here. We get 2 basic attacks. Yeah, but so Bibsidian statue brings up a great point. The 1d4 damage is good for breaking concentration. Why does this monster need that as a feature? Is there any single aspect of this monster, either through the mechanics or flavor, that gives any indication that this monster should or would have any extra powers or features against fighting spellcasters for any reason at all? I would say no. So I think that, yeah, technically it's going to help with that, but just because a feature would help in a circumstance doesn't mean it's the right feature for the monster or the right feature here. Going back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier, when you are designing a monster, the question should not just be, is this good? The question should be, why does this need to be here? What does this do to uplift the fiction, the gameplay, the story of this homebrew? And I would argue dealing 1d4 damage to everything in 120 just it does literally nothing. So completely remove it. Okay. More importantly, I want to talk about Big Claw and Big Tentacle. We get 2 unique attacks with this monster. 2 unique attacks. One of them is a claw, does a little bit more damage, and has a little less reach, but it still has reach. This one does a little less damage, more reach. I don't like that these are basically exactly the same. It's another example of the difference between these 2 attacks is so minuscule that the players are not going to notice it. And I don't think that's good. I think if you are going out of your way to make this monster have tentacles and claws, and to make that a whole aspect of this thing's fiction, the player should be able to feel the difference mechanically between you using a claw and you using a tentacle. And right now, they just can't. If you like the idea of summoning a bunch of little crabs to fight, then what I would probably do is turn this into you summon a swarm of crabs and you use the swarm of spiders stat block or the swarm of scorpions or the swarm of some insect stat block, but you give it a swim speed and make it breathe underwater. Because even if it's commanding a bunch of swarms of... Tune them out. I'm going to push back here, man. This is not a good feature. Dealing... We don't even... Flavor aside, dealing 1d4 damage to all creatures in a massive area does nothing, ties literally into nothing that this monster does at all. Like, it is not worth fighting for that feature. If the idea that might be worth fighting for is the swarm of crabs. But the mechanics here do nothing. Literally nothing. They do nothing in terms of damage, and they do nothing in terms of tying in. Make this summon crabs if you want to do crab stuff, but we don't need to save the D4 here. The D4 here is a waste of space. In fact, it's taking away. I would say it's having a negative impact on the piece. I think that these should work differently. I don't think these should work the same. I think that's a big mistake having them work the same. Separately from that, it feels weird that Crush does this much damage, but then also more damage. I don't, like, why is it doing that? I guess I'm just like, is this intended to be like, this is how much damage one creature takes, and this is how much damage another creature takes? Or one creature takes this much, and then one creature takes this much plus this much? I don't know why I would make it that way. So that's something to think about too. I think the Ink Cloud is kind of fun. I really like Ink Escape. I think Coup de Grace is not really a good move here. It's not really more damage than anything else you're doing. And the only way you can make a creature prone is with this layer action. I'm not prone, excuse me. Yeah, prone. We don't have any built-in ways for this monster to be prone. And it feels really weird to get a legendary action that requires a creature to be prone if the only way we can knock creatures prone is a layer action. I don't like that. So if I were you, I might switch one of these to be a grapple and one of these to be a knock prone. And I don't know exactly how I would word that if I were you, but I think if you want this to actually be a feature, we need a more logical way to do knocking creatures prone than we have here. This monster feels like an ambush predator, like it should surprise the creature and grapple it and run away. Maybe. I mean, it does have its ink cloud, but it has no ability to see through its ink cloud either. So its ink cloud is largely defensive. So I don't think this is designed as an ambush predator. It also doesn't get any stealth. So I would say no. I would not put this as an ambush predator. If you wanted to, you'd have to change it quite a bit to do that. But you could. I could see the tentacle knocking things prone. What if there's a mechanic around little crabs attaching themselves to you, and the more there are, the more damage you take? That would be a very tedious mechanic to keep track of. I think that idea could work in a video game. I would not think it would make sense to keep track of here. I also don't know, like, if the point of this monster... I guess that's the other element, is what's the gameplay loop of this monster? Like, the core elements of this monster are grappling, and then I guess crushing later. But I feel like grapple does more damage than crushing overall, or at least the same damage. So there's not like... It's not like the grappling isn't leading into anything larger. So maybe that's the bigger deal, is that we need something that ties into grappling more than ties into knocking prone. Because it does feel like this thing is a setup with no punchline right now. You could do the grapple on a strength save with the claws and a tentacle on a dex save to be knocked prone. You could do something like that for sure. I think it's a very neat idea. I think that you just need to make it work within its own logic a little bit more, and you need to spend a little bit more time not just thinking about, oh yeah, a claw should grapple and a tentacle should grapple, and it should do some cool move and it knocks creatures prone, because all of those make sense in isolation. I think these things need to start making more sense together. So can I give you another example of a tiny little thing? This thing should have blind sight. It doesn't need crazy blind sight, but if it can make this big ink cloud, give it blind sight 10 feet. That'd make it so much more effective of a monster. Oh, we know Crush affects all grappled creatures. I'm just saying it doesn't really feel like a big special move or anything, because again, it's less impressive than just doing these two attacks. Or yeah, it's less it's less damage than these two attacks. So I don't, maybe it's the same. Maybe it's like almost the same. No, it's less. Yeah. So like if the big thing you're leading up to is doing less damage than the basic attacks, it's like, what are we doing here? Could the additional damage from clutch happen after the initial clutch in another turn if they don't escape. I mean, you could make it happen at the end of a creature's turn. You could do something like that. But prone underwater, you can prone works underwater. You still got to like right yourself. But technically you're not immune to prone when you're underwater. But if you don't like that, then I think then get rid of Coup de Grace and get rid of the knocking creatures prone thing and come up with a different gameplay loop here. I also think maybe it's a little bit too much to give this thing layer actions and legendary actions. That might just be me though. Okay, I don't really have more thoughts. I think it's a neat idea, but I think right now mechanically it doesn't like there's not a lot here that doesn't work. But there's a lot here that doesn't make sense together, if that is clear, hopefully. I think you've got to spend a little bit more time thinking about the gameplay loop of your monster, making sure that each of its features kind of feel distinct and work together. Those are my thoughts. You think the claw does separate crush from the tentacle? Listen. Whether or not that's true, it doesn't matter. It is still not doing anything exciting or different. If it's doing 2d6 extra damage, then making 2 attacks, I would not call that a particularly big or cool or different feeling move. Which maybe you don't need on every monster, but if you are making a monster that you want to be like a boss monster with legendary actions and layer actions, it should probably have some big boss monster feeling moves as opposed to like the most basic form of an extra grapple move ever. You know what I mean? Those are my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing. The King Crab. Brought to us by Fluffcopter. An interesting monster that I think just needs a little bit of tightening and focus and more flair. How am I feeling about it? I'm feeling good about it. How are you guys feeling about it? I'm enjoying it. Baba, thank you for the biddies. Sounds like a cool area boss monster. Yeah, for sure. I think it would work really. I think that's the goal. Is like you would be going to the lair of the crabs to do battle with it. All right, let's take a look. We're gonna now switch away from monsters, and now we're gonna look at some D&D races. I actually have 3 pulled up because I think 2 of them I feel very similarly about, and I kind of want to just give the same feedback to both of them. And they're 2 good examples of different types. But the first one we're gonna look at is a bat person, the Chiropt. Here it is in the chat. It's nice not hearing you give the same 3 pieces of advice 40 times. Yeah, I think so. I think so. So we are going to completely skip the flavor text here. I don't think we need to read it. We're talking about bat people. I apologize if that's important to you. Let's talk about what these bat people get. So we get some stat stuff. Now, the stat stuff here, a lot of monsters don't get specific, or races don't get specific stats anymore, but you know, it's fine. Immediately, I don't know how I feel about this, and I'm curious what you guys feel about it. So this monster gets a 20-foot walk speed, a 20-foot climb speed, and a 20-foot fly speed. How do we feel about that? I don't like it. I think getting a slightly shorter version of 3 forms of speed is not going to be fun in any circumstance. It's like, I'm always a little bit okay at a thing, but worse than everybody else. So I don't like that. I also like that people say, a lot of people said you don't need a walk speed if you have a fly speed, or you don't need a climb speed if you have a fly speed, and I kind of agree. So I think that this is not the move here. I think that this is, yeah, I think you can do a shorter walking speed if you're going to give us a 30-foot fly speed, or give us a 30-foot fly speed and a 30-foot walk speed and a 20-foot fly speed. But everything being 20 feet is not going to feel good. and then raising them up, but still getting all 3 would not work either, I don't think. It feels redundant, doesn't make sense, get rid of it. Spider climb, again, get rid of. We genuinely don't need it here. I'll tell you what, if you want to be interesting, you could maybe give us a feature where you can, like, perch. But this is a really good example of it genuinely doesn't matter if technically bats can climb really well. You're not trying to build an accurate bat in D&D. You're trying to build a bat person that's going to work as a D&D race. And if you're trying to build a bat person that's going to work as a D&D race, this is called wasting space. Aarakocra is just better than this so far. Yep, 100%. I think that anybody suggesting that this thing should keep a walking speed and a climb speed and a fly speed is wrong. And I appreciate that thought, but you should know that that's not this. That's wrong. I disagree. It just doesn't make... It's too many things. Not only is it too many things, but it's too many things where some of them are made redundant. It's only there for accuracy. And it's a level of accuracy that is not necessary and is making things both bloated and redundant. And if you're being bloated and redundant, that's bad. By bloated, I mean too many things. By redundant, I mean things that can sort of balance each other out or cancel each other out. Next, we get echolocation. As a bonus action, don't say may, say can. As a bonus action, you gain... Okay, so you may gain a round's worth. That means fucking nothing in D&D. So I'm going to help you rewrite this feature because it's an interesting idea, but you have to write it in the proper language of D&D mechanics. As a bonus action, you gain blind sight to a radius of 10 feet. That's how you write that sentence. Or you'd write it like, as a bonus action, you gain blind sight with a radius of 10 feet until the end of your turn, until the start of your next turn, period. And then, instead of saying this, you don't need this, just say, if something prevents you from speaking, such as the silence spell, you cannot use this feature, period. I like it. I like a bonus action blind sight. I think that's really fucking cool. I like it a lot. Personally, I think the 10 feet radius is a little too small. I would probably make it 15. You also, that's a good point. You cannot call it echolocation. Echolocation is already a feature in D&D. You don't want to call something a feature that is something else because it already exists. So you would call this like, you need a different name for it because echolocation is already a mechanic in D&D. Yeah. It's on the bat stat block, yeah, and it's different than this. It's essentially you have advantage on perception checks, so long as you can hear stuff, is basically it. I liked it though. I think the idea of a bonus action blindsight for a while is very cool. Very cool feature, but you got to make it work a little bit more with the language of D&D. And I think the radius should be bigger. And then we get a bunch of different sub races. Now, we are not going to read all of them because there's a handful, but the sub-races, I like the ideas of here, and I want to just sort of dip through them a little bit. So we have a tiny bat, and this tiny bat essentially gives you the ability to spend an hour making a little shelter that can comfortably hide 4 creatures of your choice from wild creatures reliably. What does that mean? So the idea here is that you can spend an hour to make a good hiding spot that can hold 4 creatures. So what's missing here? 1, we need to think about this in terms of size. So realistically, this should be able to hide 4 medium-sized creatures or 2 large creatures, or 1 large creature and 4 medium-sized creatures, something like that. And there needs to be something mechanically involved here because there are no mechanics. So what does this mean? I think the easiest way to do this would be to sort of copy something like Pass Without a Trace, where creatures, so long as they stay within the shelter, they get a +5 bonus to their stealth check, or something like that. But there needs to be some mechanic here. So long that they stay within the shelter, creatures have disadvantage on checks made to spot them. Something like that. But I think the idea of that as like a next feature is kind of interesting and neat. And then we get one here where we get bigger wings than other ones, where we can use an action to make a 10-foot cone where we can knock creatures prone. I think that is an interesting feature. What the fuck is this time duration? You can use this only once per minute. So that's not a way anything works in D&D. That's not true. There are things that work. It's not a way a racial feature works in D&D. When you have racial features in D&D, they basically work in one of three ways now. It's a once a day, it's proficiency bonus times per day, or it's infinite in use. Those are pretty much the three. So if I were you, something like this, I would probably make it proficiency bonus times per day. It's not that strong. 10-foot cones are also kind of weird to measure. I'd probably make it a 10-foot cube. 15-foot cones are much easier to measure, like on a battle map. And then we get this last one, or one more, where you get a natural bite and you can drink blood. Now we're starting to bump into some issues. Because this one is terrible. This is genuinely horrible. There is no reason to ever pick this one. Why would I ever get a natural bite ability that does 1d4 when I could get a special unique knockdown feature? Or the ability to hide creatures? Do you know what I mean? So, whenever you are giving these subclass features, or these subrace features, and then this one where you can frighten creatures, I feel like is maybe too strong. Also, it looks like you can use this one infinitely, which is crazy. That's essentially a first level spell at will. So, whenever you're giving a bunch of different subrace features, you need to make sure you are focusing on making them reasonable in power balance against each other. And if you aren't great at that, then that means you need to simplify what those features are. So if you're going to make them all radically different, like here's one to do with hiding out of combat, here's one that is a combat move, here's one that here's one that's a debuff condition, like that's a lot. So an easier way to make that work is you could make all of them like this, where they are all a special thing you can do out of combat. Or you make them all like this, where they are a special thing that you can do with combat. The beast, the shifter is a good example of that, where each of their forms gets like one thing it does, and they all sort of fill that combat role. So I think that if I were you, the saving throw is wrong. Oh yeah, you'd want to be 8 plus proficiency bonus plus your number. Also, Y plus intelligence. All right, that's confusing. I don't understand how you came up with that idea. But I do think that overall, I think the most important thing here is, and I'm going to push you a little bit here. I kind of don't know how I feel about the way you organized the subraces. I wish there was more base class and less subrace, is how I feel. And part of that is because a lot of these features, like why don't all of the bats have a natural, I don't know. But like, I do feel like some of these feel too strong. Some of these feel underpowered. Some of these feel interesting, but like there's, I think that the thing of value here is the echolocation. And I think that there's interesting things in some of these mechanics, but I'm worried that by breaking it up into different subraces, you have essentially shot yourself in the foot with power balancing this thing. And kind of selling the fiction of it too. Like, I just feel like it would be better. I think it would be better if you did less stuff here, especially because 2 of your main mechanics here, I think you need to drop. Yeah. So I don't know, man. If I were you, I think that one thing that we come up against a lot when we're looking at homebrew, and guess what? The next race we're going to look at has this exact same issue, is people putting way too much energy into sub races and not enough energy into the race itself. That's my thought. And my guess is largely this guess comes from the name, is that you really like bats. And you're like, I want to accurately make all these different types of bat people. And if you want to do that, great. And then, you know, have some sub-races. But simplify these features, at least for now, until you can get to a place where you feel like you can navigate and manage giving them in ways that feels balanced across the board. Some of them feel balanced, but some of them really don't, especially not against each other. Good start, but I think the key is going to be building out the core race here. All right, those are my thoughts. This was from Grotum. Let's give Grotum a round of applause. Oops. Now, the next piece we're going to look at, we are not going to deep dive because it has way too much going on in it. But that is what we're going to talk about, is that it has way too much going on in it. And it is 2 pages not connected, so I have to post both links separately. I apologize. This is the way the person decided to share it. So it is a Modron race based on chess pieces. And the question that I have for you, chat, is at what point does the gimmick make the thing stop working? So, this is a Modron based on chess pieces. This is what they all get. They all get some basic stuff here. They all basically get the ability to become proficient in any gaming thing that they watch, which I think is an interesting idea. They get the basic construct stuff where they don't need to eat, and they get special construct things where they can heal. Then they have advantage on saving throws against being charmed and frightened. This is a very strong feature. Do not underestimate how powerful this feature is. Okay? Very strong. Very strong. Then they get a feature up here where they can essentially, instead of resting, they can or over the course of a rest, they can learn a new skill. They can switch what their skill is. Also, a very strong feature. All of these, by the way, feel like they really do fit Modrons. So far, all of this feels very Modron-y. It's strong, but not overly strong. And it feels Modron-y. The issues that I have with it so far are that nothing that it has so far is original at all. So we have this soul feature where it basically gets part of the Warforged or part of the Autonome. We have Calm and Calculated, which is basically Fey ancestry. And then we have the ability to change a skill over the course of a rest, which shows up in a number of things that already exist. The Revenant or the Undying or whatever that new race is one that comes to mind. So while all of these work, none of these are original. And I do not think that that is great. Now is where it gets kind of weird, kind of interesting. Page 2. At 3rd level, you get one of these options, and you are picking from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are a lot of them. My guess is there are 6 options because they are trying to emulate the feeling of a chessboard. And we are not going to read all of them. I read them before. Each of these individual features, none of them feel crazy overpowered. I think some of them definitely could use some tweaking, but I think the creator here does mostly have a good sense of when something should be once per long rest versus proficiency bonus times per day. But the problem is that these are 6 dramatically different features. Each one kind of does like 1 or 2 different things. They don't activate till 3rd level. They're fairly complicated. And none of them feel like they have anything to do with Modrons at all. They almost all entirely just feed into the gimmick of the chessboard. So we end up in this weird position where by the time we get to 3rd level, I don't know if we feel like a Modron more than we feel like any other Warforged type guy, but with one special move. And I think that differentiating them based on these options can work if these options took up about half the words on the page that they need. The problem is that this is too much to read. It's too many features. They're really divergent from each other, which could work if they all felt like they built into the flavor, but I don't think they do. To me, this is another one where it's like you are too reliant on options and not too reliant on options that we're getting too many of, and we're not getting enough direction. I don't want to be a Modron that doesn't feel like a Modron. And this is the easiest class to make not feel like a Modron. This is the easiest thing to make not feel like a Modron. I don't know why it couldn't be some kind of chess construct race. Each one of those could be a sub-race. You could do it like that, but even then, man, you got to be real simple with that stuff. Why the Modrons on the first page look like minions? Because that's just what Modrons look like. This art is older than Minions. Minion art stole its idea from Modrons. That's just Modrons. Modrons just look like minions. I didn't ever think about that before, but they definitely do. So I think it's a really cool idea. I love Modrons. They're some of my favorite monsters. But I think you are doing yourself a pretty big disservice by forcing the idea of Modron and chess together. And I think that it's creating this situation where we're not really getting strong Modron, and we're not really getting strong chess, and the chess part feels completely overbloated. Hey, Cinder, can you view my submission for a magic item real quick after this one? No. I have to go soon and do not know when the next time my current work will allow me to be in stream. So, Trev Dog, I pick them before stream. I'm not looking at stuff blind anymore because it's not particularly fun or helpful for the show. But maybe I will look at it on the next stream, and then I will let you know. And all of my streams get posted live to YouTube, so you can always watch them after if you can't make it to the stream. Still too many options, but the connection to Modrons is unneeded. Yeah. And there's some cool ideas mechanically in here, but it's almost like it's not worth going through because there's too many and they do too many different things. That's really what it comes down to. Cool. Sometimes our idea doesn't need to be everything. Sometimes it can just be a thing. This was brought to us by Snake Bob, I think. Yes, Snake Bob. Let's give Snake Bob a round of applause. Thank you for sharing, Snake Bob. Thank you, thank you. All right, see you, Trev Dog. Yeah, man, I'm not looking at pieces based by people saying, please look at my piece. I'm looking at pieces that people submit because they want general advice for in my Discord, and then I am picking a couple before stream to look at on stream. A lot of options here, too much options here, but that's sort of the secondary issue. Oops, we're going to talk about that piece next. The main thing that I think is worth the takeaway here is Primus Gaming is a cool original feature, but again, it doesn't feel like it relates to Mechanist, it relates to chess. But I just don't like how much everything else just feels like features that exist in other things. And I don't want to have to rely on the sub-race to get those features. Especially when the sub-race can feel so different, depending on which one I pick. All right, cool, boom. Next, we're going to be looking at a piece called The Lichborn. Ooh. What if you donate a bunch of money? The better option would be to donate a bunch of money by becoming a member or subscribing and submitting Homebrew on Thursdays. Or, you know, if you really want to donate a bunch of money, you could hire me as an editor and I'll charge you professional prices. That's the best way to give me a lot of money. But that's also going to be the most amount of money. All right, let's see here. I also don't like that you can just become proficient in every gaming set. Yeah, I didn't even think about that, but I do think that part of that should be a limit to that. That's a good point. That's a good point. This next race is called a Lichborn. We love the art. This is from our dear Bilbo Swaggins. Love the art. You tricked me into plugging my stuff. Damn it! You fiend! All right, this is, okay, let's see. Born from a union between a cultist and lich, a Lichborn is a human deeply infused with magic and death. A Lichborn may have been made to be a dark apprentice, to be a living phylactery, or an accident of love. All right, this flavor text is kind of odd, but fine. I might put a little bit more language in here as to, like, the way they are treated by society, or what their relationship to a lich is, or you know, just a little bit more. Let's talk about what this thing gets. It gets some numbers. Those are whatever. It gets this is whatever. You get proficiency in Arcana. Cool. Now we get into stuff that is both interesting and trouble. Undead see you naturally as an ally. You spelled naturally wrong. All dead consider you and your companions as allies until they are unprovoked. Why is this an issue? How powerful is this feature? I would argue that this feature alone is probably roughly as powerful as a 5th to 7th level spell that you get infinite use of. To be able to just naturally have a whole side of enemies be neutral to you and your companions is fucking insane. That's crazy talk. That is more powerful than most features in the game. Just straight up. And being able to communicate telepathically just makes that worse. It just makes it way worse. So, what can we do here? I get the vibe. So how do we address this? What kind of thing could we give you so that you might do better with undead? I have 2 ideas here. And I'm curious if you have ideas also. 1, I would probably... Well, first, we're going to drop all of this. Feature number 1, which I think would be more powerful than you think, is I would just make it so you can communicate with undead and they can understand your speech. That's going to be something that is not true a lot of the time. I would not give you an inherent ability for them to love you, but by simply making it so you can talk undead, that's pretty good. You could earn the friendship if you need to. But I would make all of this just be, undead can understand your speech. If you wanted to do something with undead being less likely to attack you, maybe you could make it where when you make a certain type of check with undead, you could potentially turn them non-hostile. But even then, I think that would be too strong. I would literally just make it no stronger than you can talk to the dead. Talk to the undead, specifically. I don't know if we need to be able to inherently understand them back, because keep in mind, you're not undead. You're not undead. Bayalzul! Gifting 5 memberships. Hexagonal Chaos gets a membership. Firefly gets a membership. Sephish gets a membership. Dragon Player gets a membership. Freak Zombie gets a membership. Memberships for everybody. Very cool. Because remember, we're not undead. So being able to communicate with undead doesn't necessarily mean we want to be able to talk with them. We could just be like, stop, or go away. Like, it's almost the same as controlling them or communicating with them. It's just a little bit more one-sided. And I actually think that would work better. This is not a creature. This is a player race option. So I don't know if you need to be able to communicate back with them. In fact, I think that might be too strong. I think I might treat it almost like... So in D&D, the Furbolg has the ability to communicate with animals and plants, but not the ability to understand back. And I would make that exactly the same here. Now, we also get some spells. We know Ray of Frost, and then at 3rd level, we get Shield. And then at 5th level, we get Invisibility. And then at 7th level, we get Speak with Dead. Why? What is it? What's going on here? Why is this bad? What's wrong here? I see a couple issues here. Let's talk about them. First of all, we should not get 3rd level spells. Look at any D&D race across the board. All of them get magic the same way. They get 1 to 3 things. Usually a cantrip and a spell. Sometimes a cantrip and 2 spells. They never get a cantrip and 3 spells. They never get anything higher than level 5. They never get anything higher than a 2nd level spell. So this needs to just completely go. I would also say, what the fuck does Shield have anything to do with a Lichborn? Why are we getting Shield? Aside from thinking, oh, Shield is a good spell, why are we getting that? Same with Ray of Frost. Same with Invisibility. Why are we getting any of these spells? I think a Lichborn could have an undead companion if it wasn't a D&D race. But the problem is this is the racial option. Your racial features that you get should never be stronger than your class features. Your class comes first and foremost. So you would not want to give a minion on a race because that would be much too powerful. So personally, I think this needs to be a build from the ground up thing here. And you have to ask yourself a question, which is, what else does this need to feel like a Lichborn? If you feel like the thing it needs to feel like a Lich is an access to some Lich magic, then give it spellcasting in a more traditional way. Look at any of the other classes that get innate spellcasting and pick spells that feel like they have to do with being a Lich. You know? I mean, even just Chill Touch instead of Ray of Frost would make so much sense here. So, or Cause Fear, you know? Or like or Ray of Sickness or whatever. Like there's so many spells that I think would be much more applicable on a Lich than these. So if I were you, I think that's the move. But even then, man, I think that realistically, there's probably other things you could do than this basic spellcasting if you're trying to make this guy feel like a magical undead thing. Maybe it has a weird mini phylactery. Maybe it has an object that whenever it drops to 0 hit points, you know, maybe it gets something sort of akin to what the what's it called? What the half-orc gets, where that when the half-orc drops to 0, it comes back to 1. What if this thing gets another version of that? What if this thing gets a feature where that doesn't have to do with dropping to 0? What if when it dies, you can roll a d4 and it returns to life that many hours later, wherever its phylactery is, and it can use that feature once per every 7 days or every 10 days? You know? So give it sort of like a mini phylactery, mini lich mechanic, if you didn't want to go into magic, or if you wanted to do less magic. But there's some very cool ideas here. I think this is a fun take for an alternative version of the Reborn that I think is very fun. I think that what you need to do, though, is you need to just pull back on the power level here, and try to give it some features that do a little bit of a better job being specifically unique to the Lich in terms of, like, the magic that you're giving it. Somebody in chat says just make it a sorcerer subclass. You could. This could also. These sorts of things could be expanded upon into a whole subclass for sure. For sure. You could actually use undead nature basically as is if you put it behind a paywall of a sorcery point. Like, if you made an undead sorcerer and it had a 6-level feature where you could spend a sorcery point, and then for the next 10 minutes, undead would see you as an ally, and you could expend additional sorcery points to bestow that gift to other creatures, that would be a really cool 6-level feature for a sorcerer. You could definitely do something like that. You don't know where the Lich's revival thing is. Couldn't you get its legs cut off? I think you're thinking way too pedantically about it. I think you could literally say you regenerate in an open space, you know, in the closest open space. Something like that. You know, the way that any of those things are written. I think it's a cool idea, though. You just want to make sure that if you're building a race, you're building it in such a way that the power scaling of the spells matches the power scaling of other D&D races. But more so than that, you know, is it doing what it needs to do to sell the fiction? Angry Day says, I can see why the spells were chosen because they do show up on the Lich spell list, but I would have gone with other ones. Yeah, okay. I mean, I see that logic too, but it goes back to that argument of just because something are there, does that mean they are the best representation of your thing? These might be this, you know, the creator here might have been like, these are the best spells on the Lich's spell list to represent this, but you don't need to pick spells from the Lich's spell list. You know what I mean? You could pick any spells. If you want to pick spells from the Lich's spell list, great, but just acknowledge what they feel like in isolation, which is they don't feel like Lich spells. Keep in mind, a Lich's spell list is basically just a wizard spell list. And you don't really want a sub-race, you don't really want a race that's like, I'm wizard. That doesn't make sense. You want Lich. So you're going to want to be picking the spells that really feel like they are Lich and not like wizard. Even though quite a lot of the Lich spells are basically wizard spell. Yeah, Liches can know basically any spell. Yeah, for sure. Cool. All right. That was the, what did I call it? The Lichborn. Who sent me this creature? Who sent me this monster to look at? Let's see. Who made... The Lichborn was by Bilbo Swaggins. Let's give Bilbo a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, I like the pseudo-phylactery vibe. It also would be fun if it wasn't tied to dropping to 0, but by truly dying. Because it's really not going to come up that much, but it's going to be cool when it does. All right, now, guys, we are going to shift gears a little bit. Ka-chunk! And we are going to be looking at some D&D subclasses. We have 3 different subclasses we are going to be looking at today. We are not going to be deep diving all of them because a lot of them, again, have big things that need to change that I don't think it's worth to deep dive into. But we are going to talk about them all conceptually, and I think there's some interesting ideas that show up in all of them. Bye, Connor. Have a good day. Starting off, we are going to look at Kaboosh. The Path of the Hells Barbarian. Barbarians who follow the path of Hell's Rage with devilish flames at their heels. Harnessing hellish powers can often take a toll on one using such foul magic. Immediately, this, I'm going to tell you something. This is where you lose me. You completely skip over telling us cool things and start telling us why it's rough. But also the phrasing, harnessing hellish power can often take a toll on one using such foul magic. That is such a roundabout sentence. Like, the pace is lost immediately. So yeah, devil magic. You want your flow of your flavor text to keep going. Ba-da-bum, 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 ba-da-bum. You don't want it to go ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. You don't want it to do that. Let's talk about what we get. At 3rd level, it looks like we get 3 features. Starting at 3rd level, when you choose the Path of Hells, you gain resistance to poison and fire damage while raging. Additionally, rage damage you deal with each melee attack can be fire if you choose. So we get 2 extra damage resistances, and we can choose to deal fire damage with our rage damage, which is basically a flavor mechanic. And also, a lot of the time is going to be worse than not doing rage damage, because if I'm doing regular rage damage and I'm fighting with a magic weapon, basically nothing is going to have resistance to that. If I change that rage damage to fire damage, there's going to be a bunch of stuff that has resistance to that. It is going to be helpful if you're fighting like trolls or yetis or other monsters that like don't like fire, but generally this is not an upgrade. This is a ribbon feature, especially when you're talking about damage like rage damage, which is not a damage type. So it will always be the damage type of whatever you're doing. So you have a lot of power over making it like reasonably powerful if you want. So just something worth thinking about. We got one more feature at 3rd level. Also at 3rd level, while raging, you are immune to non-magical fire and do not take damage when you're in contact with lava. In addition, at 3rd level, you can speak Infernal. So what actually do we get at 3rd level? What is the entirety of our 3rd level feature? I would argue the entirety of our 3rd level feature is that we get resistance to poison damage and fire damage. That's it. We get the ribbon features of non-magical fire doesn't hurt you, and you can speak Infernal. But we basically get a really, really, really weak version of the Totem Barbarian. And that's all. So my first question to you, dear writer, would be what else could we get at 3rd level? Or how could we build this in a different way at 3rd level so that it actually feels like we're getting a feature worth getting? Normally, when you build a barbarian, the 3rd level feature helps you with your rage, and the higher level features are going to help you with your defense and your utility. This feels like about 3/4 of this feels like a level 6 feature, not a level 3 feature. And it's not immunity to fire damage while raging. It's immunity to non-magical fire damage. So it's basically immunity to like standing in a campfire. But if somebody casts fireball on you, it's not going to have an effect because we get resistance to fire damage. It's kind of redundant to have resistance to fire damage and then immunity to fire damage, right? Especially when they're both only on while raging. So it is nothing. It's 2 damage resistances. We need more features at 3rd level. This needs to feel like a hell subclass at 3rd level, not like a shitty version of the Totem Barbarian. A good rule of thumb when you're making a barbarian for that 3rd level feature is to make that 3rd level feature something that helps them do more damage or have more power in combat, not help them defensively. They don't need defense yet. What if your melee attacks deal extra fire damage? You could do something like that. I would also argue that's super boring and also basically just the Zealot Barbarian. So I don't know if that would be what I would do either. This is one of those things that becomes really important when you're building a subclass, which is that if you don't have a strong idea of what you want to make, it is very hard to make something unique. Because a lot of stuff has been done before. So part of the thing that you have to face as a creator is acknowledging that there's a lot of stuff that's been done before, and how is yours going to be unique in that bubble? So 3rd level needs a mountain of work. None of these feel like 3rd level features, aside from Speaking Abyssal or Infernal. Then we move up to 6th level, and 6th level gets a little hectic. It's interesting how oftentimes people will overdo one feature and underdo another. Soulkeeper. At 6th level, your contact with the stink of the hells has made you feel the threat of greed that your devilish kin feel in their thirst for power. When I read that sentence out loud, it makes me genuinely frustrated. That is a bad sentence. I'm going to read it again. At 6th level, what is happening? Let's think about it. So your contact with the stink of hells has made you feel the threat of greed that your devilish kin feel in the thirst for power. That's like an 8-part sentence. It's like an 8-part sentence to get us to the vibe of you now feel the greed of the devils. Period. You could basically say this sentence in 5 words. So if you want to say all of these things, what's really important here is acknowledging how long it's taking for you to get your idea across and how many of these things are important. Because there's a lot here that's not. Let's see what this thing actually does. When you reduce a creature of an alignment different to yours to 0 hit points, I would not use anything based off alignment. You rip their tormented soul from their body, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so basically what this does, if you guys want to read it, you're more than welcome to. I'm not going to read the whole thing because I already read it earlier, is that when you kill very specific types of creatures, you get access to a soul gem. And you can only have 2 soul gems at a time. You can crush 2 soul gems to activate an additional use of your rage. But you can also use soul gems to do other things. This is a very convoluted way of getting to a feature, and I think that sometimes putting a feature behind a paywall is reasonable if you want it to be too powerful, if you want it to be extra powerful. But this subclass literally doesn't have any features yet other than a damage resistance nonsense. So for the very next feature we get to be something that is behind such an extreme paywall kind of sucks. Because there's going to be, even by level 6, there's going to be a lot of playtime that this barbarian is going to have where they're basically going to feel like they don't have a subclass. And you don't want that. If you're fighting any of these things and they're not using fire or poison, you don't have a subclass. We get one feature that's very situational based on very specific damage types. We get another feature that's very situational based on you landing the killing blow on a creature and that creature not being one of the half of the different monster types in D&D. Now let's see what happens once we actually get the soul coins. As a part of going to Rage, you can crush a soul gem to gain one of the following benefits. So you are now picking one of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 options. Immediately, this is too many options. If you are going to be giving a bunch of different options for a thing you can do, and you want that thing to be a very similar thing, every single one of these features is something you'd be using while raging. It's not like some of these are for combat and some of these are for out of combat. These all fill the exact same role, which is special combat feature. We don't want to be giving 5 options. That's way too many options. Way too many options. We want to be doing something closer to 3. Let's look at what these options are. You gain resistance to another damage type. I would fall back again and say this is a feature that we just don't need. This is another thing. It's like, it's just, we already got a bunch of damage resistances that already don't feel like a subclass feature. We don't need another one that continues to not feel like a subclass feature. We get to deal a little extra fire damage once per turn. So now we finally get that extra fire damage that we would have been wanting to get at level 3, except it's less good than the Zealot Barbarian. Fine. Whenever a creature hits you with a melee attack, they take fire damage. This is very good. This is very good. Especially because it can happen any amount of times. And then, we get whenever a creature starts their turn within 5 feet of you, or moves within 5 feet of you for the first time, they have to make a dex saving throw. They take fire damage. Also kind of interesting. And then we get temporary hit points, which is nothing. So here's what I'm going to say right off the bat. If I were you, I would completely eliminate this option, completely eliminate this option, completely eliminate this option, and I would pick between one of these two. And I would make the retaliation damage only happen once per turn, but not infinite, so a creature would only be affected by it once on their turn. And if you're going to be doing a saving throw with stuff, you probably should be giving a saving throw earlier than at the end here. Like, this feels like this should be what we're getting at 3rd level. This feels like a much better subclass feature for 3rd level. It's a little strong. I might lower the strength a little bit of it, but this feels like this is such a better 3rd level feature than what we get at 3rd level. You know what I mean? Brandon, we are no longer doing submission links for reviewing Homebrew. The way we're doing Homebrew moving forward is I am hand-picking pieces from the Discord. So if you would like me to review your Homebrew on stream, you have 2 options. One is you can share Homebrew with the community and hope that I pick it on one of the stream days, and I'll let you know if I do. Or 2, you can do the member subscriber review, which is on Thursdays. Okay. So, we are now at 6th level. I think that if you switch aspects of this 3rd level feature with this, it could work. But I want to ask a question. And chat, I don't know what the answer is here. Does this make us feel like a devil or hellish, or does it just make us feel like a fire dude? And and does that matter? To me, outside of the poison damage resistance, this just feels like a fire elemental barbarian at level 6. I don't really feel the devil in it. And maybe that's okay. Like, maybe it's okay for it to be that open-ended, but I think it's worth thinking about regardless. This mechanic doesn't work. This is over. This is, you're putting, I appreciate the vibe that you're going for here. This is tedious at best. It does nothing to help this thing feel fun. And these features really just feel like things you should be able to add to your rage. They don't feel like special boon features you should get from consuming a soul. You could try incorporating necrotic damage. You could do something with stealing souls or with cursing. I think there's a lot of things you could do. I don't think there's a right or a wrong answer. I just think it's worth acknowledging that you're really relying heavily on fire damage to represent hell, and I don't know if that's the move you want to stick to. Because really, by level 6, we should feel like our subclass entirely. And maybe we will, depending on how you switch these things around. The main feedback for the piece overall, we're going to look at the level 10 and 14 feature, but the main feedback for the piece overall is, man, does this third level feature dramatically fall short. Like substantially. And you can't ignore that. And it falling short kind of fucks the rest of the piece, because you are now overdoing the 6th level feature, which feels both too powerful and too limited somehow. And again, it feels like it should be a 3rd level feature, and then like it really messes with the way you're building out the rest of this thing. So please fix that. Just look at the other Barbarian 3rd level features, man. Look at literally any of them. It will guide you. Let's see what we get at 10th level. At 10th level, you learn to recognize the kind of people who so easily fall victim to honeyed words. While you have at least one soul gem, you can immediately tell the alignment of any creature around you. Additionally, you have advantage on insight and deception checks as long as you have a soul gem. I think that this also feels like a too little, too late kind of thing. I disagree with the whole soul gem mechanic, so we're just going to ignore that part. Also, alignment is not something that people necessarily use in most games, so kind of a nothing burger there too. Having advantage on insight and deception checks is fine. It feels like a warlock invocation more than it feels like a barbarian feature or a hellish barbarian feature. Again, it also feels weird to get it at 10th level. It feels like not that good at 10th level. Normally when you're building barbarians, 10th level should sort of be where they get access to something that's akin to spellcasting, or something that enhances the vibe of their core rage mechanic. And this just doesn't do any of those. Dropping the whole soul gem would make it feel like a totally just a fire barbarian. Oh, I agree. But what I'm saying is the soul gem mechanic also does not do anything to make it feel like a hell barbarian. The only thing the soul gem mechanic does is make it hard to get to the good aspects of the fire barbarian. It's just an annoying mechanic to have to deal with. It adds nothing. Like, if I take a picture of a person, okay, and I paint everything in the picture black, except for part of their head, and it's painted in a way that their silhouette now has horns, that does not make that picture a hellish picture. That means I just took away a lot to make the shape of a hellish guy. That doesn't make that guy more hellish. That's what's happening with this soul gem mechanic. It's not adding anything hellish. It's taking stuff away in a way that is not helpful, but is forcing this thing into a hellish perspective. That's what I'm saying. I completely disagree with having it in this version. If you want to incorporate some soul stuff in another thing, look to the Phantom Rogue, man. The Phantom Rogue has an amazing soul gem mechanic, and it does a whole bunch of different stuff, and it works really, really well. So look to something like that. Look to something like that. Because it's not doing any heavy lift. But that's what I'm saying, is it's not doing any heavy lifting. It feels like it's doing heavy lifting. It's doing illusory heavy lifting. That's what I'm saying. The heavy lifting that it's doing is surface level at best. And we want to get to a habit of no longer even having that conversation. We don't need to have the conversation of it's doing something on a surface level. If all it's doing is doing something on a surface level, it's not doing that thing. So that's why I'm saying it's just not doing that thing. The only reason to say it's doing something on a surface level is to, like, say, you know, you're getting a trophy for participation. You're already getting a trophy for participation. We don't need to say something works on a surface level. You can just move on. What do we get at 14th level? At 14th level, while raging, you can use your action to crush a soul gem, casting Fireball. So We are now also in a bigger issue here, which is we have very limited soul gems and everything cool uses them. So we're now in a position, if we are out of soul gems, not only do we not have no access to our 6th level feature, we also have no access to our 14th level feature. So you don't want to put everything behind this resource that is so hyper limited and tedious to manage. I feel like casting Fireball feels like a little bit of a letdown. Getting access to a 3rd level ranged area of effect spell is, no question, going to be very helpful for a Barbarian. One of the biggest issues with the Barbarian is range and AoE. This does both of those, so that's nice. Is that the pinnacle of the Hellfire Barbarian? I don't know. I would say no. I would say it's a 3rd level spell that realistically one of the spellcasters is going to have had for the last 8 levels, so I'm not sure how powerful it's going to feel. If I were you, I would go out of my way to make sure the capstone of my subclass feature feels like something that only I get. It's very hard to get to the capstone of a subclass. It takes a long time. If I manage to be Barbarian and not multi-class, which is hard with Barbarian because they're so good to multi-class, and I get to level 14, I want to feel like I'm getting something special. At 14th level, the Fiend Warlock gets a feature where it can target a creature and send them to hell for a round, where they take 10 d10 psychic damage upon their return. They get that at the same level that you as a Barbarian can now cast the lowest power level version of Fireball. And if you do that, you are deciding to do that instead of activating your Infernal Rage. So there's some cool ideas here, but you really, really, really want to think about how can I make this thing feel unique, and how can I make it consistently usable? How can I make sure that this subclass is going to feel like a hellish subclass at level 3, at level 6, at level 10, at level 14, but also, if I'm out of a core resource, I should still be able to feel like a hellish barbarian. By the time, especially when I'm high level, I should be able to feel like a hellish barbarian whether I'm raging or not, and I should be able to feel like a hellish barbarian whether or not I have soul gems or not. Neither of those should I be relying on for totally feeling like a hell barbarian. Those are my thoughts. It's a cool idea. I think you got to rebuild a lot of it. And man, I don't know if you've done this or not, Tuna Melt, but really, really, really take the time and look at other barbarian subclasses. Look at the ones that are published in the books. If you are not doing that, you are doing yourself a huge disservice. I would argue that if you took the time and looked at most of the subclasses, or even just the ones in the player's handbook, just a couple barbarian subclasses before building this, about half of the feedback that I gave you, you wouldn't need. So I'll give you the feedback, but you are going to be a better writer. Your homebrew is going to be better if you decide to take that time to do that research. It's just going to be better. Where the fuck is the music playing from? Oh, here it is. Confusing. All right. Anyway, let's give Tuna a big old round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Cinder, in spite of the wheel's curse still being upon me, I have created another item for my new line of weapons that should be added to 5e. I hope you get a chance to see it. Very cool. All right, that was... We're not looking at that today. That was the Barbarian Hellfire. Now we're going to go in the opposite direction of Hellfire. What's the opposite of hot? I'm pulling them from the public one. The member feedback section is just for the members to have their own little private feedback section. There are people in this community that take homebrew like very seriously, and a lot of them, very great, kindly and generously, are members. And some people would rather have their homebrew be less publicly given feedback and more selectively given feedback. But I'm just, because the members also get a whole day just for them. So we don't need to do anything else that's just for them. They're fine. They'll figure it out. What's after very hot? Very cold, baby. We're looking at this Frostborn Soul Sorcerer. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, we are not going to read this whole thing. This thing has too many things going on. We're not going to read the whole thing. But we are going to talk about building a subclass that has a theme here. And how we want to put power in certain places. And ignoring where we put power versus using where we put power. Because one of the things that I think we really struggle with in our homebrew is making the homebrew a little bit bloated and not knowing how to capture vibe. This piece is that perfectly. There's a lot of stuff here that captures vibe very nicely. But holy shit, is there a lot of bloat? And there's a lot of stuff that feels like it really doesn't capture vibe. Or at least it's trying to capture vibe, but it's trying too hard and it's leading to the piece be way too much. So let's take a look at it. And you'll see what I'm talking about. This is the Frostborn Soul. Within your soul lies a frozen splinter of negative energy. This cold magic can freeze the air around you and even freeze spells as they are cast. You or an ancestor might have been to an elemental plane, blah, 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 blah. So you're ice sorcerer. Ice sorcerer. Very cool, very cool. We're doing homebrew review today, Rex. So you get some little oddities, which is fun. This is one of these things where these are all just like flavor text. But then we also get some spells. We get a spell list, and it's a pretty solid spell list. Armor of Agathis, Frost Fingers, Rhymes, Binding Ice, Snowstorm, Counterspell. Okay, here's what I'm going to say here. There's a couple spells on this list that I think really don't fit. I think it's Counterspell, I think it's Private Sanctum, and I think it is Hold Monster. Now, I know in the flavor text you said that they are so cold that it's cold against magic. But I'm going to tell you something, man. I think that you got to pick a lane a little bit. I think you got to pick a lane a little bit. Because as we move forward with this homebrew, we are all going to see collectively that this has way too much going on. And a big part of the project of why there's way too much going on is because you sort of seem stuck between cold stuff and like anti-magic stuff. Rex, I posted a whole big thing about it in the Discord. We are basically only using the wheel now for member review streams and event streams. Any other homebrew review we are doing is me picking stuff beforehand from the community section of the Discord. If you would like more of an explanation on that, I have given it a few times in chat, so other people can help, or you can read it in the Discord. I understand that Hold Monster is supposed to represent a creature being frozen. Maybe it's okay. Maybe it fits. But I think I feel like Counterspell and Private Sanctum, you lose the plot. You lose the plot. And I think it's because you're trying to do too much with cold and with anti-magic. And that's going to be a thing we see moving on throughout this. Let's see. You also get resistance to cold damage at level 1. And whenever you cast a spell, you can change its damage type to cold. And then you get a whole other feature. So here's the problem here. This is... It's not too much, but it is too much if you're doing a lot of other things here. So here's what I'm going to point out right here. I think you drop both of these. I don't think we need resistance to cold. And I think being able to change your damage type to cold of any of your spells is really redundant on a sorcerer. One, there's already a meta magic that lets you change your damage type to whatever damage type you want. And two, and more importantly, you have given us a spell list overflowing with cold damage. If you want to give us a spell list overflowing with cold damage, don't give us this feature. Or, if you want to give us this feature, remove this spell list. It's too much to do both. And we're going to continue to see how that's too much moving forward. And I think how you tweak and change that is actually going to be the most important thing in power balancing this. Because right now it's just too much. Another thing that I could say is, like, for example, there's sorcerers that basically this is the only feature they get. And not a spell list. They're not good sorcerers, but it's worth thinking about. So yeah, get rid of this. Don't need it. Let's take a look at Icy Aura. At first level, your soul radiates an aura that causes magic to freeze when it gets close to you. Magical and spell attacks made against you have disadvantage, and you have advantage on saving throws and other magical effects. This is a problem. This is more powerful than any version of magical resistance in the game. If this was the only first level feature we got, genuinely, the only first level feature we get, not this, not spell list, not anything else, just these lines, it would maybe be balanced. I don't think it would be good, but from a power perspective, this is fucking insane. And Tuna Melt, my darling champion, is bringing up an excellent point. What does this have to do with ice? So we are now in a situation where if you want to have anti-magic and ice, it is too powerful, and we haven't even finished reading the first level features. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep reviewing this piece, but I am going to be giving the feedback that you should eliminate all of the anti-magic stuff. I genuinely think that's the move. This really messing you up. This is so powerful. You're so underestimating the power level of this. There used to be a feature like this on a D&D race, and they had to change it because it was too powerful. And it wasn't as powerful as this. Yeah, exactly. This is stronger than the original Yuan Ti. The original Yuan Ti just gave you advantage on saving throws. It didn't give anybody disadvantage on shit. A few rules about subclass design are broken here. Yeah, it's a little chonky. Let's see what this other feature does. Let's assuming we get rid of this, and assuming we get rid of this, let's assume for a second that the only thing we get at first level is the spell list and this feature. Let's see how that feels. When a creature within 30 feet of you casts a spell or uses a magical effect targeting one or more creatures, you can use your reaction to subtract 1d6 from the attack roll or add 1d6 to the creature's saving throw. You can feature charisma modifier times, and you gain expended uses on a long rest. The die for this feature increases at a certain level. Okay, I don't actually think the die here should increase. I think it's going to be really good at level 1, and it's going to be really good at level 20. Also, this is probably too powerful for a first level feature. There is another mechanic in D&D that is basically exactly the same at this, but significantly worse, and it is a 6th level feature of a druid. It is the Druid of the Stars. They basically get this exact feature. It's this exact feature, but worse. Let me show you. At 6th level, every day you roll a die, and you either get even or odd. If you get even, creatures can add numbers to stuff. If you get even, you can subtract numbers from stuff. This is a little limited. No, it's not. It's just saving throws. Oh, it's magical effects. So it's a little limited in that regard, but I'm telling you, man, it's too powerful at level 1. It's too powerful at level 1. And also, it also doesn't have anything to do with ice. So, like, why is this called Icy Aura? We don't want to lose the plot before we start the homebrew. And we've lost the plot. If you really want to capture the vibe of anti-magic and Icy Aura, or anti-magic and cold, I think you can give us the cold spells and you can give us a significantly toned down version of this feature. And those could work at level 1. But, dude, if you really want to go Iceman, we just need level 1. We need a new level 1 feature. I don't know what it is. But you're pulling us in a couple different directions here. And I don't think they're working at the moment. Now, at level 6, we get an interesting feature. And I think this 6th level feature could actually very easily be tweaked a tiny bit and work very well. Let's take a look at the 6th level feature. Because your first level features don't work right now, but this is now sort of feeling like a 6th level sorcerer feature. Wouldn't an anti-magic sorcerer be like really backwards? Why? Because sorcerers are magical? You don't see the logic to a sorcerer whose magic is specifically good at diminishing the magic of others? It not working is everything to do with writings and story. For mechanically, I think it's totally fine. It's like being an abjuration wizard. Let's look at this 6th level feature. At 6th level, you channel your frozen magic to entrap a creature in ice. When you cast a leveled spell dealing cold damage, you can spend 2 sorcery points to force that target of that spell. You're using way too many words here. Basically, whenever you deal cold damage to a creature, you can spend 2 sorcery points to force that creature to make a strength saving throw. On a failure, they are restrained until the end of your next turn. And then you copied, like, Rime of Binding Ice or something. Like, I'm not sure why you did all this extra stuff at the end. So here's what I'm going to say here. This feature is very, very similar, but totally different from another sorcerer. And I think that other sorcerer is going to do a lot of help here. What does this feature do? This feature is spending sorcery points to enhance the way we cast cold spells. There's a sorcerer that does that, but the opposite. Does anyone know what it is? First person to guess it wins. 1, 2, 3, you're late. It's the Aberrant Mind Sorcerer. The Aberrant Mind Sorcerer gets a bunch of psychic spells because it's a psionic sorcerer. And then at 6th level, it makes it where whenever you cast any of your spells from your spell list, you can spend sorcery points by making them psychically cast. Just do that, man. You're giving us all of these cold spells. Fucking use them. Whenever you cast a level 1 or first level spell or higher from the Frostborn spell list, you can spend a sorcery point to pick a target of that spell and to have some other effect on them, to make it cold them up more. Something like that. That's going to work here great. We don't need to do resistance to all this, not like none. We don't need any of this. None of this we don't need any of this. This is all nonsense. Don't need it. Get rid of it. Simplify. When I cast spells that do this feature, I can spend a sorcery point to do some cold shenanigans on them. It'll work great. And now we have another 6th level feature. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not even going to read it. Because if you power balance this 6th level feature to be basically what I just said, that's a good level 6 for a sorcerer. Anything else in is too powerful. So this we just need to drop. Or you need to decide you're making an anti-magic sorcerer. Yeah, but Tuna Melt, just because a sorcerer has magic in their veins doesn't mean they're not going to use that magic to diminish the magic of others. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like, I think it totally could make sense. By Alzul, did I say thank you for gifting those 5 subs? I hope I did. I think I did. If I didn't, fuck me, I apologize. Yeah, so we don't even need to worry about that. Let's take a look at Frostborn Tempest. At 14th level, you can manifest your powers into an icy tempest. As an action, you can expend 3 sorcery points to summon a blizzard. It lasts for 1 minute, has a 15-foot radius, centered a point you can choose, a point you choose within 60 feet of you. Reorganized the way this is written. So build it like out. Like as an action, expend 3 sorcery points, choose a point you can see within 60 feet of you, 15-foot radius blizzard, write it in that order. Write it in the order that people are going to logically think about it or use it. It's difficult terrain. It's heavy obscurement, but you're able to see through it normally. Creatures other than you within the save have to make a DC 10 charisma saving throw on a failure. That, we're going to drop the anti-magic stuff entirely. This is, you're overdoing it. Why is there any? Yeah, drop this entirely. You can force all creatures within the blizzard to make a con saving throw or take cold damage. I don't know, man. This just kind of feels like other sorcerer shit. Now we're just doing what the Shadow Sorcerer does. The Shadow Sorcerer gets the ability to make a big area hard to see through, but they can see through it. The other thing is we're getting a bunch of fucking... Just give us more Blizzard spells. Like, I don't know, man. I would go in a different direction than summoning a Blizzard if we're getting a bunch of Blizzardy spells. I think as far as 14th level feature goes, it almost feels like we're already getting versions of this. Or like we could just be getting more versions of it in here. It could work, but it feels redundant on top of the spells on the spell list. So one of the things that the other thing that I wanted to talk about with this piece, and I think it's a good example of it, and we're going to talk about it a lot with the next piece, is redundancy. If you don't have that much space when you're building a subclass, you don't have that much wiggle room, okay? If you're getting a bunch of spells that make it feel like you make blizzards, do we need a whole feature dedicated to blizzards? I don't know. And then what do we get for Glacial Detonation? Upon 18th level, I actually didn't read this one yet. As an action, you can I read this subclass, I didn't read this feature. You let an explosion of magical energy, 15-foot radius. All creatures in the radius have to make a con saving throw or take some damage and get frozen in ice, becoming petrified for 1 minute. Yeah, this just feels like other stuff we've gotten already, man. I think you really shot yourself in the foot with trying to make this anti-magic and blizzard. You're doing so you're saying the same thing over and over again in terms of the features. Like, so much work is being done here. A lot of this just feels redundant, and all the anti-magic shit feels not well implemented and extra and not needed. So if I were you, I would just cut all the anti-magic stuff out entirely. I would pretty much rebuild the first level entirely, make the 6th level actually use this, sort of like the Aberrant Mind. And then, yeah, you got to rebuild a lot of this. This is a really good example of you've got part of a really cool idea, but you tried to squeeze in too much. And then on top of trying to squeeze in too much, you got kind of redundant with some of these class features. Maybe the anti-magic sorcerer gets its magic by sapping magical energy around it. You got to be careful with that because you don't want your power to be based on the things you're fighting. Otherwise, your Dungeon Master becomes quite limited in the monsters they can throw at you. But anyway, I think it's a cool start. I think that you bit off a little bit more than you could chew, or you tried to throw in a bit more than you needed to. Again, man, every single piece I've looked at tonight, look at the things that are already published. Don't copy them, but look at their power balance. Look how many features they get. If you took this and held it up to literally any other sorcerer, you would be able to say, oh, this gets too many features. You would just notice it. So do that. Save yourself the time. You don't need me to give you feedback that you can get by reviewing it yourself. I'm telling you, man, all of you guys are going to become so much better writers as soon as you start actually checking your work against published material. It's shocking how many people don't do that. All right. Thank you very much for sharing. This was brought to us by our dear Gilded Prism. Let's get Gilded Prism a big round of applause. Thank you. Kaboosh. All right, guys, we got one more piece to look at tonight. Now, we are going to do a little bit of skimming on this piece because this piece is a very fun idea. That is basically similarly, it's very repetitive. So this is a Oath of Gravity paladin. I'm going to point out something right now. I would argue that gravity as a physical force of nature is not enough to make a paladin. And I think that is the problem that you are facing. And I think that problem expresses itself in your game mechanics. Remember that a Paladin Oath requires more vibe and nuance than, like, single thing. It can be focused on single thing, but that single thing needs to be expressed in a variety of ways. And because gravity is so one note, if you're not willing to explore what does that mean, like, philosophically, your subclass is going to basically do the same thing a bunch of times, which is kind of what we end up with here. You love the vibe of my newer shorts, the little gimmick ones? Thanks, man. They're fun to make. My shorts have been doing really shit numbers lately, so I've been trying to, like, play around with different formatting to see if that will help shake it up, because I went from making a livable wage on YouTube to making half a livable wage, which is a little scary. But hopefully it'll round itself back out. But nonetheless, let's talk about this gravity guy. So, we got counterweight, perspectives that cannot be challenged, have no room to grow. Orbital control, allow yourself, only align with those that seek truth, center of the universe, the world does not revolve around you. So all of these are really good philosophical ways of addressing gravity. The issue that we're going to face as we read this is that I don't think enough of them make their way into the mechanics, because gravity also, at least in the way you're writing it here, is kind of like balance. You know what I mean? You have my favorite shorts out of all the D&D YouTubers. Oh, Gilded Prism. That is a very nice compliment. I don't mind compliments in the text, in chat. If we ever get on the phone and you give me a compliment, I'm going to get very uncomfortable. Let's see what spells we get. Magnify Gravity, Featherfall, Immovable Object, Levitate, Pulse Wave, Minute Meteors, Sinkhole, Dimension Door, Destructive Wave, Wall of Force. Okay. I think this spell list, similar to that Sorcerer spell list, is doing a massive amount of work here. Like a mountain of work. And I think most of it is very good. I want to push you on a couple things. I want to push you on Melf's Minute Meteors. I get it from a flavor perspective. You're, like, summoning things down. But I just feel like we are getting a lot of ranged damage. I don't know if we need Melf's Minute Meteors. There might be an element of something else missing that could be a third level spell that could fit here better. But let's take a second and look at what these spells do. What do these spells generally do? They're mostly doing three things. They're doing damage, they are forcing movement, or they are preventing movement. That's great. That's great for a couple reasons. One, I mean, that's gravity right there. Gravity plus damage, anyway. It's also great because, in a weird sort of way, we don't really need to cover any of those in the rest of the class. This spell list does a really good job of covering that. The problem that we're going to face as we move forward reading this is that I don't think the creator here has given credit to how much work this spell list is doing. And for classes like Paladins, the reason why I picked this class was I wanted to I want to show you, and we're going to keep reading, I'm going to show you. This is a good example, though, very good example of a spell list that does a really, really good job on a Paladin. You don't get much room when you're building a Paladin to make it feel unique. At 3rd level, you get Channel Divinity's spell list. 7th level, you basically get an aura. You get one kind of weird thing at 15th level and a cool avatar state at the top. But, like, that's it. So the spell list needs to do work. In fact, most of the time, when I'm looking at Paladin subclasses that people send me, I can tell whether or not it's going to feel good as a subclass just by looking at the spell list. Because this spell list needs to sell the fiction. You want the other features to help sell the fiction, but this is really important. When something is really important, we want to put a lot of effort into it. But sometimes, as creators, we can forget how much of an impact it has. So let's keep in mind these spells and what they do. And now let's move forward. Let's look at the Channel Divinities. And I want to see what you guys' thoughts are. Specifically, what I want you to ask yourself as we're reading these is, are these features giving us things that we are not getting from the spell list? Or are they giving us things that we are already getting from the spell list? That's the question to ask. Channel divinities. We have Crushing Gravity. As an action, you can force a large amount of gravity centered on a target creature, forcing it to make a strength or con saving throw. On a failed save, the creature is knocked prone and unable to stand up. At the end of each of its turns, it can repeat the saving throw, ending the effect. First of all, this would need a time limit. Oh, you said that there. Make it a minute. But also, is that a fee? Are we already getting this here? Kind of. We don't really get like a hold person option, but Magnify Gravity, Pulse Wave, Gravity Sinkhole, these all sort of diminish movement quite a bit. This locks a creature in place. The other thing is that what's the range on this? So we need range on this, right? So how far away? Like 60 feet, 10 feet. And then the only other thing here that I think is really important to think about is that this basically exists in another feature already. What vibe is this invoking? How is this balancing? I don't know. This isn't balanced. This is more like, extreme gravity. But I do think that it doesn't feel like it adds something new. And we already get a feature that essentially stops a creature moving as a paladin channel divinity, and that is the Way of the Ancients paladin, which can essentially restrain a creature. And having a creature knocked prone and not be able to stand up isn't restraining them, but it's also like not that different from that. This could work. Is the Discord being weird? Discord looks normal to me. No, we won't worry about that. What's the Discord? The Discord is having latency issues lately. It's taking a long time to load. Oh, I don't think that might just be Discord, like the app. That might not be me. I don't think that's our Discord. I think that might be like the app. Like the program of Discord. That's my guess. Is it happening in other people's Discords? Unsure. It's the whole of Discord. Okay, well, that's annoying for all of us. I do think, though, that it does kind of do something that these aren't doing, in that it's locking a single creature down. I don't know if knocking them prone and unable to stand up is the way I would want to roll with that, but I do think it's an interesting idea. I mean, you could also... I'll tell you this. The way that it's written, it wouldn't work on a lot of... Any monster that's immune to prone would not be affected by this. I don't know if that matters to you. Now let's look at Singularity, the other channel divinity. As an action, you can force an unoccupied space of your choice within 30 feet of you to momentarily swell with a surge of gravitational pull. You would never use the language force this in this way, because this is the language used when targeting creatures. So you would just say, you fill an unoccupied space of your choice within 30 feet of you with a swell of gravity. All creatures within a 10-foot radius of the sphere have to make a con saving throw. On a failed save, they are pulled towards the center of the sphere. Is this giving us anything new? I would argue that we have like 6 different spells that do basically that in different ways here. So we don't need to waste a whole channel divinity giving us this feature. We don't need to. Hey, Quispy, check my announcement that I made in the Discord announcements a day or two ago about the wheel. We are not doing the wheel anymore. Or ask people in the Discord and they'll explain it to you. But we don't need this feature. You have a whole other channel divinity that you could give us. Can I make a suggestion of what that channel divinity could be? One thing that we have seen a lot of so far, but almost is making gravity more extreme. We haven't seen any of making gravity lighter. What if you could basically use this to let a creature get plus 20 to their jump distance for a minute or something, you know? Make a creature super light. You can't do commands on YouTube. No, they were just asking about the wheel. That's why they put a question mark, I think. Maybe there's space for that, though, right? Maybe everybody, you do a channel divinity, everybody can super jump. I don't know. But we don't need this. We genuinely don't need it because we get all of it up here. You did such a good job with your spell list that you are now stepping on your own toes with other features. Oh, you were trying to do commands. Oh, yeah. Oh, then, well, yeah. We're not doing a wheel. So give yourself something new, man. Respect the work that you put in, okay? Respect the quality of the spell list that you've made here. Don't diminish it by assuming the people need more. They don't. They're good. Also, super, super, super minor formatting thing. Do you see how you have the block text around these, but not around these? Not always, but sometimes, and really the only way to check is to just fuck with it. Sometimes you really do want to put this block text around the whole thing. I don't know if you need to here or in spell lists, but depending on what sort of table you're making, if you're using this every other style, light, dark, sometimes having these lines and the break apart lines is like very, very good for the reader. How does this work now? How does what work now? Oh, spells are also in alphabetical order on each level. That is true. True, 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 true. Good call. Table border. Thank you, Akase. Let's take a look at the aura of orbital force. Starting at 7th level, you can manipulate your own gravitational pull. When a creature makes a ranged attack. Oops. Why is my computer? Calm yourself, Iago. There we go. When a creature makes a ranged attack roll targeting an allied creature within 10 feet of you, other than yourself, the attack creature has disadvantage. I think that's an interesting mechanic. I want to push back on the way that it's worded. I would probably say, just to simplify it, I would probably say ranged, I would probably say something like creatures within 10, attacks made against, ranged weapon attacks against creatures within 10 feet of you have disadvantage. Probably just leave it like that. Do you know what placing your flesh upon the pyre does? It should explain it in the Twitch thing. I don't think this should cover spells. I think it's too powerful if it covers spells. If you wanted it to cover spells, you would just say attack roll or ranged attack instead of ranged spell attack. But the issue is the wording, is the sentence structure. Because you could save, 8 words, 9 words by reorganizing it. I think it's probably okay as a, here's my thought process. I think this is okay as an aura. I don't like it when it levels up. If you want this to be the aura, I might make this 5 feet and I might make this 10 feet or 20 or 15 feet. Because I think it's quite a bit stronger than a lot of other auras. I could also see something where it's like creatures take less damage or attack rolls have some sort of penalty. I think either of those could work. You know what you could also do? And again, do what you want. You could go in the opposite direction here. What about this? Starting at 10th level, when creatures make ranged attacks while within 10 feet of you, they can add 50 feet to their short and long range. Because you can, make gravity lighter for them when they're launching their bolts out. That would be a very different direction to go in, but I think it would also be kind of interesting. It would encourage, what would be weird about it? Actually, I don't think it's a good idea for this specifically because of this, but it's an interesting idea. It would encourage ranged units to stand near you as a paladin, which is weird. And I don't know if I like that. But it's an interesting idea to think about. So maybe ignore me, but also it's a neat idea. But I don't think it's a good idea. Don't most other auras start at 30 feet, though? So most paladin auras, if you look at them, they are between 5 and 10 feet, sometimes 15 feet initially, and they extend at some point, some range at 18th level. They do not all extend to 30 feet. And it is somewhat dependent on what they do, because some of them are more powerful than others. It could also be an aura that affects speed in some way. Sure, creatures of your choice that start their turn within 10 feet of you, add 10 feet of and 10 feet to their movement. You could definitely do something like that if you wanted to. I think this could work like this. I just hesitate about the 30-foot radius at a certain point, but maybe it's fine. Specifically for just all ranged attacks having disadvantage. Feels like a lot. I wouldn't give all creatures advantage either. That would equally feel like too much. Let's take a look at 15th level. Starting at 15th level, you gain enough control of your orbit to redirect projectiles back to their origin. If a ranged attack targeting you or an ally within 10 feet of you misses, you can use your reaction to deflect the attack back to the sender by making a ranged spell attack and using the deflected attack's damage on a hit. Conceptually, I think this is a very fun feature. I also think, yeah, it does something different. None of these really do that, which is good. The problem is, I think it's much too powerful if it's infinite in use. The only other version of this feature in the game right now is the monk, who gets the ability to grab a missile and throw it back. What balances the monk out is that it doesn't do the same damage going back. It does damage equal to, like, your martial arts. By making the damage the same as going back to the sender, this makes this much stronger. Much stronger. Which basically means if you want it to stay like this, it needs to be limited in use. Missile snare, yo, you can hate on monks as much as you want. They're much more balanced than people give them credit for. And there's plenty of features within them that are very balanced. And I think the missile snaring is a perfect example. So I think you got to put a limiter on this. But this is doing something new and doing something different. It also does something that I don't know if you intend or not. It balances with this feature, but only kind of. Because this feature will make ranged attacks miss you and your allies more. And this feature will mean when they miss with those attacks, you can swing it back. But it also does something kind of weird, and I don't know how much it matters, but when I was reading this initially before stream, I thought about it for a while, and I think it's worth addressing, which is that these features work antithetically to each other if you're fighting a smart monster. Because if you're fighting a smart monster, they are not going to be making any ranged attacks against you or anybody within 10 feet of you. I don't know if that's something that you want to think about. I don't know how much that matters. I don't know how much we want to tie this to this, but it is definitely something that I was thinking about when I was reading this. If you don't want to put a limiter, it would make it harder to hit constantly. This needs a limiter. There's no way to do this without there being a limiter. It needs a limiter. Monks' biggest flaw is that their damage starts low, gets decent around 4th, then heavily falls off. Yeah, monks, yes. Yes. And they don't get enough hit points, I would also argue. Or at least they don't get enough defense to back up their getting less hit points. Let's take a look at this 20th level feature. And then at 20th level, we get a bunch of shit. Are these features on all the time? 20th level, you can use your action to transform. How long does the transformation last? You need to say that. Does the transformation last a minute, or 10 minutes, or an hour? It's a very big difference in how powerful these features can be, depending on how long you make the transformation last. If you make the transformation last for a minute, it's different in terms of how powerful you can make it as opposed to 10 minutes, etc. Also, kind of changes the vibe of what you want them to do. If you want your transformation to have more like investigation, mobility stuff, maybe it lasts longer. If it's more like, I'm hitting a lot, then it doesn't need to last that long. It says 1 minute. Where? At 20... Oh, 1 minute. Pff, I'm stupid. Right here is where it says it. What? You should make it the number 1. Okay, let's see what happens. All enemies within 60 feet of you must make a strength or con saving throw against your spell save DC or be pulled directly towards you. When do they have to make this saving throw? Do they make it when you use this feature? Do they make it at the start of their turn? Do they make it at the end of their turn? Do they make it the first time they enter within 60 feet of you? It needs to be sitting somewhere in the action economy. An aura of debris floats around you, dealing 1d6 bludgeoning damage plus your charisma modifier to all enemies within 30 feet of you. When a creature enters the aura for the first time or ends their turn in the aura, the order of this organization, why is this at the end? So this information needs to go first. When a creature enters within 30 feet of you, they take blah, 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 blah. Don't put this at the end, put it at the beginning. This is a feature that I think makes a lot of sense as I'm visualizing someone with lots of rocks floating around them, but I think really doesn't make any sense at all as a 20th level feature. Genuinely makes no sense. It's such a small amount of damage. It's going to be more annoying as a dungeon master to have to be rolling and keeping track of all of that damage, or for the player to have to roll, than it is going to be fun. This is not going to be fun. The visuals of it are going to be cool, but the mechanics of it are going to be tedious and unimpactful. If I were you, I would probably keep the vibe and try to make it a little bit more mechanically interesting. So, for example, an aura of debris begins to float around you, period. As a bonus action on each of your turns, you can launch rocks at a creature within 30 feet of you. They have to make a saving throw or they take 4d6 bludgeoning damage, right? Make it a slightly more impactful and give you a little bit more control over it. And also make it affect a little bit less stuff if you're going to do that. But it's going to be way more fun, I think, for you to be like, I'm launching rocks at a creature and doing a bunch of damage to them, as opposed to everybody takes basically no damage around you. A partial cover is kind of an interesting idea. Partial cover could also be an interesting idea. For sure, partial cover could be an interesting idea. Yeah, floating with stuff around you is always a little bit of a tricky mechanic. You kind of just have to treat it like an aura, I think. Or I really feel like if you're trying to keep track of a bunch... This is not what they're doing here. But if you're trying to keep track of a bunch of objects floating around you, D&D is just not built for that. Unless you're translating it into like an aura or charges. What's up, Ad Lucas? How's it going? Adam. How are you doing, buddy? I could be wrong, but I think Oathbreaker is the only one at 20th level that deals damage. Yeah, maybe. Other paladins get features that might not directly deal damage, but they essentially lead to damage being dealt. Like, you get extra attacks, or you hit harder, or things are done with advantage. So, I don't think there's anything mechanically wrong with giving this guy extra damage. I think the issue that starts to come up is you want it to be impactful. It's a 20th level feature, okay? Do you have any idea how rare it is to get to 20th level? I don't want my 20th level capstone when I am the pinnacle of gravity incarnate. I am literally the avatar of gravity on Earth. Okay? Should the manifestation of that power over the course of a campaign that may have lasted years be I deal 1d6 damage to the stuff around me? I maybe kill a peasant. No. You want to be fucking bringing down the Death Star and shit. I think that's why I would refocus it into... You're like, sure, maybe shit's orbiting around you, but you're like crashing it down onto people. They have a bunch of stuff already that lowers their enemies' speed. It's mostly in the spell list, but they cover it pretty good. What else does it get? You and allies... designated... Oh my god, I hate the way this is written. You and all allies you designate within 60 feet of you gain a fly speed for the duration. Just say creatures of your choice within 30 feet of you gain a fly speed. And are granted immunity from the negative effects of this transformation. You can completely remove this if you just rewrite this so it's good. If an ally is more than 60 feet away of you... So here's what you do. You rewrite this feature entirely and you say... Whenever whenever a creature of your choice starts its turn within 60 feet of you, or creatures of your choice within 60 feet of you gain a fly speed equal of 30 feet, or a fly speed equal to their walking speed. If they are ever more than 60 feet away from you, they begin to descend back to the ground slowly as if under this feather fall. Then it works fine. Boom. Overall, though, I think it's a neat idea. But again, what were we talking about at the beginning? Where do we put the power? We don't have infinite resources, and we don't have infinite time when we're making a subclass. You have done an amazing job of putting power here. So get rid of all the redundancy we see going throughout, because there's a lot of it. We don't need redundancy, friendo. Don't need it. But cool idea. It's got some really nice stuff going on inside it. Yeah, Databank, I agree, man. It is lacking vibe. And I think because it's doing too much of the same thing. I think maybe, I don't remember if you just got here, but the main feedback I had initially was this feels kind of too one note, and I think it's worth expanding on the idea of what a gravity paladin is and how we build out our features. All right, let us give a big old round of applause. Who was this one from? This one was from our dear Sponge. This was from our dear... No, this was from Ninja Fire. The Ninja of Fire. Let's give the Ninja of Fire a big old round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Pretty cool, pretty cool, pretty cool. Guys. One second. There we go. Poof. And that, friend, is the homebrew that I picked that we were going to look at today. That's going to be the new format moving forward. So, the way that we are going to start doing my homebrew review shows in general is that we are going to be picking pieces from the shared submission channels. We're going to be going through them. We're going to be looking at some magic items, some spells, some monsters. If ever I see things like feats or pact boons or things that I see more rarely, we'll look at some of those too. Subclasses. I'm going to read them beforehand, kind of put my thoughts together, and then we'll talk about them here. I think that went pretty well. I enjoyed the shit out of that. I acknowledge that it was less gamified than spinning a big wheel, but I feel like I liked everything that was said more, and I enjoyed the process more. I hope that you guys enjoy that at least somewhat too. And now we're shifting gears, but we are not ending stream because we got through them a little bit sooner than we got through them earlier than I thought we were going to. So we're going to shift gears now. Now we're focusing on you. Would you look at something written into Discord? I would rather it be a linked document so I can for ease of use, because I want to be able to open it in a window. I don't want to have to format looking at Discord on stream. So if you just put it into a Google Doc, that would be great, because it's really just about putting it into a window. But yeah, so what I was going to say is now we're going to shift gears a little bit. Now we're going to hang. And we're going to talk homebrew a little bit more directly. So the way this is going to work, and we're not going to do this all night. We're probably going to do this for a little bit. If any of you have homebrew ideas you're working on, and you would like to discuss them live on the call with me, if you want to, you can go to, in my Discord, there is a channel called the Waiting Room. And you can enter into that waiting room. It will automatically put you into a queue. And you can check the queue, and there's a little thing that says waiting room queue above it. And if anybody has homebrew they want to join on the call to discuss, not finished pieces, but something they're working on, or in the chat, if you just want to talk homebrew, if you have questions, ideas you're working on, and you want to brainstorm, ask them in the chat, because now we are shifting gears. Much more interactive with who's being reviewed, but I'll need to watch more. I think it was a pretty solid. I think it was pretty good. Pretty good. At least medium. I love reading feats. I think feats are one of the more fun things to write. Feats are really fun. Feats are also one of those things where it's like okay to be so hyper specific. You know? That's what's on my forehead. Holy schmutz. That's just a shadow? What is that? What's on my head here? What is that? Oh no. My eyebrow growing? It's not hair. Oh, it's like a cut. It's like a wound. Where'd that come from? Whatever. Cinder, do you have any thoughts on how you would fix the 4 elements monk? I think the easiest way to fix the 4 elements monk is to make all of its features cost 1 less key point. I don't think you need to do anything other than that. I can even show you what I'm talking about here. Let's go to the 4 elements monk for a second. Genuinely, if you just take every single feature of the 4 elements monk, make everything cost 1 key point less, it's fine. So, basically, the 4 elements monk, you got a bunch of fucking gobbledygook, and then you pick different features, and they all do stuff. Okay? Imagine literally any of these costing 1 key point less. It just fucking works. It just works. It just works. Just make everything cost 1 key point less. That's all you need to do. And you're there. And you're groovy. Not everybody might agree with that opinion, but that's my opinion. I scratched my Pharrell flesh form. Yeah, I don't know how I did that. I'll have to investigate it in a mirror later. I'm making a warlock pact that involves big gambling and risk-taking vibe. I had an idea for an ability that can force a critical hit, but the next attack against you as a critical hit. I would strongly encourage against that because you could essentially very, very easily cheese and break the game by allowing a forced critical hit because I can stack stuff preemptively for that critical hit. So it doesn't matter if I could get critical hitted on later, because if I can put a critical hit behind a smite, spell type stuff, sneak attack, it's so much stronger than the hit back is going to be. And there's still no guarantee that the hit is going to be back. If you want to build a gambling type subclass, you have to be very, very careful with how much you lean into risk reward. I would argue that if you go too heavy in risk reward, like make the risks too big and the rewards too big, it makes the subclass kind of unusable because it creates situations where everything is always really great or really terrible, and it will never feel balanced. It will always feel jank, either jank too much good or jank too much bad. You want it to still be balanced, even in the best scenario of the winning, and in the worst scenario of the losing, you want it to still feel reasonably balanced. I'm creating a bard who has a 3rd level feature, roughly the power of a 2nd, 3rd level spell. They can use this feature once per day and expend a use of bardic inspiration to use it again. Is that a fair trade? I think it really depends on what the feature does. I would probably put a limited number of uses on it. If you feel confidently that it's around the same power level as a 3rd level spell, probably put limited uses on it, but I would need to know what it was, I think. Any idea for a paladin who swore to protect knowledge, like protecting old runes and artifacts? I would argue that kind of exists already in the Path of the Watcher, but you could definitely do like a secret keeper, knowledge-based paladin. I don't know exactly what features I would give. I would look to the Watcher for some inspiration, because they do get a bunch of features that are like investigatory. I give monks more key points in all my home games, so I think it's a good idea. The way that I run monks is they get to add their total key points are their key points that comes normally plus wisdom modifier. And then I think they're pretty chill. Maybe that's why I don't have a problem with monks ever, as I just do that and they're fine. Maybe a paladin that wants to protect knowledge would get some sort of benefit. Obviously benefits from like finding secret things, but also maybe they would be like, maybe they could get some extra benefits for insight, like in the same way that the paladin, that's the war paladin, can add +10 to an attack roll. Maybe they could add +10 to an insight check. Your monk players love it? Yeah, it just seems good. One of my players wants to stop time very shortly, and they told me any drawbacks and mechanics for it you tell her okay, but I don't know how to make it fun. Reward with a drawback. Here's the problem. If one of your players wants to stop time really shortly, there's a spell that does that in the game already. You don't need to make anything up. It's called Time Stop. That's exactly what this spell does. It stops time, and then these are all the conditions. There's a shit ton of things you cannot do with time stopped. But here's the problem. It's a 9th level spell. It's one of the most powerful spells in the game. So, if I were you, I think that you probably cannot actually give your character a free 9th level spell. Because the drawbacks would need to be so immense in order to balance that in any way that it's going to work. Time stop. So, this might be an element of your player needing to sort of reset their expectations for how much power they should get access to. Or you could interpret it in a way that is completely different. So, for example, there's a bunch of different D&D races like the Eladrin or the Shadarkai or the Furbolg, which get the ability to teleport a very short amount of times per day. You could give them a teleport, like a Misty Step, and it's flavored as they're stopping time and moving 30 feet forward and then starting time again. You could very easily do something like that. But in order to actually give them time stop, that's not going to fly. That's not going to work. I'm making a rock barbarian. I really want to nail the flavor text. It's very important to me. Cragheart barbarians are fierce warriors who channel the primal power of the earth and stone into their combat prowess. If you really want the flavor text to be good, here's what I will say. That opening sentence explains things, but it is not particularly emotional or evocative. It is sort of like the explanation I might read at the beginning of an instruction manual. They draw their power from the very landscape, becoming unstable forces that crush foes with the fury of mountains. So the second sentence is much more evocative than the first, but the problem is you're not really giving any new information. You're kind of repeating the information. So I would try to jam those sentences together. I'd probably say something like, Cragheart barbarians draw their strength from the landscape, period. They channel the earth, they channel the power of earth and stone to become unstoppable forces that crush their foes with the fury of mountains, period. Something like that. But try to get the vibe of the second sentence and the information of the first sentence and mush them together. Because both sentences are just repeating themselves. One is just informative and one is evocative. And you need them to be the same thing. Furbolgs do not get Misty Step. They get a mini version of Misty Step. It's a little different. They also become invisible during it. Ooh. Ooh. I'm giving my players a whole bunch of health potions as a quest reward. I want to try out limiting the number of potions usable per short rest. I guess that my question would be why? Like, the only reason... I feel like you're creating a problem and then solving it. Why are you giving them a bunch of health potions and then putting a limited on the use? Why not just... I don't know. I guess you could do that. I don't really have feelings about it. I would say that's... I don't know how much fun that's going to add. I think it would be really frustrating. And I would be really frustrated as a player if my character was going to die. But there is a health potion that they could have. but they can't because they took a health potion earlier that day. I feel like that would be really, really, really frustrating as a
Thanks,
player.
Cinder. Sorry for the wall of text.
Oh, you're welcome. What wall of text? Oh, the Rock Barbarian thing. No worries. Also, did you guys see how quick the super chat went through there? That was crazy. Looks like my internet's doing a little bit better at that. Any thoughts on Madness as a mechanic? Yeah, my thoughts on Madness as a mechanic is that the Madness table in the Dungeon Master's Guide sucks, and you should never use it for anything other than maybe occasionally abyssal plane shit. But you should build your own Madness table if you are going to be using it as any sort of mechanic you want to implement regularly, either as a class feature, a monster feature, magic item feature, etc. I don't think it's good. Do you think you'll cover full classes? Maybe I'll do a couple. I think it's much more likely that I could with this format. But if I do, it'll be like a special stream or something. I also would want to really look at the piece first to make sure it was worth talking about. Could you reduce the effects after so many, but then why not limit? You could reduce the effects after, but why so many potions? Yeah, exactly. I just don't see the reason to, like, it's like most people would never have to deal with that because you just don't have that many potions at a time. So I don't know why we would, like, necessarily need that many potions at a time. You know what I mean? Or if we're going to get a lot of potions, make it a special little potion thingy. I don't know if we need to build a new system to deal with it. Seems like a lot. You know? I have played a tiny bit of Undertale. The problem for me is that a great deal of Undertale has been spoiled. So I kind of know a lot already. And I don't actually know how much I would enjoy the gameplay if I already know a lot of the beats going in. And the little bit that I did play, gonna be honest, the sound annoyed the shit out of me. The every time text went across the screen, like, drove me crazy. So I struggled to play it, but I do like the concept. If your players want to spaff off all their potions in one go, then that means they won't get potions later. Yeah. I think you'd like Undertale's story since you like making friends with monsters. Yeah, but I know the problem is I know the plot already. Like, I know the most important plot beats. It's very hard for me to decide I'm going to invest in a thing if I'm not super into the gameplay, if I know the plot ahead of time. And I find the sound abrasive. I know that the soundtrack is good, but the actual sound I found to be pretty abrasive. Yeah, I know, but I know that. Like, I know that if you, there's like the violent path and the pacifist path, and there's the big flower fight at the end. Like, I don't feel that. Maybe at some point I'll play it and I will eat crow and I will be proven wrong, and all of you will say, we told you were going to like it. You should have just played it. But I feel right now like I don't need to or particularly want to. It seems like an awesome game that I probably would have loved if I went into it blindly. The sounds being annoying is understandable. Yeah, man, they were driving me crazy. Your Roll20's crashing? Dude, Rex, I've been using Roll20 for years. People want to switch to Foundry. I would like to switch to Foundry. Foundry is better, but I'm just so used to Roll20. I'm so much faster in it. It's hard for me to move to a new VTT. That takes me a while to figure shit out. I like being able to, like, set up a map in like 3 seconds, you know? You totally get not doing something because the noises are abrasive. Yeah, I'm just a little sensitive guy. Tailspire is medium better. It requires a lot more computing power for everyone involved to play it, which I don't love. But it definitely is the most visually appealing. All the weird little fire flame effects and stuff that kind of moves, and it looks almost like fancy Legos. It's cool. Hey Cinder, the new format is great. It's nice having you see more overall fun, less frustration. Great. I'm glad. I'm glad that's fun. Do you think it would be a good charge to make a monk have a fighter hit dice? I don't know, man. I don't know. I see the logic of monk having less hit dice. I think the real issue is that I just think that the damage output is not the best. Their damage output it fluctuates. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know if that would be the move. I'm wondering if, like, I think a lot of those problems get solved with key points. Getting more, because if you more key points, it's more reasonable to do patient defense. It's more reasonable to do catching missile snare shit. So there's going to be more situations where you're not taking damage anyway if you're, like, leaning into that. I feel like that's the solution to the monk in terms of survivability, is leaning into them using their skills to avoid or mitigate damage. Because I do feel like that feels different than a fighter or a barbarian who basically just tank damage. Because I don't think the monk should just tank damage. I feel like in lore, they're dodging hits, you know? Ha, sh, fu, shi, ha, fu, ha. This felt more like a homebrew feature rather than a review. Still fun, but in a different way. I'm okay with that. I think that's good. I think that's a good vibe to promote. We're also still going to get our wheel in on Thursdays. Don't worry. They don't play the loot dungeon crawler game that every other class plays. I guess not, because they don't need items or weapons a lot of the time. And there's not really enough for them. I feel like monks having D10s makes a lot of sense, seeing how they're focused on being frontline fighter the majority of the time. The only game I've seen with a monk in, they basically had to retreat for second half of the battle. Yeah, I mean the HP messing up is the HP lower is rough, but again, I feel like damage mitigation or damage avoidance could also be just as effective there. I blame people hating monk on fighter getting too heavy armor too fast. You know what? That's not a bad call there. That's not a bad call at all. Dude, the amount of people that are like, Data, there was a guy in my chat yesterday who you would have gotten so annoyed with. Oh my god. He was talking about how he was a little bit... listen, it's fine. When people are new to D&D, they like to boast. They like to... whatever. But he was very excited and was boasting about how he had a character with an AC of like 21 or 22 at level 1. And I was basically like, I mean, yeah, you can make that happen. But if you were there, you would have been like, oh, so you're starting with 1,500 gold because that's the only way you're getting heavy armor. And I could have used that voice. I could have used you in there. Cinder, any ideas for a capstone for a vampire soul sorcerer? I want the capstone to have some vibes where they're using their sorcery points is drawing more and more on their vampire hunger. It's really, really hard to give a suggestion of a capstone feature if I don't know the whole class or if I don't know more about the subclass. The main thing that I'll say for a vampire, if you are going to be making a vampire that is either a bard, a sorcerer, a wizard, a druid, or a cleric, any powers that you would associate with vampire powers that they could get through picking spells, you should not give them in their core class. So, for example, you should not give them the ability to become invisible. You should not give them the ability to fly. You should not give them the ability to turn into mist. You probably should not give them the ability to summon animals, because all of those are just things they could choose to get by picking spells. You probably shouldn't give them the ability to mind control people. So the hard part about building a vampire for me, especially if it's a spellcaster-based vampire, is what features do you give it? Because so much of being a vampire could just be done through what spells you pick. So depending on what the core vampire is that's unique, I think there's a lot of ways you could handle their 18th level, their capstone feature. If I was going to be making a vampire where it's like main thing was going to be like feeding its hunger, maybe it would be a big AoE that would like either give it would like drain creatures, maybe not do damage, but like somehow diminish them, and then like massively boost me for a couple rounds or something like that. Like every creature of your choice within 30 feet of you have to make a con saving throw. On a failure, They have disadvantage on attack rolls and dexterity and strength related things for blah, 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 blah. And anytime you deal damage within the next round, you deal an extra 5d6 necrotic damage. I don't know, something like that. I wouldn't make it exactly like that, but I would lean into like you doing like a mass drain type thing. Balancing social encounter focused features so they aren't broken when using combat. I feel like that's the end of a question, not the beginning of one. Blood teleport? Yeah, blood teleport. One of the coolest features in D&D, there's a monster who has this ability where it can teleport between corpses. You could do something like that. That would be cool. It's like Tree Stride, except instead of going through trees, it goes through dead bodies. What monster is that? It's in the myth. It's in like Odyssey of Mythos, Mythos Odyssey of Mytheria or whatever. It's called like a Nereid, a Naiad maybe. Is it a Naiad? No, it's not a Naiad, but it's in the same vibe as the Naiad of like the weird magical little nymph thing. No, it's not a blight something. I could look it up. I could try to find it. It's not super important. It's a cool feature, though. I really like the vibe of it being a sort of balance, sort of, where the vampirism is like a curse they're contending with. You can do something like that, but you just always got to be careful. If you are building a core character option, and by that I mean a class, a subclass, or a race, not an optional thing, like a magic item or a feat or something. If you're building a core thing, class, subclass, race, and you are building downsides into it, you have to be very careful about how you handle that. Very careful. Because it does wonky things in all directions. Theros, yeah, the Odyssey of Theros books. Yeah, exactly. So you just got to be careful with the balance of that. I like the idea of killing someone with necrotic damage and regains you some sorcery points. You got to be really, 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 really underline bold, exclamation point, highlight with a capital H, careful with features that give you sorcery points back. Like, more careful than you think you need to be. It doesn't matter the way that gets expressed mechanically. If you build that into your sorcerer, you are deciding your sorcerer is stronger than every other sorcerer. Because you are essentially... It's the same thing as being a wizard that gets more spell slots. Like, you would never see a monk subclass that gets a feature where you just get more key points. You would never see that. You would never see a fighter subclass where you just get extra uses of action surge. So by giving you a sorcerer subclass feature that gives you extra sorcery points, it's a little bit unheard of in a way that can fuck the game's balance. And certainly the rest of the subclasses' balance. Because it very quickly turns into infinity sorcery points or infinity spell slots. That's okay, dude. I love off the top of the dome ideas. My thought was that it was okay if the downside was significant enough. But Tuna, we talked about this on stream earlier. What happens when you give a core class? I'm not talking about magic items. Magic items, feats, optional things, it's sort of whatever. You want a giant downside? Fine. If you put a giant downside and a giant upside into a core class, subclass, or race, you do not create balance. You create moments of significant downside and moments of significant upside. You create moments of a character feeling genuinely underpowered in a way that is going to be frustrating, and you create moments of players feeling genuinely overpowered in ways that are going to be frustrating. I think the closest you can accomplish of that upside downside thing is keeping it really fucking simple, like Great Weapon Master or Sharpshooter. And even then, a lot of times people have struggled with those features. Lampad is the corpse teleporting monster. Thank you. It's actually really cool looking. I'll show you guys because it's a pretty cool looking monster. Where is it? This thing. Look at the art. Really cool art, right? And on top of that, it's got the coolest fucking ability in the game, which is Corpse Stride. Once on its turn, the lamp ad can use 10 feet of its movement to step magically into one creature's corpse within its reach and emerge from a second creature's corpse within 60 feet of the first one. That's so fucking cool. That's like so grimdark. Oh my god. I love it. Absolutely love it. Yeah, it's super metal. Theros has some really good homebrew in it. Or not homebrew, has some really good stuff in it. It also has a cool like pious-y, like religious system for like being like a champion of a god, which is pretty cool. A lot of people don't know about. Yeah, it's a good book. It's one of the, it's from an era of good homebrew coming out, or good D&D books coming out. Ooh, that's a burn. For all of the Magic the Gathering crossovers, I think it's one of the D&D books that feels the most solid. The Eberron book, that's not Magic the Gathering. What was the other one? Like the one with the, there was another Magic the Gathering book that came out that was okay, but it felt kind of light for what it was trying to pull off. Dude, I love Swarmkeeper Rangers. Swarmkeeper Ranger is one of my favorite. Ravnica, thank you, Databank. Ravnica. Yeah, Ravnica had some cool stuff in it, but it did feel a little like not vapid, but it didn't feel meaty. The Mythic Odyssey of Theros books felt meaty. I felt like I could run a campaign using that book. I did not feel like I could run a campaign using the Ravnica book. Strixhaven is another one where it's like, I don't want to run a campaign running this. There's so much work I'd have to do. I might as well just make my whole campaign. Oh, yeah, man. Man, oh, man, Shevitz. If you guys ever want to taste the grossest alcohol in the world, but it tastes good if you're a little kid, and you have to drink wine sometimes, Manischewitz is the one. It's so gross. I had an idea. Oh, sorry. The question was short because there's a tight character limit. Social focused features tend to last longer, 10 minutes an hour versus combat features. It depends on the feature, but yeah, some of them do. Some of them last in a moment. There are spells that are very social focused that last a round. It kind of just depends on the feature. But that's also how you sort of power balance it, you know? A spell that's like roleplay focused that lasts 10 minutes is not as strong as a spell that's roleplay focused and lasts an hour. Or at least it's usually not as strong. You disagree, but you know a lot about Ravnica? Yeah, I didn't know anything about it. That's the thing. I came in with no knowledge. Going in with no knowledge, that book is not super great for running a campaign. I had an idea for a feature that gives advantage on deception checks against people that haven't seen you in combat and advantage on intimidation checks if they have. I think that's a neat idea. I guess my question would be, why would you get advantage on deception checks if they haven't seen you in combat yet? I get advantage on intimidation after they've seen you in combat. But if I was going to do something like that, I probably wouldn't make it so open-ended. I would probably make it I wouldn't, instead of giving you advantage on deception checks, what I would do is I would give creatures disadvantage on insight checks when they were trying to determine, like, how much of a threat you were. That's how I would make that, like, make sense. Because you shouldn't be better at lying because you're better at fighting. That seems silly. I had an idea for a gargantuan slime that lives in the ocean and looks like an iceberg. Yeah, it could be cool. If you make a monster that big, you kind of want to change the way the monster works so that instead of you, like, fighting it, it's almost like the monster is a level, you know? It's like layer and regional effects become, like, its existence. A Pokemon TTRPG came out recently. I want to try it so you can make a Ghost-type trainer. Ghost-type Pokemon are my favorite. I like the Ghost type and the Bug type the most. I'm not very good at Pokemon. When homebrewing a social-focused feature, how can I make sure the longer duration doesn't become impractical if the PC decides to activate it during combat? Can you give an example of what the feature is? Because why would they decide to activate it during combat? If anything, if they decide to activate it during combat, it's more you'll be able to keep track of how long it lasts longer, because combat is measured much more specifically than roleplay. So if let's say I cast Disguise Self on myself, okay? Disguise Self lasts like an hour. Or better yet, let's pick something a little bit more mellow. Let's say I cast a spell that lasts like 10 minutes. I don't know. I cast Magical 10 minutes in my eyes. I cast a spell that makes me better at perceiving for 10 minutes. I know exactly how long it was cast before combat ends. You know, it was cast exactly. It was up for 32 seconds. So you have much more control in that circumstance. So I'm not sure what the question is. I don't think the longer duration becomes impractical, you know? I guess it depends on how long you want the feature to last also. So yeah, if you want to tell me what the feature you have in mind, I can give you a little bit more of a specific piece of advice there. Hello! Oh, it's me, the YouTube Shorts guy. Yes, hello. Hello, 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 hello. I'm also the D&D Homebrew guy. And those two things. And today is D&D Homebrew / D&D Homebrew discussion night. I don't know how to phrase my question. How do you feel about features like the Assassin's Infiltration Expert that don't really let you do anything superhumanly cool, just let you declare that you can do it without talking? I hate them. Well, I don't hate them. I hate that one. I hate that one specifically because of that last part of your sentence. You shouldn't have to wait a week to activate a feature. I think features that let you just automatically do a thing are fine. I don't care. So long as the thing they automatically do aren't crazy powerful. I think any feature that requires you to take a week of downtime is terrible. I think it's really bad design. They are designed for a different form of D&D. A form of D&D where it is normal for a group to take downtime that is going to be a week long and everyone's doing their own thing and they're not really playing the game. They're just kind of talking about it. So in that circumstance, that feature can work fine. But in most modern play, it don't do nothing. It don't do nothing. Now, features that just automatically do a thing, I think is whatever. That's how a lot of features work. Don't get me wrong, Databank. I absolutely love when my players want to take a week of downtime and to really explore some like RP, smaller scale, more like planning, investigatory type D&D. I love that. But to build a class's core feature or one of their core features around assuming that the party's going to do that regularly is madness. It's a week in game. It's a week in game. That's not a feature. That's not a feat. That's just the core class feature of the assassin. It doesn't. Not enough is the issue there. I typically shorten downtime activities from Xanathar's Guide to 1 to 3 days instead of a work week. I think that's reasonable. But when a feature doesn't do anything superhuman, we often find cases of I would just let the player do that even if they didn't have that feature. Can you give me an example other than that assassin one? Because I would argue that that assassin one is not something a dungeon master would just let you do. Like, if we want to look at the assassin feature you're talking about, that is not a, like, I would, let's just look at it for a second. Which feature was it? This one? You can, okay, you can create a unfailing false identity, okay? Unfailing. Okay? And you can establish a lot of very specific things about that identity. Like, this is crazy. This is not something I would just let a player do. This would require probably multiple sessions in order for them to get all of the information they would needed and to like build this identity. Like, this is like a session of work minimum for like everybody working together to accomplish this goal. So if there's another feature that you think gives that, I mean, I would just say, I just disagree there. I just don't think that's something I would just let a player do. I just joined a new D&D group playing a political intrigue game for the first time. Gonna be a Shadow Monk. Very cool. Very cool. Shadow Monks have one of the coolest 6th level features in the game. At least monk features. Before then, they're okay. Shadow monks feel really, really basically just okay until 6th level. Then they feel really cool. It's boring to have everyone just sit around for that long. It can be, yeah. I think that some players like kind of chewing the scenery, but you really got to find the right group for it. If you don't find the right group for it, yeah, it's gonna get dull fast. Oh, if you're starting at level 8, great. Can I give you a suggestion? Don't go any more than 6 levels of monk. Start going rogue. Start going rogue or ranger or something that you can stack on top of monk nicely. I would probably go 6 levels of monk, 2 levels of rogue, but that's just me. What's your opinion on this? I feel like monks don't get much items. Yeah, they don't get enough. My opinion is they don't get enough. Items or feats. Big agree. That's part of where the power balance issue with them comes from. Data says, I think it puts the ability into words, which is super powerful. Really hard to say, I want these benefits of my false identity without the player's handbook there to back you up. Yeah, exactly, Databank. Exactly. If you don't put these features into words, this is not guaranteed. This is a conversation with the Dungeon Master. I would argue a negotiation with the Dungeon Master at a minimum, and several sessions of work maximum. 100% agree. What's wrong with 7 levels of monk for evasion? The early levels of rogue are more valuable. You get expertise, you get sneak attack, you get cunning action. You're gonna get evasion if you keep going there anyway. Twilight Cleric is also really powerful if you want to be if you want to make if you want to make your dungeon master hate you. What's the absolute worst multi-class? I don't know. Probably 2 of the spellcasters. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe 2 of the spellcasters. It really depends on what you think is what you would define as weak. What makes them weak? Lack of synergy? Or are they made weakened by, like, what? See, I would argue that a barbarian spellcaster is pretty solid. Depends on how many levels of barbarian you take and how many levels of spellcaster. Because a barbarian spellcaster is a character that is going to be good whether they have spell slots or not. You know? At the very least, having barbarian rage, even if you're not fighting, even if you're literally only taking damage, it's basically a pretty powerful shield. If you're out of spell slots and things are trying to kill you, being able to rage is very useful. Cinder, I have a question about how you'd react if I asked you this question as a player. Would you allow monk features to use charisma instead of wisdom? I want a multi-class monk with sorcerer. I would probably not do that specifically. I would need to think about that. My concern would be that the power of monks, if all of their wisdom is... I guess it would be okay, maybe. I guess if it wasn't your attacks... If it was just your spell casting, that'd probably be okay. I don't know. It would depend, man. I wouldn't blanket say yes to it, but I would be curious to hear what sort of character they wanted to build. And most likely I would say yes. My initial thought was that would also apply to attack rolls, which is not true. But it would apply to attack rolls if you went the Astral Self monk, which could lead to issue. So I need to think about it a little bit. I wouldn't want your spell casting and your key and your attacks to all be the same. But I do think it could be very fun. I'm a big fan of that most of the time, changing the spellcasting feature. Less so on martial characters, or less so specifically on a monk, I think, because they're kind of a weirder one. But, like, if you wanted to make an intelligence warlock, I think that'd be fine. If you wanted to make, all that stuff sounds good to me. Cinder, what do you think about warlocks with intelligence? Yeah, I think it's great. Love it. Ever thought about making Homebrew review a channel point redeem? No, and we never will. I don't want to spend time looking at Homebrew that I need more control. I need more control, blood. I do not want to have to pause what I'm doing in stream to review someone else's Homebrew. Like, what if I'm already reviewing someone's Homebrew? How would you feel about boosting the power of a handbook spell, but the players can only use that boosted version through in-game training? I would probably make it limited use, and I would make it either like I would make it like a thing they would work towards. But I think that's cool. Giving a player like a bespoke version of a spell could be really fun. I like that idea a lot. I think Constitution casters do not work. No holds bar. Disagree with them fundamentally. I think you can use Constitution as the equivalent of a spellcasting modifier for class features. You know, like the Rune Knight or some barbarians that use their Constitution to create their save DCs. But I would not make a full caster that uses Constitution. I have never seen one that works. I have seen so many people try. Never seen one that works. Never, ever. Not for 5e. Pathfinder maybe, but not for 5e. You are not too late for stream. We're just hanging out talking about D&D. I'm answering people's D&D questions. We spent the first part of stream, maybe the first 3 hours, reviewing Homebrew and talking about Homebrew design. And now it's sort of opened up the conversation a bit to answering chat questions. What's the new format specifically? I post about it in, I made a whole announcement about it in the Discord. I talked about it like 4 times already. Nutshell, the wheel is going to be for member review streams and for event streams, and general Homebrew review is going to be me picking pieces from the Discord, where people use the tag Cinder Review, which basically means they are comfortable with me looking at their piece on stream. And I'm going to be focusing the live stream reviews so that they are a little bit more well-rounded. They cater sort of to everybody a bit more, and that I'm not repeating myself 1,000 times. I love the idea of battle mages and wizards. I went for Battle Master Divination Wizard multi-class to get the version I liked. But how would you make one? If I was going to make a battle wizard, I would go Blade Singer, dude. I don't want to be a battle wizard and not hit people with a big weapon. I would be Blade Singing it all day. I'd probably go Blade Singer Artificer. And I would probably go Armor, the Armor version. I would go Armorer, Blade Singer, Artificer. So I would have big fucking chunky armor. I would be using my intelligence for my attack rolls and my damage rolls. And I would be able to be entering my blade song so I could add my intelligence again to my AC. I would just be unstoppable. I would just be intelligent destruction. That's what I would be. Maybe I wouldn't go exactly those subclasses, but it would be Artificer. I would definitely go Artificer. Maybe Eldritch Knight. I would probably go Artificer, maybe Fighter, but I'd probably go Artificer, Blade Singer. And it would be so fucking powerful. I would kill everybody. A War Wizard and Eldritch Knight is also a good combo. Cinder, I was the one that made the Modron race. You said I was trying to be 2 things and I should stick to chess more. Should I get rid of some of the chess abilities? So, Evan, the main concern that I had was that it felt like all of the Modron stuff, none of it felt that unique or specific. It all felt very similar to other things. I felt like the only unique and specific thing your thing had was the ability for them to like learn games really quickly, which didn't feel particularly Modron. That felt like chess related. And then the 6 different options you got at third level. But again, I don't think either of those things sold any fiction about Modrons at all. So I feel like for me, it felt like you were doing yourself a pretty big disservice by trying to make this like chess robots and Modrons. And I felt like waiting for 3rd level before this thing got anything unique was a big mistake. I think you put way too much work and energy into those options. And I think you need to simplify those options and build them into the core thing a little bit more. Example is a more powerful firebolt will do damage equal to spellcasting mod, even if you miss. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what that's reference to, and I apologize. What's the DC of a +2 item? What does that mean? +2. Thoughts on a fighter or monk who uses forced movement when they attack creatures to displace them? That sort of exists with the Psy Knight, doesn't it? His beard is legendary. I'm gonna have to trim it soon, guys. It's getting real frizzy at the edge. It's starting to do the thing where it's just a sort of like, it stops being like the edge of a beard and starts like just, it's like it fades, you know, it like just faintly disappears. Battle Masters also have a pushing maneuver. Yeah. I think you'd want to make sure that it felt like it did more things than just push creatures. You'd want to make it work within a fiction of some sort. The Crusher feat also works. Shoving also works. I mean, there's lots of ways you can move creatures. I think that would be totally fine. I would also say the subclass that does that the most is the Swarmkeeper Ranger or the Open Hand Monk. Both do that. So I would, before I started trying to build that, I would look to things that already exist. So for example, what did I say? The Open Hand Monk and the Swarmkeeper Ranger. So the Open Hand Monk, at 3rd level, their main thing is they get the ability to knock creatures prone and move them around. Right there. So that's that's it. Or the what's it called? The Swarmkeeper Ranger. That's their 3rd level feature. You can move creatures around, move yourself around. So whenever you have an idea for a subclass or an idea for a concept from like a flavor perspective, you want to make sure that it's got enough going on that it feels unique and it stands out. So in the same way that the Swarmkeeper Ranger is a ranger about moving creatures against their will and moving stuff around and displacing people in the battlefield, but it's also about having a bunch of little bugs. And in the same way that the Monk Open Hand is about knocking creatures around, but it's also about like the purity and the perfection of the body, I think that you need that other part of that puzzle of what else is this other than moving creatures around so that it feels like it can be a full subclass. As opposed to just you copying some mechanics or making some mechanics where it's going to end up feeling like people are going to be like, why does this exist? We don't need this. There's 3 versions of this already. You know, you want your thing to be distinct very quickly. You have plans for the Cinder Beard magic item? If anybody ever makes magic items or homebrew based on me, I turn my aggressiveness in my reviews up a lot, just so you know. I'm down to look at them, but I set the bar irrationally high to the point where it doesn't even matter how well written it is. If I don't personally like it, I will give it a really hard time. So a couple people have made like subclasses based on me, and I felt like they didn't do anything fun or cool. Like if you make a subclass or a magic item based on me, and me as a player wouldn't want to use it or be it, that's a failure, straight up. I love you, but that's a failure. And I wouldn't normally call Homebrew a failure, but I think I have a right to when it's based on me. Do I draw it all? Yeah, if you look at any of my recent videos, any of my recent long-form videos where I talk about monsters, I make all the art for all of those. I have 2 videos about monsters out right now. One about little monsters, one about big monsters. I've made all the art for all of them. I'm telling you, Casper, I've seen other people try to make Cinder Warlock patrons. I've hated, and I'm not saying that, I'm not underestimating. I have hated all of them. Hated them. That's not to say that the creators aren't talented. That's not to say that it's not nice for them to put a thing in, but I have hated them. If you are somebody that has created Cinder Homebrew that I have read, I have hated it. Guaranteed I hated it. Doesn't mean I hate you. Probably love you. Probably think you're really funny, cool. But goddamn, it's hard for you to make Homebrew based on me and have me like it. Guys, I finally watched all of the 1997 Berserk show also. So good. The animation is not the best, but it almost doesn't matter. Very good show. Holy shit. Talk about a show that starts kind of slow and ramps up at the end. No spoilers, but it's a show that basically has a somewhat ordinary medieval adventure plot. And then it doesn't. I don't know how else to put it, but I liked it a lot, and now I feel like I need to read the manga or something because I need more of that story. Where are the Google Docs for reference? What Google Docs? I know the manga is so much more. What I'm trying to, what I want to find, I have a hard time sitting and reading comics these days unless I'm like at the beach. So I was thinking I might buy it for the beach, but I also don't want to read it in public because I know there's a lot of very violent vulgarity that is depicted visually that I don't want to have to like share with the people around me. So I was thinking about trying to find if I could find like a read along. Like I would love that. I would love to if I could buy like a book on tape. Like if I could buy essentially a thing that was all of the art in the pages and then somebody saying the words on it and it like moving through it, I would love that. I would pay for that, but I don't know where I would buy that. I don't know if they do comic books on tape, but my God, would that be cool. Sample reference homebrew Google Docs. Data, are you talking about like in the Discord? It's in the there's a section in the Discord. It says resources. It's in the homebrew section. Resources. There's a bunch of resources there. It's in the homebrew / writing section in the Discord. Hey Cinder, how would you suggest trying to find out balancing for homebrew systems without a giant community? Made some for a different system, not sure how I should test it exactly beyond running mock combats. What a wonderful question. So if you are trying to write homebrew for a game system that is less popular than something like D&D or Pathfinder, it can be really hard to power balance it because you don't have a mountain of resources. You basically just have the game and maybe even not anyone to talk to. So here's what I would say. You have two very, very, very valuable tools for writing homebrew for any system. One is going to be the established rules. In the same way that every single... Well, that's not true. Two of the subclasses we looked at today would have majorly benefited from the creators spending more time with the original source material. You can do a lot of balancing based on the stuff that's in the book. If you have a weird monster homebrew, if you have a weird monster TTRPG where you pick a different movie monster that you get to be, and you want to invent a new movie monster for it, get really methodical with what they all get. Pay attention. How many powers do they get? How powerful are each of those powers? How often do they use those resources? Like, really get into the weeds of the ones that exist to try to sort of build an outline of what is needed. That's one very, very valuable tool to do. And the thing is, if you go through that process of trying to write that outline, you don't even need to look at the outline ever again. Going through the process of trying to write it is going to teach you that outline like in your bones. The other thing that you have that's super valuable is your players. And the way that you take advantage of that is you just be really upfront and say, hey guys, this is a non-D&D game. I'm super excited to play it. I want to make some homebrew for it, but I need help power balancing it. So here's a bunch of homebrew that I'm going to introduce, or ideally maybe one or two pieces, not a bunch, too many at the same time. And be like, basically ask your players if they want to participate in the writing of the homebrew and say, if you want to be this homebrew thing, that is going to mean that I'm going to want your feedback about how it feels to play, both positive and negative. And that means you are down for it to change as the campaign goes on. And that's how you do it. Power balancing based on what already exists, and power balancing by turning the actual play with the person who's using it into game testing. Which means I basically wouldn't allow someone to use the homebrew if they were not interested in exploring it in a game testing way. If they weren't down for that, or I didn't feel comfortable leading them in that way, I probably would not let them use that homebrew. I do that a lot in my home games. I test a lot of homebrew with my players. I did a thing a couple campaigns ago where I liked the idea. I got really into this idea of like, not the Power Rangers specifically, but this idea of like power elements and elements holding different vibes. So I created essentially like a magical material from every plane of existence. And that material could be forged into different items. And depending on what item it was forged in, it would have different properties. So, for example, there was a type of metal that I called Stygian steel, and it was from the Shadowfell. And any weapons made of Stygian steel, if they killed a creature, that creature could not be brought back to life. If you killed somebody with that, they were just dead. Magic couldn't bring them back, they're gone. But there were other ones too that, like, so a bunch of different things, right? I also made a material from the elemental plane of air, where any armor that you wore, armor that was made from it, basically let you be kind of bouncy, and weapons were super light and all had the throne property. I made a fire element that could obviously add like fire attributes to things, but it could also be used to make objects that would be explosive. I didn't know how balanced any of that stuff was. So I just threw it in my games and was like, we're trying this. What seems fun? I'll make sure there's things that work with that in your game, and we'll see how it feels. Berserk is the one that I'm fiending for. Cinder, are all robots made by Primus Modron? Yes, I think Primus is the king of the Modrons. I don't think he's the king of all robots. But I don't know. He might be able to build a robot that is not a Modron. I don't really know. That's an element of lore that I think you could decide for yourself for your own homebrew. I don't think you need to limit your own creation based on established lore in that regard. You're making homebrew. You're making stuff that doesn't exist. So you might as well, make it whatever you need it to be. I gave my players a magic item that allows them to change a letter in the name of a spell to get a new effect. That's a great magic item. That's a magic item that I first heard about on the Adventure Zone, which is a Mabim Bam, My Brother and Me podcast. One of them gets that magic item very early. I think it's a great magic item. Love it. Any idea how I'd use it? All of the ways. A million ways. I'd use it in every way I could. It's a very, very fun magic item. It's one of those magic items that's super powerful if your players are cheeky and clever. In a closed system, it can work. It's when you have to try it in public when balancing needs to be checked. Yeah, that's true. How would I make Berserk Guts Sword? It would be a great sword with reach. It would probably have the ability to damage through creatures. I think it probably would deal damage every single time it was swung, even if I think it would have like an AC cap. Like, it might be like, if you get within a certain range of the creature's AC, it still deals a certain amount of damage. Probably something like that. Definitely a strength requirement, for sure. Oh god, his sword is so fucking cool. Dude, I can't get over the last couple episodes. I knew there was a twist. I don't even want to say what it is in case anyone wants to watch or read it. And I kind of knew what the twist was because I knew the lore. I knew the lore of Baelitz beforehand. I knew about some of the monsters and magic in the world beforehand because I did like some lore deep dives. But it really goes from 0 to 60. That show fucking, it goes crazy at the end of that season. Like, fucking insane. But I also think it's also good throughout. But it is sort of more of a traditional medieval fantasy, non-magical fantasy story for 80% of it. The magic comes in very little towards the end. You could make it do 2d8 damage instead of 2d6. I think it could be fine. I've only started to notice them because I only watched Elden Ring recently. I mean, I only watched Berserk recently. Can I tell you the honest truth? Is that I stumbled into the Berserk references in Elden Ring backwards. I got the Berserk sword in Elden Ring. Like the the big giant sword. The great sword or whatever. And then I was only playing Elden Ring on stream, so I was missing playing Elden Ring. So I started watching Berserk because he has that sword. So I went opposite. I started watching Berserk because I missed Elden Rings, but really I know that the sword comes from Berserk originally. But yeah, I did it backwards. I did it opposite. Is there any major balance issue with a scythe with finesse for a rogue? Not really. What does a scythe do? How much damage does it do? Does it do a d6? That's probably fine. I'm pretty sure a scythe does a d6. I like the idea of a crossbow that either locks or unlocks doors based on the situation. That's kind of a fun weapon. A crossbow that lets you cast lock or arcane lock or knock on a hit. That's a cool fucking idea for a crossbow. Okay, here's how that crossbow works. Here, we're going to make that crossbow right now. We're not going to write it, but we're going to make it because that's a really fucking good idea for a magic item. Where's my... Okay. So, there's 2 spells in D&D that we're going to take advantage of here, and it's going to make writing this super easy. The first spell is going to be called Knock. The second spell is called Arcane Lock. So, we're going to get a crossbow that comes with... It's going to come with 3 charges, okay? 3 charges, they recover every day at dawn. You can expend 1 charge to cast either Arcane Lock. No. When you make an attack roll with it, if you target a door or window that has the ability to lock, you can cast either Knock or Arcane Lock on it. I think that would be cool. That would be really fun. What a cool, fun magic item that would be. Imagine, like, running away from guys and, like, aiming behind you and shooting it to, like, lock the door behind you. That would be so fucking cool. Oh, my God, I love that. Whose idea was that? Gurton. Gurton, that's just a cool idea for a magic item, my guy. It says a polearm. I would not make a polearm have finesse. If it has reach, it should not have finesse. That would definitely be a big power boost. I recently got I got a heavily used polished saber for Hema. It's basically as heavy as a one-handed weapon can get and still be nimble. And every time I let someone handle it, they quote berserk. Hunk of iron. Yeah. I meant the Reaper Scythe, not a sickle. Is there a... I don't know if there's a... I don't think there is a official rules for... There's not official rules for that in it. I don't... Is there a scythe? Is there like a scythe naturally? I don't think so. No. Scythe is not a weapon in D&D. So if you are making it a weapon, you're sort of making it homebrew. If it has reach and finesse, that's going to be pretty strong. A knock bolt is super dope. Yeah, Arcane Lock would be super dope too. They would both be great. It's a great idea for a magic item. It's a fucking awesome idea for a magic item. I mean, if you want to use a glaive, that's fine. But again, I think making it have finesse would be a little bit too much. I don't necessarily think it would be too much. I think you need to acknowledge that it's essentially a magic item in terms of its power. Maybe not a crazy powerful magic item, but a weapon with finesse and reach that is doing decent damage is basically a pretty good uncommon magic item. Especially on a rogue. Rogue. Music's getting so end of Hallmark movie. Hey, Cinder, what do you think about the idea of an elegant property that defines a weapon that can only be used with dex? I think it's great, fine, totally chill. It's something that used to exist in the game. It's something that a lot of companies have reintroduced into the game through their own third-party publishing. Mage Hand Press has a lot of really cool items that use that feature. I think it's totally fine. All right, Tradosio, have a good one, buddy. All right, folks. I think we might start wrapping up. Again, guys, I hope everybody's at least understanding of the new format of Homebrew Review. It's going to be a lot easier for me to do it long term, I think, by doing it in this way. I'm hoping that it also makes it feel more like we are having a conversation together. And that the information we're talking about feels a little bit more engaging and a little bit more balanced. hopeful about that. Yeah, basically that's yeah, data. Basically, if you, I posted literally all of this information has been plastered across the Discord. In the briefest of nutshells, all of the time I would have taken to set up the wheel, all of the back end stuff to do that, I'm just spending to pick Homebrew to look at. And I'm reading it beforehand. I can read Homebrew very quickly when I don't have to read it out loud or talk to you about how I feel about it. So I'm basically looking at pieces beforehand. I'm looking for things that I think would be worth talking about, they're either doing something right that I think I want to point out, or they're struggling with something that I think other people might be struggling with, and making sure there's a diversity of pieces that we're looking at. And in theory, that'll be the way I do it. At some point, I might, if other people want to, I might offload the picking of pieces to mods or specific community members if that's something people want, and they do a good job, but no worries. Might want to update the FAQ. Yeah, we'll do that in time. We'll do that. The truth of the matter, Databank, is I will update the FAQ, but realistically, every single person that missed and didn't read the announcement, those are not people that are going to be checking the FAQ either way. You'd prefer it if the mods chose? That really depends, man, because I don't want to be doing the same thing over and over again. I don't want to be getting annoyed with Homebrew by having to do the same thing over and over again. And that would require mods to very actively pick stuff every stream. And the bigger deal here is I don't think me reviewing them, having not looked at them before, is good. If the aspect of the spirit that you like is that I look at stuff that I've never looked at before, I don't think that's the spirit anymore. And if that's the original spirit that you want, I apologize, but that is very actively the spirit that I am intentionally moving away from, because I think it does no benefit for me nor the viewers. So if there is another element of the original spirit that you are referencing, I'm curious. But if the original spirit is just, though, I like Cinder not knowing what he's about to read, that spirit's gone, baby. You can still get a taste of it during the member review, but outside of that, it's out here. That's just turning into us writing a bunch of Ice Fighters again. Yeah, and me giving the same fucking feedback about grammar 30,000 times, and it's just annoying. Like, it annoys me. It annoys everybody. It's not fun. It's not funny. I don't have energy for it. It's a waste of time. Like, I would much rather look at pieces where I kind of know what we're going to talk about, so we can kind of dive into the meat of them. We can actually have a conversation about it, as opposed to the show being watch Cinder get mad as he reads 17 pieces in a row where people clearly didn't put in that much work and have really shitty grammar. Like, that's not fun. That's not fun. Oh, I understand that there's fun there, but Databank, we're not losing that. We're still going to be looking at random pieces that I don't know what they are for all of the event streams and for the member review streams. So they're still going to be there. So shut the fuck up. Just shut up. Tuna Melt, I am not going to ever look at your Enforcer Rogue. I don't know if it was you. Somebody posted an Enforcer Rogue and put it as a Cinder review piece. It's like, no, I love you, but I've looked at not hundreds. I've looked at 10 plus Enforcer Rogues. We're not going to look at another one on stream. Unless it was doing something really shockingly different, but it wasn't. They never are. They never are. They're always exactly the same. That's the problem with them. Everybody thinks they're doing something different and they just build the same fucking thing. I was told a piece that I made would be reviewed, but it's entirely possible that I missed it. Shades, which piece was yours? Which piece was yours? Which piece was yours? Name it, and I'll tell you. Oh, shit, I didn't review it. I forgot to. I'll tell you the feedback right now, Shades. I'm sorry. The only thing that it does that's unique is give you access to the spell Speak with Plants, which you cannot give to a D&D race. It is too powerful. So what you need to do is basically decide what other things you can give your race to make it feel unique, or figure out ways to reinterpret aspects of the Speak with Plants spell so that it is an appropriate thing to give a D&D race. Because right now, genuinely, the only unique thing your D&D race does is a power that is just a spell, and it is too powerful to give at that level. So that's it in a nutshell. Super fast feedback. Sorry, I forgot to mention it. But that's the feedback. I love the idea of tree people. If you're going to make tree people, make them tree people by making them unique tree people. No, nobody else gets a 3rd level spell. More importantly than no one else gets a 3rd level spell, you should not be reliant on getting use of a single 3rd level spell to get access to cool powers. Some people get a 2nd level spell at 5th level, but nobody gets a 3rd level spell. We could look if you want. But I'm 100% accurate. I know I am. Who gets spells? Tieflings? Who else gets spells? Dorogar? Who else gets spells? Fairies? Who else gets spells? Githyanki? Githzerai? Okay. Tiefling. Let's see. Tieflings. The highest level spell they get is 2nd level. Dorogar. The highest level spell they get is 2nd level. Fairies. The highest level spell they get is 2nd level. Githyanki, also Githzerai. The highest level spells they get, 2nd level. Githzerai. Highest level spells they get, 2nd level, etc. So yeah. Yeah. Little OP. And again, there really wasn't much more to say than that, because that was the only other feature you got was essentially like natural armor, which everything gets. It isn't really, again, doesn't sell a unique fiction. How do you deal with material components in your game? Depends on the game. Folks, we are going to start wrapping up now. But before we go, one second. We have to say a very big thank you to everybody that submitted Homebrew for the channel, everybody that gave some feedback, everybody that hung out and gave some advice. Wait. Are you saying the Air Genasi gets 3rd level spells? No, it doesn't. The fuck you talking about? You mean the legacy one does? I don't even know how to check the legacy one. Maybe down here? Let's find it. Legacy Genasi. Let's take a look. No, they fucking don't. They get a 2nd level spell. The fuck you talking about? Yeah, everybody's dumb but me. Nobody gets 3rd level spells. I'm 1,000,000% right. I'm a champion of all universes. I have no beginning and no end. I was here before the first wave crashed against the first beach, and I will be here after the sun fades in the sky. So, I'm right times 1,000,000, except for when I'm wrong, but usually I'm right. Anyway, what was I saying? Guys, friends, neighbors, countrymen, let us now end stream by saying a big, big thank you. What you saying? Water Genasi? Did I not fucking look at it right? Oh, I looked at air. I'm stupid. Water Genasi. Oh. A 1st level spell and shape water. A cantrip. What the fuck are you talking about? Behold, a Water Genasi, the legacy version. Not getting any thing over that. Okay, should we check? Is it the other one? We'll check the other one. I'm now very curious. A water walk. Listen, if you are going to try to compare the power of water walk to the power of speak with plants, you are being a big old dummy dumb. You know it. I know it. We all know it. Okay? I love you, but don't be a big dummy dumb. Speak with plants is shockingly powerful. Water walk is incredibly situational. Ignoring that is ignoring reality and being Mr. Willful Ignorance. I love you. And I was wrong, but I was also right. It's not a comparison that makes a difference in the argument. Anyway. Do I have an idea? Not really, man. That's kind of what I was saying. Like, I think that the main thing you have to do is you have to ask yourself, what do you want to make your plant feel like a plant guy? What unique things are you going to give it? Because if you don't have any ideas, you don't need to make it. You could reflavor a Warforged. You could reflavor a Pixie. So if you don't know how you want to evoke the idea of a plant person, then it's time to go back to the drawing board and figure that out. And if you want it to be they can communicate with plants, you need to figure out a way to manifest that idea in a way that is going to not exactly be casting that spell. Now, we are going to end stream now because I love you all, but we're done. Anyway, before we go, as always, let us say a very big thank you. You just joined? Well, you should have come here 4 hours ago. Yeah, I'm 100% right most of the time, and all the time. Yeah, the Furbolg is also... Yeah, the Furbolg. The Furbolg is great. They can literally talk to plants. Anyway. If you want more feedback, go ask for it in the Discord. I believe in you. Use the community. Now, let us say a big thank you. What are you saying? Advantage on fear against charm is a chess thing? No, it's not. But it's not a unique thing either. Evan, it's not unique. It's nothing. That's what I'm saying. It's nothing. It's not unique. It's fucking Fey ancestry. It literally has nothing to do with Modrons. They have axiomatic minds, which might be what you're trying to tap into there, but I'm saying it's not enough. It's not unique. That's what I was saying. Alrighty. I love you guys. Have a good night. Be good to each other. And now, before the stream ends, let us say a very big thank you to everybody that supports the channel. Look at all these supporting people. Oh my goodness. Look at the support just dripping off them. Look at them. Who could handle so much support? Not me. That's for sure. Thank you guys all so much for being here. You are all absolute champions. You are all glorious people. Who should we raid? We will raid Mad Guy RPG. I like them. Unless there's someone rando to raid or a friend streaming. Alright guys, have a good night. Be good to each other. Remember what they say. Don't forget to feed your pets. And I shall see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow we kill a giant deer. And it's amazing. It's going to be great. Bye. YouTube. See you later, buddy.